Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
This is not a ghost story. It is worse than that. Ghosts do not put guns in your face on a deserted highway. Ghosts do not know your mother's full name, her maiden name, and the name she used to sign papers in a border town 30 years ago. Ghosts cannot make three armed men look at you, realize who you belong to, and decide you are on their do not touch list. What I am about to tell you is a true horror on a desert highway somewhere between New Mexico and Arizona, on a stretch of I-10 that looks like every other mile of sand and asphalt, until you realize nobody would hear you scream out there. That night, I was just a tired field tech driving home on the phone with my mom, talking about soccer and gas prices and nothing that should matter. 10 minutes later, my truck was boxed in by two Chevys with no plates. Three men stepped out with guns and all the normal sounds of my life. The hum of the engine, the buzz of the dash, my mother's voice on speaker, suddenly felt like background noise to something much, much bigger. I always thought my mom left Mexico to get away from people like them. On that night, standing under a flickering neon light at a half-dead gas station in the middle of the desert, I realized something I wish I could unlearn. She did not escape them. She just made sure they would never lay a hand on me. 1.1 The quiet house and the things she would not say. I am not sending this to the police. I am sending this to you. The cops do not care about half-remembered phone calls and weird jokes your mom told 20 years ago. They want plates, dates, faces on security footage. All I have are sounds, small details, and one night on a desert highway where everything snapped into place. Right now, as I write this, I am sitting at the little kitchen table in my one-bedroom apartment in Tucson. The TV is off. The blinds are half closed, letting in a slice of orange streetlight. It is almost midnight. The only sounds in here are the low motor of my fridge, the rumble of the wall AC unit trying its best, and that soft, annoying tick from the cheap digital clock over the microwave every time it flips a minute. Tucson at night has its own soundtrack. Muffled engines on Speedway, the occasional siren echoing way off by the university, some drunk laughing in the parking lot, a dog barking 2 buildings over. Normally, it all blends into white noise. Lately, it has felt like background to something else. Like the desert itself is holding its breath, waiting. I guess I should start with who I am, so this does not sound like some teenager's creepypasta. I am 30, give or take a few months. I work as a field service tech for a company that maintains point-of-sale systems in gas stations and truck stops around Arizona and New Mexico. If you have ever stood at a grimy register at 3 in the morning, buying bad coffee and a stale donut, there's a decent chance I have crawled around behind that counter at some point, cursing at wires. My days smell like diesel and fryer oil. My work shoes are permanently sticky from ancient soda spills. I spend half my life under flickering fluorescent lights, staring up at stained drop ceiling tiles, while compressors rattle and walk-in fridges hiss. I know the sound of a Red Bull cooler fan starting to die better than I know the sound of my own washing machine. Most of the stores I go to feel the same tile floors that never quite come clean, black scuff marks from boots and hand trucks a bulletin board, and the back room full of faded safety posters and passive-aggressive notes from management. There is always a camera dome in the corner, watching blinking red or not blinking at all, depending on whether anyone bothered to keep it working. The employee-only break rooms are usually a plastic table, 4 mismatched chairs, a microwave that smells like burnt popcorn forever, and a schedule taped to the fridge with someone's name circled in red from 3 weeks ago. When I am not kneeling on some sticky backroom floor, I am driving. The company truck is a white Tacoma with a ladder rack and magnet logos on the doors. I spend hours on I-10, I-19, and I-25 watching the same billboards roll by until I can recite the personal injury lawyer's slogans in my sleep. I know which rest areas have decent vending machines by the sound the snack spirals make when they drop. I know which cheap motels have soda machines that hum louder than the air conditioners in the rooms. At the end of a run, I check into whatever budget chain corporate will pay for. There is always the same faded patterned carpet that hides stains without really hiding them. The same heavy bedspread that feels like a prop from the 90s, the same standalone AC unit rattling under a window that looks out onto a half-lit parking lot. Ice machines groan in the hallway. Someone always slams a door at 2 in the morning. The vending machine outside my room makes a low, constant vibrating sound, like it is trying to shake itself back into life. That is my world. Gas stations, highways, truck stops, cheap motels, flickering lights, constant hum. And then there is my mother. She lives on the west side of Tucson, in a little single-story stucco house with a gravel yard and a short brick wall out front. The kind of place you can drive by 1,000 times and never notice. The gravel crunches under your tires when you pull in, and in the summer the air feels like it is coming out of an oven. Her neighbor across the street has an old Ford pickup parked half on, half off the curb weeds, growing through the cracks in the driveway. On hot evenings, you can hear the swamp cooler on the house next door groaning and coughing out cold, damp air. Inside, my mom keeps everything neat. Kitchen counters wiped down with lemon-scented cleaner-framed photos on the walls, hung perfectly straight floor, swept until it squeaks under your socks. The living room has that distinct mix of dust fabric softener and old incense that all Mexican moms' houses seem to have, no matter what country they live in. There is always a pot of coffee going, even if it is 9 at night. Her English is perfect. Accent barely there unless she is tired or angry. But when she switches to Spanish, something in her changes. Her voice gets faster, sharper, like it knows the shortcuts. Words pile on top of each other without bumping. When she talks to relatives back in Mexico, or some friend whose name I have never heard before and will never hear again, the conversation moves in a rhythm I cannot follow. Whoever is on the other end usually goes quiet and lets her do most of the talking. Growing up, I thought that was just how moms were. They had mom voice for us and real voice for other adults. It took me a long time to realize that what my mom had was something else entirely. She does not tell stories about her childhood at all. No when I was your age speeches, no funny school memories, no old neighborhood jokes. Ask her about high school and she'll smile and say, "I was trouble," then change the subject to what I'm eating. Ask her about her parents and she'll shrug and say, "My father wore suits, my mother made people disappear." I could never tell which side was worse. That used to make me laugh when I was a kid. I thought she meant they were just very strict or dramatic. I did not understand that sometimes people say terrible things as jokes because it is the only way they know how to put them in the air. I'm telling you all this because you need to understand my mom has always been two people to me. There is the woman who texts me during soccer games to complain about the ref, who asks if I have eaten, who insists on sending me home with Tupperware full of food I did not ask for. She wears house slippers, curses at the TV when her team misses a goal, and knows exactly how many tablespoons of cumin to put in the beans without measuring. Then there is the woman who shows up in pieces, in the way she goes quiet when the news plays a story about violence at the border, in the way she hesitates half a second too long when a number from Mexico flashes on her caller ID. in the way her eyes go flat and distant when she hears certain last names. That second person is the one I met properly when I was 12. Or at least I brushed past her in the dark. It was a hot night, the kind where the air in Tucson feels thick even after midnight. Our old fridge rattled in the kitchen. The cheap ceiling fan in my room clicked every time it turned. I remember lying in bed, sweating on top of the sheets, listening to the clock on the wall in the hallway, tick and tick and tick. My dad had already moved out by then. It was just me and my mom in the house. Sometime after midnight, I woke up to the kind of quiet that makes you think the power went out. The fan had stopped clicking. The fridge motor was silent. The street outside sounded far away. I lay there for a few seconds, ears straining, heartbeat loud in my own head. Then the refrigerator sputtered back to life, the fan ticked, and I realized I really just had to pee. The hallway was dark when I opened my bedroom door. A dim greenish glow seeped from the living room, just enough to turn the edges of furniture into vague shapes. I could hear a voice coming from up ahead. My mother's voice, low and level, saying something in Spanish I could not catch. There was a second voice too, but it was so faint it might as well have been inside the phone. The TV was off, but that glow, that weird, sickly color, came from somewhere. As I shuffled down the hall in my socks, rubbing my eyes, I saw the source. The old box television in the living room was off, but the little red standby light glowed under the screen, and the bluish green from my mom's flip phone lit up her face and the coffee table below it. She was sitting on the couch in the dark, back straight, her free hand resting on her knee. The room smelled faintly of coffee and the lemon cleaner she'd used on the table earlier. Outside, a car drove by, throwing a brief wash of headlights across the curtains. Inside, everything felt still, suspended between the tick of the hallway clock and the quiet murmur of her voice. I was about to just walk past and head to the bathroom, but something in her tone made me stop. She was not talking like she usually did on the phone. There was no laughter, no little sounds, no filler. Each sentence came out measured, like she was reading from a script only she could see. Her Spanish sped up and then slowed, like she was choosing which words to step on carefully. I had never been great with Spanish. My dad never really spoke it, and my mom defaulted to English with me. But even with my limited vocabulary, I knew when someone was saying a name. She said it 3 times in the span of about a minute, a little softer each time. I will not write the real name here. I do not even like thinking it. For now, I will call him what everyone else seemed to call him, El Padrino. Hearing that name in the dark did something to my stomach. It was not a movie name, not something from TV or church or a cartoon. It had weight. The way she said it made the hairs on my arms stand up. It sounded like a word you whispered in confession, not one you used out loud. I stood in the hallway in my oversized t-shirt and socks, feeling stupid and exposed, listening to my mom talk about someone I had never heard of, like he was someone she saw yesterday. I do not know how long I stood there before my child brain decided to do what child brains do when confronted with something they do not understand. I went for the light switch. The click of the switch sounded too loud in the silence. The overhead lamp blinked on with a dull pop, flooding the living room with warm yellow. The TV screen reflected the lamp, dead and blank. The coffee table gleamed, and my mom did not jump. She did not flinch. She did not scream at me for sneaking up on her. She did not mumble some embarrassed explanation like "I didn't see you there, mijo," or scramble to close the phone. Instead, she stopped talking mid-sentence. Her hand closed the flip phone with a soft plastic snap. The little blue-green glow on her face vanished, leaving just the lamp's light. She did not even look down at the phone. Her eyes were already on me, as if she had known exactly where I was the whole time. I remember the way the light hit her face, flattening every expression. She looked neutral, not angry, not surprised, just assessing like she was trying to decide whether I was a problem that needed to be solved. "Go back to bed," she said. Her voice was calm, not the tired but playful mom voice, not the Spanish voice, just flat English, nothing extra. I stood there for a second, blinking, feeling the cool tile under my socks and the hallway clock tick behind me. The refrigerator in the kitchen kicked on again with a low rumble. Somewhere outside, a dog barked twice and then went quiet. "Who were you talking to?" I asked. I do not know why I asked it. I think I just wanted to drag her back into the version of reality. I understood the one where moms talk to aunts and cousins and say goodnight and laugh. "A friend," she said. No hesitation. No detail. "Go. It's late." She did not raise her voice. She did not stand up. She did not say my name. Just that. Go. The flip phone sat on the coffee table in front of her closed. A tiny notification light blinked on its edge, red, green, red, green. The air in the room felt heavier than it had a minute earlier. I went to the bathroom without saying anything else. On the way back to my room, the living room light was off again. I do not remember hearing her get up to hit the switch. For all I know, she never moved. When I lay back in bed, staring at the ceiling, fan blades turning shadows across the plaster, the house felt different. The familiar sounds were all still there, the fridge, the fan, the ticking clock, but they did not comfort me. They sounded like a cover, like background noise someone had turned up to hide a conversation. I did not know what El Padrino meant then. I did not ask. 12-year-old me filed it away in the same mental drawer as all the other grown-up things I was not supposed to know about yet. Divorce papers, bills, hushed arguments through thin walls. I just knew that in that moment, my mom was not afraid of me catching her up past midnight. She was not afraid of me hearing her speak Spanish. She was afraid, really genuinely afraid of whoever was on the other end of that line. I did not have the words for it then. I do now. That was the first night I realized my mother had a past. Not just a life before me like everyone does, but something deeper, darker, with names you do not say under a bright ceiling light. Something that could reach into our quiet little Tucson rental, sit on our couch, in the form of a voice through a flip phone, and make my mom, who did not scare easily, look at me like I had wandered into the wrong room at the wrong time. I went back to sleep eventually. Kids always do. The fan kept clicking. The clock kept ticking. The fridge hummed and rattled and knocked itself back into cycle. By morning, the living room was just a living room again, and my mom was standing at the stove making eggs, flipping tortillas on the burner, with her bare fingers humming along to the radio. If she saw me staring at her like she was someone else entirely, she did not show it. For years, I convinced myself that night was just a weird blip. Maybe I misheard. Maybe El Padrino was a character on some show or a joke or just a name that meant nothing. Life kept going. School friends, jobs, bills, the boring treadmill of being alive in the Southwest. The memory slid to the back of my mind. It stayed there quiet, like everything else she would not say, until that night on the desert highway, when I heard a stranger with a gun repeat that same name into my phone. And I saw the look in his eyes when he realized who had picked up on the other end. 1.2. Between Tucson and the desert. My mother was born in a place the news only mentions when something terrible happens. If you looked it up on a map, you would see a city pressed against the borderline like a bruise. Rows of low houses stretching into the dust factories, freight yards, bridges over a thin strip of river, and beyond that, the American side pretending it is a world away. I am not going to say the name because honestly, it does not matter which one you imagine. They all sound alike when the anchors say them over grainy footage and words like violence and cartel. Growing up, I only knew it as back home. She would say it that way sometimes in English. Back home, the heat hits different, when Tucson had a heat wave and the AC struggled. Back home, the street dogs run in packs when she saw some stray trotting along Speedway. Back home, people mind their business if they want to stay alive. That last one she did not say as a joke. The official family story, the one she is still willing to repeat if anyone asks at a barbecue or a work party, is simple. She grew up in a border town, did well in school, got a scholarship or some opportunity. Came to the States for college, met my dad, married, stayed, had me. The version you could fit in a sitcom if you left out the part where times got bad back home and nobody wanted to go back. She never talks about her mother. Ever. If I ask about my grandmother, she says she had rough hands and a soft heart, and then suddenly remembers the beans on the stove. If I ask what her mother did for work, she shrugs, whatever she needed to. Then she asks if I am eating enough vegetables. My grandfather is only slightly less of a ghost. All I know is what she has let slip in small, sideways pieces over the years. That he wore suits when most men wore uniforms or coveralls. That he worked for the government in some capacity, which could mean anything from accountant to something much darker, depending on how you say it. She never specifies. Sometimes she calls him a man who believed in paperwork more than people. I still do not know if that is an insult or a compliment. If there are pictures of her childhood, they are not in her house. There are no fading school photos pinned to the fridge, no yellowed Polaroids of her as a little girl in front of a cinder block house. The earliest picture of my mom in our home shows her in her mid-20s, standing in front of some ugly beige campus building hair, pulled back jeans, a backpack over one shoulder. The desert looks the same behind her, but it is an American desert now. The only younger versions of her I have seen come from relatives messaging me grainy snapshots through WhatsApp, and even then she rolls her eyes and says, "I delete that." I look terrible before I can ask anything. Try to bring up anything before that, and she slips away. Did you have a big family turns into, did you see what your cousin posted on Facebook? What was your favorite street to walk when you were a kid becomes, have you eaten? You look too skinny. Once when I was maybe 19 and feeling bold, I asked what the town was like. Really like. Not the tourist version, not the story safe for Christmas dinners. She was chopping onions at the counter. She kept her eyes on the knife and said, "People forget how quickly someone can be made to disappear," in the same tone someone might use to say, "People forget how quickly milk goes bad." Then she wiped her hands, asked me to get the tortillas from the pantry, and started humming along to the radio. That is how it always is with her past. One sharp sentence, then a pivot. A flash of something sharp under the skin, then the mask comes back on. My world by comparison feels simple, boring even. I live mostly between 4 cities, Tucson, Phoenix, Yuma, and Las Cruces. Lines on a map connected by hot, straight highways. My company dispatches me wherever there is a store having a bad day. Credit card readers going down pumps, not talking to registers, software updates bricking overnight. My email fills up with subject lines like service call, shop 45823, site 11234, pump 7 down, and I toss my tool bag in the Tacoma and go. On a typical week, I might start with a drive from Tucson up to Phoenix. The I-10 in daylight is a different animal. The sun makes the asphalt shimmer ahead of you like you are driving into water. There is a dedicated lane for trucks, and you can hear them more than see them. Sometimes their air brakes sighing, their tires humming a bass line under the higher-pitched whine of your own. Billboards break up the landscape. Smiling lawyers promising to fight for maximum compensation if a semi ever turns you into scrap metal. Motel signs offering rooms for $39.99 a night, breakfast included. Flashy ads for casinos you can see from the freeway, their parking lots full of RVs. Every few miles there is another warning. Last gas for 30 miles. Next services 27 miles. Watch for animals. Then there is the stretch toward Yuma, where the green of irrigated fields appears out of nowhere like a glitch in the desert. Or the long run toward Las Cruces, where the land feels emptier and the sky somehow bigger, like the world is stretching itself out, and you are a tiny bug crawling along one of its veins. I live out of the cab of that Tacoma and the break rooms of truck stops. Those break rooms all share the same soul. A slightly sticky table, 4 chairs that look like they came from 3 different restaurant auctions, a wall-mounted TV tuned to news or daytime judge shows with the volume down captions scrolling too fast to read, a microwave with a door that never quite shuts properly, and a smell that is 70% burrito, 30% soup that exploded in 2014 and was never fully wiped out of the vents. There is always at least one driver sleeping with his head down on the table, ball cap pulled over his face, arms folded under his forehead. Somewhere a fridge compressor kicks in with a low growl. The soda fountain spits and hisses as someone fills a foam cup with ice and cheap cola. The floor has a sticky crunch in exactly one corner where something dried years ago. Sometimes I sit in those rooms and eat whatever disaster I pulled from the warmer case bacon egg cheese sandwich that has merged with its wrapper pizza slice with cheese hardened into a plastic sheet. And I think about how this is my office. Not a cubicle with co-workers, but a rotating cast of strangers in reflective vests and steel-toe boots. In between jobs, I drive. A lot. With the radio on the cab of the Tacoma is full of voices. Sports talk guys arguing about football or baseball. 2 hosts debating whether some coach should be fired, callers screaming into their phones, while Blake from Tempe gets cut off mid-rant by a commercial for tire shops. I have spent entire afternoons listening to people who will never know I exist, screaming about a team in a city I will never visit. With the radio off, the world sounds different. You notice the steady hum of the engine, the way it rises and falls with the slightest pressure of your foot, the wind hissing past the mirrors, sneaking through the tiny gap in the windowsill. The wipers squeak thump across the windshield when a sudden dust storm blows sand that hits the glass with tiny taps. The tires make a low, constant growl on the asphalt, and every time you roll over the expansion joints in the concrete, there is that gentle, rhythmic thump, 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 thump that could rock you to sleep if you are not careful. Sometimes when the sun is low and the road goes straight for so long, it feels like the world has always been nothing but this lane. That sound is the only thing that convinces you that you are still moving and have not drifted off into some endless loop of desert and road. Those are the moments I usually call my mom. I will be 2 hours outside Phoenix or somewhere east of Benson, and I will fish my phone out of the cup holder, hit the little voice command, say, "Call Mom," and wait for her to pick up. Her background noise has its own soundscape, TV sportscasters yelling over each other in Spanish, the clink of a spoon against a coffee mug, the muffled bark of a neighbor's dog filtering through her kitchen window. We talk about nothing and everything. My work, her neighbors, which of my cousins just had a baby, which European club is humiliating which other club in the Champions League. She knows lineups better than most guys I know. She will say things like, "They should have taken him off in the 75th minute, he was running out of gas," and she is always right. I will tell her about some weird customer who yelled at me because the pump took an extra 30 seconds to print a receipt, and she will laugh that deep, throaty laugh that makes you think everything is fine. When the conversation turns toward her, toward back home, she steers it away with the same ease she uses to flip a tortilla on a skillet. Did you ever miss living there? I asked once somewhere between Deming and Lordsburg, watching the distant mountains turn purple in my side mirror. There was a pause, just long enough for me to notice. "Sometimes I miss the smell after it rains," she said finally. "But not enough to go back. Because of the crime I pushed stupidly. Because of everything she said. Anyway, did you see that goal from Saturday? That kid is going to Europe soon, I promise you." The sound of the road filled the space where my questions should have been. Every so often, she will drop a sentence that does not fit the conversation. Something sharp, a little too pointed, like a bone in a bowl of soup. One afternoon, I was telling her about a neighbor in my apartment complex who plays music too loud at midnight. She snorted and said, "People forget how quickly someone can be made to disappear," in that offhand, almost amused tone. I laughed. "Because what else do you do?" "You mean like calling the landlord?" I joked. She did not laugh with me. There was a breath like she was about to say something more. Then the rustle of her shifting the phone, the clink of a cup on the counter. "Like people forgetting to mind their business," she said instead. "So, are you coming Sunday or not? I am not making enchiladas if you are going to cancel. This is the dance we do." I pretend her jokes are just jokes. She pretends I do not notice the parts where her voice goes flat. Most of my adult life has been spent in that space between Tucson and the desert, physically, emotionally, everything. Close enough to home that I can be at her kitchen table in 20 minutes, far enough away on any given day that the flat, empty miles outside my windshield feel like an ocean. Maybe that is why what happened in Las Cruces feels like the logical endpoint of a road I did not know I was on. It started the same way any bad week at work starts, with an email from my dispatcher and a subject line that made me groan. Las Cruces, multi-day project, it said. The body of the email laid out the details: 3 days on site at 2 different truck stops just outside the city, replacing old card readers, doing a full firmware upgrade, coordinating with some cranky manager who did not want their system down longer than necessary. Mileage would be paid. Hotel covered. In theory, a decent chunk of overtime. In practice, it meant 3 dawn starts, 3 late nights, and more hours than I liked on I-10. I sat at my little kitchen table, phone in hand, the hum of my own fridge filling the silence while I looked at my calendar. If everything went perfectly, if parts arrived on time, if the network cooperated, if nothing blew up, I could finish the last job by late afternoon on the 3rd day and make it back to Tucson before midnight. I had done that drive before. It was long, but doable. If anything went wrong, I would be pushing into the kind of hours where you start seeing shapes on the shoulder that are not really there. I forwarded the email to a folder, scribbled the dates on the notepad I keep near the microwave, then texted my mom out of habit. Heading to Las Cruces next week. 3-day job. Might swing by Sunday if I'm not dead. She texted back almost immediately. Call me tonight. That alone was not weird. She likes to track where I am, what highway I am on, which motel I am dropping my bag in. She says it is, so she knows when to worry. I suspect it is also because part of her still cannot believe we live in a world where you can pull up someone's little blue dot on a screen and see which street they're on. That evening, I drove over to her place for dinner. The swamp cooler next door moaned away, trying to survive the last of the heat. The gravel crunched under my tires like broken glass. I could hear the commentary of a soccer match through her living room window as I walked up the path. We ate at her small dining table, the one with the lace runner and the candle she never actually lights. She asked about the job, how many stops, what hours. I told her the plan, the same way I would tell my boss or myself: drive out early Monday, hit the first site before noon, check into the motel, second site Tuesday, wrap up Wednesday, drive back. You're driving back Wednesday night, she asked. slicing a piece of avocado, not quite looking at me. "That's the idea," I said. "If everything goes right, I should be back before midnight." She made a small sound in her throat. Not quite disagreement, not quite approval. "You have driven that stretch at night before," she said. It was not a question. "Yeah," I said. "A bunch of times." "It's just long and boring." She nodded, eyes still on her plate. The TV in the other room shouted something about a foul, the crowd noise rising and falling like waves. Somewhere outside, someone's truck backfired. "Just, if you're driving back late," she said finally, "call me. Keep me on the phone." "That's the plan," I said. That had always been our routine. "Why you think I'm going to fall asleep and drive into a cactus?" A tiny smile flickered on her face. "I do not like that stretch at night," she said in the same tone she might use to say she did not like a particular brand of coffee. "Too empty. Too much space for bad things to happen. Like deer," I teased. "Or like people." She looked up then, just for a second. Her eyes met mine, and there it was again, that second person wearing my mother's face, the one from the couch in the dark when I was 12. "Both," she said. "Call me." That should have been just another overprotective mom comment. A simple "text me when you get there." But my mother does not get spooked easily by highways. She grew up in places where the danger is not out on the road. It is 2 doors down. She is not dramatic about that stuff. She does not send chain messages about human trafficking in Walmart parking lots or panic over every news story. So when she said, "I don't like that stretch at night," it slid under my skin and stayed there. Later, after I drove home and parked under the sodium lights of my apartment lot, my phone buzzed on the passenger seat. It was a text from her. "If you're driving back late, call me. I don't like that stretch at night." Same words, written down this time, as if saying them out loud had not been enough. I stared at it for a long moment, listening to the engine ticking as it cooled, the soft whir of someone's AC on the balcony above the distant whoosh of a car passing on the main road. I did not know it then, but that message was the first crack in the wall between my ordinary life of store alarms and service calls and the other world my mother carries around in pieces. The world where she does not like that stretch at night because she knows exactly who uses it and what they are willing to do to anyone who happens to stop in the wrong pool of flickering light. 1.3. The last normal calls. The drive out to Las Cruces was uneventful in the way that makes you lazy. I left Tucson early before the sun had fully burned its way over the Rincon Mountains. The sky was still that pale gray blue that looks cold even when you know it will be over 100 by noon. The Tacoma's engine hummed, my coffee tasted like burnt plastic in a paper cup, and the highway unrolled in front of me the way it always does. I had the radio on at first, some morning show, where 2 guys laughed too loudly at their own jokes, then switched to sports talk. The same discussions about which team would blow their season this year. Noise to push the miles along. The desert slid past outside the windows, mesquite creosote, the occasional clump of saguaros standing like a group of people caught mid-conversation. By the time I hit the New Mexico line, the sun was high enough to bleach everything flat. I checked into the first truck stop site around midday, wrestled with a stubborn card reader for longer than I wanted to admit, and by early evening I was rolling into the parking lot of the motel corporate had booked for me. It looked exactly like every other cheap roadside motel I've ever stayed in. A long, low building with doors opening directly onto the parking lot. A faded sign out front promising cable TV and free Wi-Fi like those things are rare treasures. The neon vacancy sign in the office window flickered between fully lit and half-dead buzzing faintly. A couple of semis were parked along the back fence, engines off, cabs dark. Someone's dusty sedan sat crooked in a space near the soda machines. The front office smelled like old coffee and air freshener, trying to cover the smell of old coffee. A small TV behind the desk played a daytime talk show with the sound-off captions zipping by too fast to read. The clerk slid a clipboard toward me without really looking up, pointed at the line I needed to sign, and handed me a key card with a number written on it in fading Sharpie. The carpet in my room was the color of dried blood and smelled like damp socks and cigarette smoke that had soaked into the fibers years ago. When I dropped my bag, a faint puff of that smell came up like the floor exhaled. The AC unit under the window roared to life when I cranked it, shaking slightly in the wall, rattling the thin metal grill. Outside, the neon from the sign smeared red across the window, pulsing every time the transformer buzzed. There was a bed with a floral bedspread that had seen better decades, a small round table with one chair, and a TV bolted to the wall. The bathroom light was a harsh, humming fluorescent tube that made my face look sickly in the mirror. Through the thin wall, I could hear someone taking a shower next door, the pipes groaning in the gaps between my own breath and the AC's steady growl. This is the part people always underestimate in these stories, the slow suffocation of cheap rooms and half-dead machines. It wears you down long before anything big and obvious ever happens. I kicked off my boots, sat cross-legged on the bed, and unwrapped the fast food I'd grabbed on the way in. Grease stained the paper bag instantly. The burger tasted like salt and boredom. I flipped through the channels until I landed on a local news station. The anchor had that calm, troubled face they all wear, now a mask of practiced concern. Somewhere between a story about a house fire and a segment about drought conditions, a headline slid across the bottom of the screen, "Major Drug Bust Along Border." They cut to some B-roll of agents in windbreakers wheeling plastic-wrapped bundles out of a warehouse. The anchor said it was believed to be connected to several unnamed organizations operating between here and the border region. Unnamed organizations. The phrase made me think of my mother's unnamed past, of the way she always said back home instead of the city's name. I watched grainy footage of men whose faces were blurred, carrying boxes into vans, and wondered, not for the first time, what kind of job, in some capacity, my grandfather had done for the government. Halfway through the segment, my phone buzzed on the nightstand. A text from my mom. "Watch who you listen to about that stuff. No punctuation, no emojis, just that." I frowned at the screen, glancing back at the TV. The anchor was still talking, still carefully avoiding actually naming anyone. It could have been any case from any year in the last few decades. "What you know better than the news now," I typed, letting the sarcasm cover the unease. 3 dots appeared, then vanished. For a moment, I thought she was going to launch into a tirade about media bias or politics. Instead, a much shorter message came through. Sometimes, yes. That was it. No follow-up, no joking. The AC unit rattled. Someone laughed out in the parking lot, the sound warbling through the thin glass. The neon outside flickered, making the room strobe faintly for a second, before returning to its usual dull glow. I turned off the TV. The next day was the kind of long that folds in on itself. The truck stop on the outskirts of Las Cruces was one of the bigger ones, a full-service beast with a dozen diesel lanes for semis, a separate island for regular cars, a fast food chain attached to the main building, and a scattering of RVs parked out back like they had grown there. The sun bounced off chrome and glass, making the whole place shimmer. The air tasted like hot rubber exhaust and burnt coffee. Trucks rolled in and out in a steady rhythm, engines idling, air brakes hissing like irritated snakes. Inside, the air conditioning was fighting a losing battle against the heat every time the doors slid open. A constant low-grade roar filled the building fans, spinning coolers, whirring the hum of fluorescent lights, overhead music from the store's playlist, bleeding into whatever the people in the fast food section were blasting from the kitchen. Somewhere a kid was crying. Somewhere else a slot machine near the entrance jingled as someone fed it quarters. The smell in there was a heavy mix, cheap cologne sweat fryer oil, the sickly sweet scent of cinnamon rolls under a heat lamp, and that particular bitter tang of gas station coffee that tastes the same no matter what town you are in. I checked in with the manager, a woman with dark circles under her eyes and a name tag that had been pinned on crooked so many times, the plastic was cracked. She walked me through the issues, half complaining about lost sales, half apologizing for the mess behind the counter. By mid-morning, I was on my knees behind a lottery display, half wedged between an ATM and a soda cooler tracing cables, with a flashlight clenched between my teeth. Dust bunnies and old scratcher tickets littered the floor. Someone had dropped a bottle cap back there years ago, and it had fused itself to the tile. From that cramped little cave, the soundscape changed. I could hear the hollow thud of footsteps above me, muffled voices through the counter, the clinks and clacks of bottles knocking together every time someone opened the cooler door above my head. The soda cooler's compressor kicked in with a low, vibrating hum that I could feel in my elbows as much as I could hear. Somewhere very close, a fridge fan whined just off pitch, like it was half a second away from giving up. The intercom crackled every few minutes. A bored voice announced, "Shower 7 now available." Shower 7. Then a little musical chime. Then static. Repeat. That's the thing about spending your life in places like this. The details dig into you. The little sounds and smells and textures sink in so deep that when something finally does go wrong, it isn't happening in some vague movie set. It's happening in the middle of a world your body already knows by heart. I spent the entire second day like that, crawling under counters, rebooting routers, arguing with a switch that did not want to cooperate, calling the help desk line, and listening to hold music while drivers stomped past in work boots. I ate a microwave burrito in the break room for lunch, the tortilla hard at the edges, where it had been overheated, the cheese in the middle still half cold. A driver 2 tables over snored softly, with his head on his arms, a baseball cap pulled down over his eyes. By the time the manager signed off on my work order and I packed my tools back into their bag, the sun was sliding down behind the low hills to the west. The sky over the pumps glowed orange, then pink, then something bruised and purple. Long shadows stretched across the parking lot. The heat didn't really lift. It just changed flavor. I drove back to the motel with the windows cracked a bit, letting in the smell of hot dust. My shoulders ached. My brain felt fuzzy from fluorescent light and router logs. All I wanted was a shower and to fall face first onto that ugly bedspread. The ice machine in the hallway outside my room sounded like someone dropping a crate of glass bottles every 10 minutes. Metal clanged, ice crashed down into the bin, then silence. Then the compressor kicked on with a metallic cough. The carpet smelled even worse after a full day of absorbing people's sweat. I showered in water that never quite decided if it wanted to be hot or lukewarm. The bathroom fan was a dying thing, rattling itself into the ceiling. When I stepped back into the main room wrapped in a towel, the TV was playing some sitcom laugh track at full blast from the room next door. A couple was arguing 2 doors down, their voices rising and falling like waves behind thin drywall. I killed the overhead light, leaving only the small lamp on the bedside table. It cast a weak yellow circle over the bed and the part of the carpet closest to me, leaving the corners of the room in soft shadow. The AC unit grumbled along. Every few seconds it made a little rattling noise like a coin had fallen into its guts. I lay back on the bed with my phone in my hand, scrolling through nothing. Old messages, junk emails, a notification from my bank reminding me a payment had gone through. My finger hovered over the screen for a minute before finally tapping my mom's name. She answered on the second ring. Bueno, she said then, hey mijo in English like she always does. In the background, I could hear the familiar murmur of a soccer game on her TV and the clink of something in the kitchen. How's Las Cruces, she asked. They feeding you, or are you living off chips, microwave burritos, I said. Living the dream. She made a disapproving noise. That is not food. That is punishment. We talked for a while about nothing important. I told her about the manager who kept hovering behind me, breathing down my neck, while I rebooted her network. She told me about a new neighbor who had moved in 2 houses down with a loud truck and louder music. In the other room of the motel, someone flicked their TV off. The sudden drop in canned laughter made my ears ring for a second. Eventually, the conversation turned to the next day. So you finish tomorrow? She asked. Yeah, I said. If nothing explodes, I should be done by like 5. Maybe earlier if I skip lunch. And then you drive back. That's the plan, I said. It's like, what, 4 hours, 4.5 if there's traffic? I'll be home before midnight. I'll call you like you said. The AC wheezed. The ice machine outside my door dumped another load into its bin with a crash. Someone laughed in the hallway, then doors opened and closed in a domino pattern. What time exactly? She asked. The way she said it made me glance at the phone like I could see her face through the screen. I don't know, I said. Depends how long the second sight takes. Why she did not answer right away. Just tell me, she said. Roughly, are you leaving at 3, at 6? Will the sun be down when you're still on the road? Probably, I said. Best case, I'm rolling into Tucson around 10. Worst case, more like 11:30. Why, what's up? You planning to have enchiladas waiting when I get there? You wish, she snorted. Then more quietly, use the big stations on the way back, the ones with the trucks, no little side road places. I smiled at the ceiling. You sound like you know something about side roads, I said. The line came out lighter than I felt. Maybe I was hoping she'd finally drop one of those bone-sharp remarks that explains everything. She chuckled, but it was thin. I know that if a place is too quiet, it is too empty to help you, she said. Stay where there are people, cameras, too many witnesses to clean up easily. Clean up is a weird phrase to use, Mom, I said. Then listen to the weird phrase, she replied. I could hear her open the fridge, the soft suction shift of rubber against metal. A bottle clinked against another. No side roads. Yes, ma'am, I said, mocking my own obedience. She let that go. Then softer, almost buried under the roar of the AC on my end, she added, and don't hang up on me if you have to stop. Leave me on speaker. I stared at the lamplight pooling on the bedspread at the shadow of my own hand holding the phone. You're really spooked about this, huh? I said. You know I've driven this stretch at night before. It's not like it's the apocalypse out there. You asked me once what it was like back home, she said. You remember? Yeah. I told you people forget how quickly someone can be made to disappear, she said. Out there between here and you, there is a lot of out of sight. There are a lot of places where people do not ask questions when something happens at 3 in the morning. Her voice had that other tone now, the one I heard when I was 12, standing in the doorway in my socks. The TV crowd noise behind her felt distant, compressed. I'm not going to disappear, Mom, I said, aiming for a joke and missing. I've got too many service tickets open. She gave a short laugh at that, a real one this time, but it died quickly. I am serious, she said. Use the big stations. Call me, no side road places. Promise. I promise, I said. It was not a big moment. There were no thunderclaps, no sudden gusts of wind shaking the motel windows. It was just a son agreeing to humor his mother. We talked a few more minutes about which team was playing on Saturday, about whether my brother had called about nothing at all. Then we said goodnight. The line clicked dead. The room felt even smaller after that. I lay back on the bed and stared at the textured ceiling tracing meaningless patterns in the bumps. The AC rattled. Somewhere on the floor above, someone walked past, their footsteps muffled but distinct. A car door slammed outside, followed by the low murmur of a conversation in the parking lot and the beep of a key fob. The ice machine in the hallway roared to life, dumping another avalanche into its plastic bin. The sound made the door vibrate in the frame, a faint rattle of metal against metal. The neon sign outside the window flickered, and for a split second the red light cut out completely before buzzing back to life. All of it felt ordinary and wrong at the same time. If you had walked into that room, you would have just seen a tired guy in work pants lying on an ugly bed, lit by a cheap lamp phone on the nightstand, AC too loud. Nothing remarkable. No monster under the bed. No shadow in the corner. For me, that was the last night I believed my mother's warnings were just anxiety and lived-in paranoia, leftovers from a life she refused to tell me about. I did not know it then, but every weird little detail, my mom in the dark with her flip phone, the jokes about people disappearing, the absence of childhood photos, the way she said no side road places like it was a rule carved in stone, all of it was lining up behind me like cars queuing at a light. The next night, on that empty stretch of desert highway, with the gas gauge sinking and the sky full of stars, they were all going to hit green at once. 2.1. A long, empty highway. The last day in Las Cruces ran long. It always does when you are counting on it not to. The second site I had to hit was on the opposite side of town, another truck stop with a different logo but the same bones. The manager there had a network issue that should take just an hour tops according to the email. The moment I saw the tangle of extra switches somebody's cousin had installed in the back room, I knew that was a lie. We spent the late afternoon in that humming little Helmy tracing cables with a flashlight, while the manager hovered behind me muttering about lost sales and threatening to call my boss. My boss calling me to ask why the ticket had not closed yet. The help desk guy on speaker giving me steps I had already done twice. Every time the automatic doors whooshed open to let another wave of heat inside the network, dropped another packet just to mock me. By the time the last terminal finally stopped throwing errors and the manager scrawled his name across my work order with a flourish, my shirt was stuck to my back with a thin layer of sweat. My eyes felt grainy from staring at a blinking cursor on a command line too long. My knees ached from hours of kneeling on hard tile. When I stepped outside, the sky over the pumps was purple-black. The lot had changed personalities since that morning. A few daytime cars gone more long-haul trucks, lined up engines, idling low headlights off their cabs, glowing softly from interior lights. The air was cooler than it had been, but still warm enough to hold the smell of diesel and rubber. I threw my tool bag into the Tacoma, slid behind the wheel, and checked the dash. The digital clock glowed 9:42 p.m. The fuel gauge needle was hovering just above the red. Not panic territory, but not exactly generous either. I sat there for a second, both hands on the steering wheel listening. The truck stop noise was its own kind of ocean engines, rumbling air brakes, sighing the distant beeping of a backing truck, the muffled thump of bass from someone's radio. Through my open window, the smell of burnt coffee drifted from the main building every time the doors swooshed open. I could have stayed another night, called the motel, called my boss, justified the extra room cost with the long day. But the idea of one more night on that damp carpet with the ice machine exploding down the hall made something in me rebel. 4 hours, 4.5 tops. I had done that drive home in worse moods. The interstate was calling. Home was calling. And if I am honest, some pride was calling too. I wanted to be done with Las Cruces, close the ticket, close the log, cross the state line, and leave this job behind. I pulled out of the lot, my headlights carving a path through the darkness of the service road. The on-ramp to I-10 fed me back into the bloodstream of the highway. As I merged, the Tacoma shuddered slightly in the wake of a passing semi, its taillights shrinking ahead of me, twin red dots in a sea of black. The night had settled fully now. No more sunset colors, no more gradient, just a ceiling of dark sky studded with stars and the occasional streak of plane lights crawling across. Out there, away from the city, glow the stars have a way of making you feel like the road is floating in space, like the asphalt is just a strip of ship floor in a void. I set the cruise control a few miles above the limit and settled back, hands light on the wheel shoulders loosening as the steady drone of the engine filled the cab. The lane lines flicked by in my headlights, regular and hypnotic. Off to my right, every now and then, a reflector post would flash white in the beam and then vanish back into the dark. The truck lane to my left was its own chain of moving islands. Pairs of headlights and marker lights glowed, drawing slowly closer, then sliding past with a blast of wind and noise before shrinking in the rear view. Some trucks had their company names painted on the sides, familiar logos I had seen on paper towel rolls and cereal boxes. Others were just anonymous white boxes gliding through the night, humming freight from nowhere to nowhere. For a while, I let the radio fill the space. Sports talk, late night edition. Two guys with smooth voices arguing about a trade, one of them insisting a quarterback was overrated, the other quoting stats. Caller after caller from little towns I have never set foot in chimed in, speaking from garages and living rooms, just like the one my mom sat in hundreds of miles away. It worked for maybe half an hour. It kept my brain on rails and gave me something to nod along with. But somewhere past the third commercial break, something about a mattress sale and something else about a supplement that promised to patch every hole in your life, the chatter started to scrape on my nerves. I jabbed the button and the cab fell into sudden quiet. The silence made the real sounds jump into sharper focus. The engine's hum, the low hiss of the air moving past the seams in the doors, the soft thump of the tires hitting seams in the concrete when the surface changed, the occasional distant howl of wind coming down off the low hills and nudging the truck just enough that I had to correct. I unlocked my phone from its cradle and thumbed through my contacts. If you want to know how lonely a stretch of highway really is, try calling people at 10 o'clock on a weeknight. The first friend let it ring out, then bounced me to voicemail. The second answered, sounded half asleep, and said, "Hey man, I'm beat. Can I call you back tomorrow?" before I could even explain why I was calling. A girl I had been texting on and off saw my name and declined the call before it even hit the second ring. I tried Spotify. Hit shuffle, let a song start. The first notes filled the cab, the singer's voice threading over a guitar. After about 30 seconds, it felt wrong. Too polished, too produced, like someone had put a movie soundtrack over raw footage. I killed it with a tap. That left the road. The steady, patient road. Out here between cities, I-10 at night is an exercise in minimalism. The asphalt is dark and featureless beyond what your headlights reveal. The edges of the world are just vague suggestions, darker shapes of low hills, brush blurring past in the periphery. Every so often, a green sign looms up out of the dark, reflective letters, shouting the name of an exit with no context. Mile marker numbers tick upward or downward depending on your direction, tiny reassurances that you are actually going somewhere. The sky arches over all of it, indifferent. I watched the digital clock on the dash slip from 9:57 to 9:58 to 9:59. The fuel gauge needle inched lower, a tiny, slow betrayal. I told myself I knew this route. I had seen the sign services every so many miles, the big travel centers with bright lights and enormous parking lots. I could stop at one of those just like my mom had told me. Easy. I should have felt confident. Instead, a little worm of anxiety started chewing at the back of my mind. I thought of that text she had sent. I don't like that stretch at night. The way her voice had changed when she said it at the kitchen table. It sat there in my chest, heavy and stubborn, louder than the air whooshing past the mirrors. Relax, I muttered to myself, fingers tightening on the steering wheel for a second. It's just a road. The low fuel light came on with a soft, accusing ding. A little amber gas pump icon lit up on the dash, glowing like an eye. The warning message scrolled under it. Low fuel. The needle had dipped into the red zone now, not yet kissing the bottom line, but close enough that it might as well have. I blew out a breath through my teeth, glancing at the GPS mounted on the dash. The screen washed my hands in pale blue, the little arrow showing my Tacoma creeping along a line through pale nothing. It told me the next major services were still over 20 miles away. As if on cue, a green reflective sign slid into my headlights on the right-hand side of the road. Next services, 26 miles. 26 miles on low fuel is not suicide in a truck like mine. Not if you have been driving sensible. Not if you trust the gauge. I had made worse gambles. But the combination of the glowing warning, the number on the sign, and my mom's voice in my head soured my confidence. I let my foot ease up on the accelerator, dropping my speed a few miles. The tires hummed a slightly lower note against the asphalt. My phone buzzed in the cup holder, skittering a little against the plastic from the vibration. It was like the universe giving me an excuse. I hit the steering wheel control to answer and watched my mom's name flash on the screen. "You're late," she said by way of greeting. TV noise bled through behind her, the roar of a stadium crowd and a commentator shouting too fast in Spanish. "Nice to hear from you too," I said. "You watching the game, of course," she said. "You think I would call you for nothing? My team is playing like clowns." I needed a distraction. Her voice filled the cab, familiar and grounding. It layered over the sound of the road over the engine. The noise from her living room, the crowd, the commentator, the occasional beep from her microwave if she had made coffee made my little bubble of headlights and darkness feel less hollow. "How's the drive?" she asked. "Where are you now?" "Somewhere between nowhere and nowhere," I said. "On I-10. It's dark. There's road." "That's the tour," she snorted. "Very helpful." "Are you past the state line, I think?" So I said. "The last sign I saw said something about rest area in 10 miles, then services in 26. She said. I could hear the way she said it, like she was filing that information away somewhere. "You sound tired." "I'm fine," I lied, just trying not to fall asleep, listening to two guys on the radio argue about who the greatest striker of all time is. "Let me guess, one of them said some English clown," she said. "Yeah." "They are wrong," she said. I could hear the smile in her voice. It is always someone from back home. They just do not want to admit it. We slipped into our usual rhythm. I told her about the idiot manager who had forgotten the admin password and then blamed me when we had to reset half the system. She told me about a stray cat that had decided her backyard was now his personal kingdom, and how she was pretending to hate it while secretly feeding it tuna. The conversation bounced between Spanish and English, between soccer analysis and family gossip. On my side of the line, the road unspooled under the Tacoma's tires. Each time I hit a stretch of concrete, The subtle, hollow thunk-thunk under the wheels punctuated her sentences. When the surface went back to asphalt, the sound smoothed out again into the endless hiss. Every time we hit one of those concrete sections, the steering wheel vibrated just a little, and the dash made a soft bong like it was acknowledging the change. Road surface changed, the GPS would say in its neutral voice if I had it unmuted. Instead, my mom's voice covered it. At one point in the middle of a long debate over whether a certain team's coach should be fired, she paused. "You're quiet," she said. "You fall asleep on me." "Nah," I said, just watching the road. In truth, I had been watching the fuel gauge tick the smallest amount lower like a drip in an IV line. The low fuel warning stayed on persistent. The distance between the needle and the bottom peg was getting uncomfortably small. I did the math in my head. I had driven enough beat-up trucks and cars to know that empty rarely meant empty. There is always a few extra miles hidden in there, a slush fund of gas the manufacturer does not advertise. But those hidden miles are not something you want to test on a stretch of highway, where the only light is whatever you bring with you. The green next services. 26 miles sign replayed itself in my memory. I tried to remember exactly how many miles ago that had been. 12:15. Time on the highway is slippery, minutes stretch and compress. The dash clock now read 10:23 p.m., but it felt like it had been 9:42 for hours. "I'll hit the next big place," I said mostly, so she would hear me obeying her earlier order. One of the travel centers, lots of trucks, lots of lights, no creepy side roads. "Promise, good," she said. "You know I will be mad even if you die. I will find you and smack you in the afterlife." "Nice to know some things are eternal," I said. She laughed. The sound crackled a little through the car speakers. Outside, the darkness felt a shade less oppressive for a moment. The highway rolled on. A semi passed me on the left, its trailer lights a red ladder sliding by. My headlights swept over a patch of scrub on the shoulder, revealing a discarded tire and what might have been a shredded piece of tarp. Then nothing again. The fuel gauge dipped another hair. Ahead, another green sign materialized out of the dark, this one smaller than the usual services billboard. It sat a little closer to the ground, one of those older metal ones that had been there long before the newer, taller ones were put in. In my headlights, the reflective paint flashed for a brief second, a simple gas pump icon in white, an exit number, and the word gas in faded letters. That caught my attention. I glanced down at the GPS. The next labeled services on the screen were still a ways off, marked by a familiar corporate logo icon. No little gas symbol at the exit number the sign had just flashed at me. According to the map, that off-ramp might as well have led to nothing. "Where are you?" my mom asked suddenly. The way she asked it made my grip tighten on the wheel. It was not an idle question, not the casual, "Where are you now?" she usually threw out to make small talk. Her tone had dropped lower, flatter, the way it did when she thought I was not paying attention. "Still on I-10, I said, eyes flicking between the road and the sign shrinking in my rear view. "Why, I heard something," she said. There was a murmur on her end, the commentator on the TV rising in volume, then dipping as if she had turned it down. A glass clinked against a counter. But that was not what she meant. She was talking about my side. "You went quiet," she added. "Too quiet." "What did you see?" "Just a sign," I said. "Some little gas sign for an exit. It's not even on my GPS. Probably some tiny local place." Silence stretched for a heartbeat on the line. The tires hummed. The low fuel icon glowed accusingly at me from the dash. "What exit number?" she asked. Her voice had changed again. That other woman was on the line now, the one who used to sit in the dark with the flip phone pressed to her ear. I glanced at the rear view as if I could still read the sign shrinking behind me. The number had already blurred into the general night, but my brain replayed the shape of it, 2 digits starting with a 1. I think it was 190-something, I said. Why you got a Yelp review you want to read me? This is not funny, she said. Her tone flattened completely. If you see another sign, you tell me the number. And if you are going to get off, you tell me before you do it. A chill went down my spine that had nothing to do with the overworked AC in the Tacoma. It was the way she said it. Not worried, not begging, commanding. I swallowed, eyes fixed now on the stretch of road ahead, suddenly alert in a way I had not been all night. Okay, I said. Why though? On her end, the TV crowd roared, then surged into cheers. Somewhere in her living room, a goal had been scored. Her voice, when she spoke again, did not match the noise behind her at all. Because there are some exits, she said slowly, each word deliberate, that do not show up on the map for a reason. 2.2, the wrong exit. If this were one of those stories where the universe sends you obvious signs, this would be the part where I tell you everything went suddenly quiet, and a deep, booming voice said, "Don't do it. That is not how it works out here." What I got instead was the steady hiss of the highway. My mom's breathing in my ear, the glow of the low fuel warning, and a second little green sign appearing on the shoulder ahead, like it had just remembered to exist. It was smaller than the last one. My headlights picked it up late, the reflective paint flashing for barely a second before it was gone. Just a gas pump icon, an arrow, and an exit number. No miles to services, no restaurant logos, no motel logos. No travel center in big, friendly letters. Just there is something here, if you want to roll the dice. Hold on, I said. I flicked my eyes down at the fuel gauge. The needle had sunk past the line now into that ambiguous zone car manufacturer's design on purpose, the place where you do not know how much of your fate is math and how much is hope. The next big name-brand truck stop, according to the GPS, was still over 20 miles away. It was late. I was tired. I had been on my feet all day and behind the wheel for hours after that. I pictured myself coasting to a stop on the shoulder in between exits, hazard lights, blinking weakly, while semis roared by, calling roadside assistance and trying to explain that yes, I really had been dumb enough to trust the gauge. "Don't get off there," my mom said, like she had read my thoughts. "It's just a gas station," I said, automatically squinting at the looming gore point where the ramp split off. The exit number matched the one from the sign she'd asked about. "I'll be in and out." "You do not know that it is just a gas station," she said. Her voice was not raised, but each word landed like a small hammer. "It is late. You are alone. The place is not on your map. Keep going to the truck stop. The tank's basically kissing empty, Ma," I said. "If I miss this and the gauge is lying." She drew in a sharp breath. The background noises on her end, the TV, the room, the house seemed to fade under it. "Then you call a tow truck from the shoulder with a million lights going by and cameras everywhere," she said. "Not from some little place off the road where no one can see what happens." My blinker clicked on the little indicator on the dash, flashing orange. The arm of the ramp entrance slid toward me. My hands tightened on the wheel. The asphalt seam where the exit peeled away from the main lanes glowed pale underneath the headlights. I wish I could tell you that I listened, that I stayed in my lane, muttered something about trusting my mother's instincts, and spent an extra hour nursing the Tacoma to a big travel center full of fluorescent light and bored cashiers. Instead, I did the thing every person who has ever run low on gas in the middle of nowhere has done. I gambled. "It'll be fine," I said more to myself than to her. "I'll leave you on speaker. You can yell at me the whole time." Miho. She started her tone shifting fully into that other mode, the one that doesn't ask, doesn't suggest. The ramp caught the front of the Tacoma like a current tugging me off the interstate. The main lanes slid away to my left, the red taillights of the semis burning on into the night without me. The sound changed almost immediately. Out on I-10, the tires had made that smooth, consistent hum on relatively good pavement, occasionally punctuated by the gentle thump-thump of expansion joints. On the ramp, the surface felt rougher, older. The hum dropped into a growl, then into a low, vibrating grumble as the tires found more cracks, more uneven patches. Little stones pinged up into the wheel wells with sharp, tinny ticks. There were no streetlights. The only illumination came from my own headlights and the faint wash of the interstate behind me. The ramp curved down and away, dropping me into darker air. On either side, the land fell off into scrub, low, dry bushes and thorny shapes reaching up out of the dirt, catching the light like broken fingers. Beyond them, I could just make out the glint of barbed wire fences in the beams, angled posts with 3 strands of wire, the metal winking for a second before vanishing. The GPS screen on the dash flicked from a bold purple line to something more tentative. The little arrow representing my truck moved off the main route and onto a thinner, paler road that looked like someone had sketched it in later as an afterthought. The device did not say anything, no angry recalculating, just that mute acceptance that I was now somewhere it had not really been designed to care about. My mom was still on the line. I heard her exhale slowly, like she was trying to let something go and failing. "Describe it," she said. "What do you see?" "Nothing yet," I said. "Just a ramp. It's fine. Relax. You are the one who needs to relax," she said. "My blood pressure is already ruined." "What direction is the ramp south?" I think I said. "Running parallel to the highway for a little bit. At the bottom of the ramp, the road leveled out and turned into a 2-lane strip of cracked asphalt heading away from the interstate. No reflectors, no paint down the middle, just a faded hint of a line and the suggestion of edges. The Tacoma bounced slightly as we hit a patch where the pavement had sunk into a gentle dip. I eased up even more on the gas. The fuel gauge needle did not budge, but it might as well have been pointing straight at my anxiety. Then up ahead, a faint red glimmer blinked in the dark. At first I thought it was a tail light, another car, maybe some late-night local heading home. But as I rolled closer, the shape resolved. It was higher than a car square hanging over the road on a metal arm, a neon sign, or what was left of one. "Open 24 HRS," it said, in tired red letters, half of them a little dimmer than the others. The N flickered, cutting in and out, as if someone was leaning on the switch repeatedly. Beneath that, in faded white paint on a rusted panel, a gas company logo I recognized from childhood road trips back when that brand meant free maps and maybe a toy at the counter. This sign looked like it had been left out in the sun for 20 years and then forgotten. "There's a sign," I said. "Says open 24 hours. Looks like something out of a horror movie, so that's promising." "That is not funny," my mom said again. Her voice was very quiet now. The stadium sounds behind her were distant, muffled. I imagined her standing in her darkened living room TV on mute phone pressed white-knuckled to her ear. The road widened as it approached the station. The asphalt fanned out into a lopsided rectangle, cracked and faded with tufts of stubborn weeds pushing up through the seams. My headlights swept across the lot, catching a glimpse of a faded arrow worn into the concrete, now pointing at nothing. The gas station itself sat squatting in the middle of all that space, a relic from another decade. 2 old-style pumps stood side by side under a low canopy. The canopy was supported by 4 metal poles, paint peeling to reveal rust underneath. 4 fluorescent fixtures were bolted into the ceiling of the canopy, the plastic covers yellowed. 3 of them were on, casting a pale, buzzing light over the pumps and a small circle of concrete beneath. The 4th flickered weakly, stuttering on and off, making the shadows jump every few seconds. The pumps were the analog kind, the ones with rolling mechanical numbers instead of bright digital displays. Someone had painted the brand's logo over with white at some point badly. You could still see the old colors bleeding through. The nozzles hung in their cradles like limp hands. The building itself was a small block of gray cinder, a single-story rectangle with a flat roof. A strip of dirty glass ran across the front windows, and a glass door mostly covered in decals. Lottery here, cold beer, money orders. An ancient sticker for a soda promo that had expired years ago clung to one corner. Metal bars had been bolted over the windows, thick vertical lines that caught the light. A faded open sign hung in the door, the kind you flip by hand. It faced the wrong way, turned toward the inside, as if whoever had closed up last had forgotten, or decided it did not matter. Above the door, bolted into the cinder block, a small dome camera protruded. A thin gray film of dust and cobwebs covered half of its plastic bubble. I could not tell if it was powered or just a dead eye watching out of habit. Off to one side of the building, an old soda vending machine hummed. The top half of its front panel glowed, displaying frosty pictures of cans. The bottom half was dark, the plastic cracked. The compressor made a constant low droning sound, warbling slightly every few seconds like it was struggling to catch its breath. An air compressor unit sat in a corner of the lot near the building, its hose coiled around it in neat loops. It exhaled with a hiss every now and then, like some sleeping animal. There were no other cars, no pickups, no semis, no local kids hanging around the edges, just my Tacoma rolling into that pool of sickly light, like a bug drawn to a bug zapper. My mom exhaled again, a sound that shook slightly this time. "Is it busy?" she asked. The question was almost absurd in its hopefulness. I pulled up alongside the pump closest to the door, positioning the driver's side near the nozzle and the front of the truck angled just enough that I could see a sliver of the highway in my mirror. Habit, I told myself. Field tech paranoia. Always park where you can see the exit. I put the Tacoma in park, leaving the engine running for a second. The fuel gauge needle trembled a hair but did not climb. "No," I said, finally scanning the empty lot. The only movement came from a moth battering itself against one of the canopy lights, and a tumbleweed or something like it, skittering along the far edge of the cracked concrete. It's dead. I killed the engine. The sudden lack of vibration made everything outside sound louder. The hum of the vending machine, the faint buzz of the fluorescents overhead, the nighttime insects throwing themselves at the glass and metal with soft, papery impacts. "It's dead," my mom repeated. "Yeah," I said, opening the door. The dome light blinked on, washing the cab in soft yellow. Warm night air poured in, carrying the dry smell of dust and old gasoline. No one here but the guy inside, I think. From where I was, I could see through a gap in the decals into the interior. The clerk sat on a stool behind the counter, lit by the 2 bright overhead lights inside. He was hunched over his phone, one elbow on the counter, the other hand tapping lazily. His face was expressionless, illuminated from below by the screen. He did not look up when my headlights had pulled in. He did not look up now. I set my phone on the passenger seat with the screen up, making sure the call was still connected. The little timer in the corner counted the minutes steadily. I turned up the call volume so her voice would be audible from outside. It felt important that she be able to hear whatever happened, even if there was nothing she could do. "Okay, I'm getting out," I said. Stay on." "I am not going anywhere," she said. The gravel at the edge of the concrete crunched under my boots as I stepped down. The concrete itself was cool underfoot compared to the air radiating back the heat of the day in a slow sigh. I closed the door halfway, leaving it resting on the latch instead of shutting it fully, so the phone wouldn't be cut off by too much metal. The pump was old enough that you had to swipe your card along a narrow slot near the top. I slid the company card through. The reader made a sharp beep and then rattled out a series of internal clicks and clunks as it woke itself up. The little backlit price numbers flickered, then stabilized. I punched in the prompts, answering the same questions I see all day long: debit or credit? Zip code, want a receipt? The mechanical numbers on the sale display rolled back to 0 with a satisfying series of clicks. When I squeezed the nozzle handle, there was a brief pause, like the pump had to think about whether it wanted to cooperate. Then a deep, faint thunk underneath the concrete as the system engaged. Gasoline began to flow, rushing unseen through the hose, making the handle vibrate just a little in my hand. The smell rose into the air, sour and almost sweet. Somewhere behind me, the vending machine hummed louder, then dipped. The air compressor at the corner let out another sharp, expelling hiss like punctuation. The night around the tiny island of light felt vast and heavy. The darkness beyond the edges of the lot pressed in, full of nothing, full of everything. So my mom asked, her voice tinny from the phone on the passenger seat. "You see anything? Anyone?" "Just the clerk inside," I said. "He looks like he died 3 hours into his shift and no one told him." I tried to make it a joke. It landed wrong even in my own ears. I glanced through the glass again. The clerk was still hunched over, scrolling. The bars on the window cut his reflection into narrow slices like he was behind the slats of a cage. The hose throbbed softly as the fuel meter ticked upward. I watched the numbers climb, not because I needed to, but because it gave my eyes something to do besides stare into the dark. 2 trucks just passed on the highway, I said, more to fill the space than anything. The dull roar of their engines floated down from the overpass, a reminder that the interstate was still there just beyond the scrub and the slope. "They're not turning in." "Good," my mom said. I imagined her pacing in her kitchen, one hand pressed flat on the countertop. "Take what you need and go. Do not go inside. Do not hang around." I wanted to tell her she was being dramatic, that this was just another sad little nowhere gas station, the kind I saw 100 variations of every month. But standing there under the flickering light, listening to the insects crackle against the fixtures and the pump's internals ticking away, I did not feel like lying to either of us. The meter crept higher. The air out here had a peculiar stillness. The wind that had been pushing against the truck on the main highway seemed to give up down here. Every sound felt sharper because there were fewer of them. No traffic noise except the occasional distant swish when someone went by on the overpass. No music, no chatter. Just machines and bugs and my own breathing. Then I saw the headlights. They appeared from the side road that fed into the access lane. 2 white orbs cresting a small rise too bright for a moment, washing out the details of everything around them. They were moving slower than the highway traffic, too deliberate to be someone just passing through. My first thought was local. Some guy getting off his shift, coming in to grab a beer and a lottery ticket before heading home. It was late, but not that late. People still lived out here somewhere in the dark. The truck came into clearer focus as it descended the slight grade. An older Chevy, the boxy kind with the squared-off front. The paint was that generic dark color that looks black at night and like Old Navy in the day. Its grille was missing a piece. One of the headlights seemed slightly misaligned, pointing a touch higher than the other. The engine noise grew a deeper, throatier rumble than the Tacoma's. The truck's high beams were on, and for a second when it turned into the lot, those lights hit me full on. I squinted, turning my head away, one arm half raising in reflex. The pump handle remained locked in my grip, the hose tugging gently against my hand. "Someone just pulled in," I said, voice a little tighter. My mom did not answer with words. I heard the sharp intake of her breath, the creak of something on her end as she moved. The first Chevy swung into the lot, its tires crunching over grit at the edge of the concrete. Instead of heading for the far pump or taking one of the empty spaces near the building, it slowed and rolled past me across my line of sight. For a heartbeat, the cab was a black rectangle behind the windshield glare. Then, as the truck angled, I caught a strobe of interior silhouettes. At least 2 people, maybe 3. The driver's face was just a suggestion in the glow of the dashboard lights. The truck continued past the pumps and eased toward the far end of the lot near where the access road looped back toward the highway. Then, instead of stopping, it turned broadside nose pointing back toward the exit road, tail toward the open scrub. It idled there, a dark block of metal, its headlights now angled more toward the main road than into the station. Before I could think too hard about that, a second set of headlights appeared on the same side road. This set rode a little higher. Another pickup, similar vintage, similar dull paint. It followed the same path, cresting the little rise, descending toward the station. Its high beams were on too, and as it turned into the lot, the combined glare from both trucks washed the pumps and my Tacoma in harsh white for a moment, erasing every shadow and color. The second Chevy's engine note overlapped the first, weaving into a low duet of idling noise that filled the otherwise empty night. My mouth went dry in a way that had nothing to do with the desert air. "Another one," I said quietly. I did not know why I was whispering. 2 trucks now. "Get in the truck," my mom said immediately. "Hang up, drive away." "I'm still pumping," I said. "If I rip it out, then rip it." She didn't finish because the second truck made its move. Instead of pulling into a normal spot or up to the opposite pump, it swung around wide and came in behind the Tacoma at an angle. Slow, deliberate. Its front end inched closer until its headlights filled my rear window, throwing my silhouette onto the hood of my own truck in a stretched, distorted shadow. The way it parked was wrong. Not casual, not sloppy. It stopped just far enough back that there was room between its bumper and my tailgate, but not enough to comfortably squeeze a person through. Not enough to reverse and swing out without threading a needle. The first Chevy, the one that had gone to the far end of the lot, adjusted its position too. It crept forward, closing the gap between itself and the mouth of the exit road until it sat at a lazy diagonal across the path I would have taken to get back up to the ramp. Their engines idled low and steady. No one got out. The gas pump kept ticking behind me, the mechanical numbers spinning as fuel flowed into the Tacoma, tethering me to the spot by a thin black hose. In the buzzing light of the canopy, in that square of cracked concrete with nothing but scrub and barbed wire, beyond the realization, sank in, cold and clear, I had driven off the safe, boring artery of I-10 to get gas at a nameless little station my GPS didn't even care about. And now there were 2 trucks between me and every way out. 2.3 men with guns and my mother's voice. There is a moment when you realize you are actually prey, that your body understands it before your brain does. For me, it was the way the 2 engines stayed idling. That low, steady growl from both Chevys filling the lot, vibrating the concrete under my boots, never revving, never faltering. They were not pulling in to grab snacks. They were not shutting off to save gas. They were idling because this was never going to take long. I still had one hand on the pump handle. The hose tugged gently at my arm fuel meter, ticking away behind me, a soft, rhythmic clack-clack under the buzzing canopy light. The night air smelled like gasoline-hot rubber and the faint metallic tang of dust that had not seen rain in too long. The trucks just sat there, engines rumbling. One across my exit route. One angled in behind the Tacoma so close its headlights painted my shadow long and warped across the hood of my own truck. No one moved. "Say something," my mom hissed from the phone on the passenger seat. I could just hear her through the open door, her voice small but sharp. "Tell me what is happening." "Two trucks," I said quietly, not taking my eyes off my rear view. They boxed me in. I did not get to narrate any more detail. The driver's side door of the truck behind me opened with a metallic clunk. The interior dome light snapped on, casting a brief dull glow over a silhouette sliding down out of the cab. Boots hit the concrete with a hollow thud. He shut the door without slamming it. The click of the latch sounded louder than it should have. The man walked into my circle of light like he had done this 100 times. Jeans dark and dusty at the knees. A plain hoodie, the kind you buy in bulk, hood up despite the heat. A baseball cap brim pulled low under the hood, shadowing most of his face. Black beard, not thick, but definite, covering his jaw and upper lip. Work boots with scuffed toes. The fabric of his sleeves was shoved up to his elbows. That was the detail that locked my throat, the exposed waistband of his jeans, the black polymer grip of a pistol sitting holstered at his hip, snug against his side. Not tucked stupidly into his waistband, like in movies, not waved around. Holstered, worn. Normal to him the way a tool belt is normal to a carpenter. He did not hurry. Every step was measured, unbothered, the kind of controlled casual meant to communicate two things at once. I am not afraid of you, and I am not in a rush because I already know how this ends. I let my hand slowly come off the nozzle. The pump clicked off by itself, sensing the release of pressure. The hose sagged slightly, still attached to the truck. The meter display froze, mid-dollar numbers half rolled. The fluorescent light above us flickered once with a soft electrical zit and then steadied. He stopped a few feet from me, close enough that I could see the reddish tinge in his beard, the faint sheen of sweat on the skin at his neck, the small white scar cutting across his left eyebrow. Far enough that if I ran for him, he could probably shoot me before I took 2 steps. For a moment, we just stared at each other. His eyes were dark, not wild, not frantic, just flat and alert, like he was taking inventory. I knew in a tiny detached part of my brain that I was doing the same, trying to memorize every detail in case I lived long enough for it to matter. He spoke first. Phone, wallet, keys. 3 words in an accent that dragged the vowels a little, each syllable clean. No yelling. No threats, just a transaction queue. Behind me, the Tacoma's open door framed the interior. My phone lay on the passenger seat screen up. I could see my mom's name at the top, the little call timer still counting. Her voice drifted faintly through the tinny car speakers. "Are you there? Hey, Deem, que pasa?" she was saying. "Tell me what is happening?" I raised my hands, palms open, every motion exaggerated slow, like I was underwater. "My phone's on the seat," I said, trying to keep my voice level. "Wallet and keys are on me. I'll give you whatever you want, just..." "Yeah," he interrupted mildly, like I was reciting a script he already knew. "I know." He jerked his chin toward the passenger side, a tiny gesture. Then he shifted his stance, angling his body, so his holster was turned slightly away from me, hand hovering near, but not on the grip. The posture said he had no doubt where the power was in this exchange. From the truck across the lot, another door opened, then another. 2 more men emerged, their silhouettes briefly highlighted in the harsh white of their headlights. They were dressed in variations of the same uniform: jeans, hoodies, or jackets, caps. No obvious colors, no logos. Night clothes. Their faces were more shadow than detail at that distance. They moved like they already knew their positions. One circled wide, leaving him enough distance to cover the scene. The other drifted closer, keeping his hands visible but empty. The man in front of me didn't look back. He pivoted, walking past me, with that same measured pace, boots scraping grit on the concrete, and headed straight for the open passenger door of my truck. I stood very still. My whole world narrowed to the sensation of my own pulse pounding in my ears and the smell of gasoline evaporating where it had dripped onto the concrete. The vending machine hummed on. Somewhere out in the dark, beyond the lot, a night insect trilled a thin metallic sound. The first man leaned into the Tacoma's open door, his hoodie pulling tight across his back. I saw his hand reach down for the phone. "Hello," my mom's voice came through louder now speaker, picking up her concern. "Are you there? Why are you quiet?" He froze for a half-second, phone in hand. Then he straightened, bringing the screen up in front of his face. The glowing rectangle painted his beard and nose in faint blue light. He squinted at it, thumb hovering. He could have hung up and tossed it aside in that instant, pocketed it, smashed it on the concrete. Instead, he lifted it to his ear. "Bueno," he said. The word turned my spine to ice. He said it like someone who said it all the time. Not awkwardly, not like he was imitating something he had heard in movies. It was a greeting, a test, a door opening. There was a pause. The only sounds were the idling engines, the buzz of the canopy lights, and the faint hiss of air leaking from the compressor hose somewhere in the dark. Then, through the thin air between us, I heard my mother's voice change. "Quien habla?" she said. It was not the voice she used with me or with distant cousins on holidays or with a customer service rep on the phone. It dropped lower, steadier, each consonant clipped clean. It was the voice of that woman in the living room in the dark when I was 12. The one holding the flip phone like it contained a bomb. The man took a few steps away from my truck toward the dimmer edge of the canopy's light, phone still to his ear. He turned his back to me and began speaking fast in Spanish words, flowing in a low stream. I could not catch most of it. My Spanish is the broken kind you get after a childhood of half listening and not enough practice. Bits and pieces snagged my brain on the way past. Carretera, solo, estegue, highway, alone. This guy. He chuckled once dryly at something she said. Not amused. A reflex. Behind me, I felt more than saw movement. One of the other men had closed the distance between us. He was close enough now that I could smell cheap cologne and cigarette smoke on his clothes. "Hands up," he said quietly, almost bored. I raised them higher, fingers spread. He patted me down with efficient, practiced movements. Sides, waist, pockets, ankles. His touch was impersonal, clinical, like he was checking a piece of equipment for defects. He plucked my wallet from my back pocket, my keys from the front, my company ID badge from the belt loop where I had clipped it and held them lightly. The third man stood a little further off between me and the building hands in the pouch pocket of his hoodie, eyes never leaving my face. He was chewing gum, jaw moving slow, the rhythmic click of it faint but obscene in the quiet. I reflexively glanced toward the glass front of the station, hoping for the presence of another human being, someone, anyone to witness this. A bored clerk who might decide to call the cops. A security camera that might actually be hooked up to something. The inside lights were still on. The counter still sat where it had been, but the stool behind it was empty. The clerk was gone. I had not seen him leave. had not heard a door open or shut. One moment he had been there slouched over his phone. The next, that patch of the world was just a rectangle of light and polished laminate reflecting the bars on the window. Behind him, down one of the aisles, something fluttered, a strip of plastic, hanging from a shelf, trembling in the breath of the air conditioner. For a second, my heart lurched, thinking it was movement. Then my brain caught up. Just junk. Just gravity. "Don't move," the man beside me said, as if I had anywhere to go. Out near the far edge of the lot, a stray plastic grocery bag caught the breeze and skittered across the concrete. It scraped, hissed, snagged, and then jerked free again, tumbling end over end. The sudden movement in the corner of my eye made me flinch so hard my shoulder bumped the pump. The two men watching me, both tensed hands twitching toward their waists. I sucked in a breath, frozen, listening to my own blood rush in my ears. The bag finally snagged itself on a weed sprouting from a crack and stayed there rustling quietly. "Relax," the gum chewer said, amusement curling the word. "It's just trash." It was a stupid, tiny moment, but it hit me like a jump scare. The way my body reacted without permission, the way their bodies responded in sync, it drove home how thin the line was between this being a robbery and something else entirely. Out by the edge of the light, the first man kept talking to my mother. Their conversation had shifted into a different tone now. Less transactional, more measured. I could hear the way her words came in firm, controlled bursts. She was not begging, she was not pleading, she was stating things. He answered in shorter phrases, more pauses between. A few words rose above the rest, clear as if he were standing next to me. "Sí, señora. No sabíamos. Solo vimos el carro." "Yes, ma'am. We didn't know. We just saw the truck." He paced a small semicircle, boots grinding gravel into the concrete. When he turned, the hood of his sweatshirt shadowed his face from me. The phone stayed glued to his ear. And then, like someone dropping a stone down a well, I heard it. "El Padrino." He said it once, then again. Then a third time, each repetition a little more careful, like he was making sure he had the pronunciation right. The name hit me in the exact same place it had that night, when I was 12, standing in the hallway in my socks. It felt like an echo crossing years, screaming through all the normal life I had piled up in between. I could not hear my mother's side of the conversation clearly, just the cadence, firm, uncompromising. There was no tremor in it, no fear. If anything, I thought I caught a flicker of annoyance in the way she spat a certain phrase back at him. The man stopped pacing. He listened for a long moment, head tilted, the phone pressed even closer to his ear. The trucks idled on exhaust, beating faintly in the cool night air. The vending machine droned. The canopy light popped and buzzed to itself overhead. The world shrank to a circle of cracked concrete, and the sound of my mother's past, talking to 3 armed men I had never seen before. One of the guys near me shifted his weight. The other cracked his neck to one side, vertebrae popping audibly. My hands had gone numb from being held up so long. Sweat crawled down between my shoulder blades. Finally, the man with my phone spoke again. "Sí, entiendo," he said. "No, señora, no. No es necesario." I did not know what necessary thing she was proposing. "I do not think I want to know." He lowered the phone from his ear and glanced at the screen, thumb tapping. For a heart-stopping second, I thought he had hung up on her on me. But then I heard her voice again through the Tacoma's speakers. He had put it back on speaker. He turned and looked at me properly for the first time. Not past me. Not through me. At me. Up close under the canopy light, his eyes were not flat anymore. They held something else now. Calculation, yes, but also recognition, a kind of reluctant acknowledgement. He said something in Spanish, mostly directed at the other two. I caught ya déjalo and la señora all clustered together. That was enough to understand the gist, enough. Leave him. The lady. The man who had my wallet and keys stepped closer. He studied my face for a moment, like he was trying to memorize it, then took my hand and pressed the key ring into my palm, one finger at a time, closing my grip around it. The contact was brief, but very real. His hand was warm. My fingers felt like wood. He slid the wallet back into my front pocket instead of my back, a little irony in the gesture that I almost laughed at. He did not apologize, did not say a word. Gumchewer spat onto the concrete, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and walked backward a few steps, eyes still on me, as if to show me how generously he was giving me room. The first man took 2 steps closer, phone still in his hand. He tilted it slightly so I could see my mom's name on the screen, her voice still spilling out in sharp Spanish behind his words. You take your gas, he said, switching to English, his accent wrapped around the consonants. Then you go. Right now. He paused. His gaze flicked over my company logo on the Tacoma's door, the magnet slapped there with corporate branding. Something in his expression shifted some internal gears, turning in a way I could not read. Your mom already paid, he added. The words settled on me like a physical weight. He stepped in closer just enough that I could smell his breath, coffee, and something bitter. He did not touch me. He did not have to. His voice came out low for me and no one else. Don't stop on this road at night again, hey-ho, he said. Not everyone out here owes her. My throat clicked when I swallowed. I nodded once, stiff. He tapped the screen twice, then held the phone out to me. I took it without thinking, fingers brushing the back of his hand. He let go the instant he felt the weight shift. My mother's voice flooded the cab. Mi escuchas, are you listening to me, she was saying. You get in your truck and you leave. Right now, right now. I'm here, I managed. My voice sounded wrong to my own ears. I'm here. The man had already turned away. He barked a short phrase to the others, something like vamonos, and they moved without hesitation. The one who had been patting me down retreated to his truck, sliding the pistol at his waist back into place with an absent flick. Gumchewer ambled backward, keeping his eyes on me a second longer, then broke his gaze and headed for the passenger side. Door hinges creaked, metal thudded. The truck's suspensions groaned as weight shifted. None of them ran. None of them looked rushed. They carried themselves with the unhurried confidence of men who knew exactly how much time they had carved out of the world and were under no pressure to give any of it back. Both Chevys rolled slowly, looping through the lot. The one blocking the exit pulled forward first, angling its nose out toward the access road. The other reversed with careful precision, backing away from my bumper, then straightened. For a moment, both trucks lined up at the mouth of the road, like two dark animals debating which way to bolt. Then, in eerie synchronization, they turned their headlights back toward the highway and slipped out of the lot one after the other. No blinkers, no hurry, just gone. Their engines faded, the low growl thinning into a distant hum, and then into nothing. The night swallowed them without a sound. In their wake, the gas station felt more empty than it had before they arrived. The canopy lights buzzed overhead. The vending machine hummed. The air compressor sighed. A moth flung itself against the nearest fluorescent tube wings, making a tiny ticking noise every time it hit. The pump beeped angrily. I flinched, adrenaline spiking again. The mechanical display blinked the little internal speaker, emitting a rapid series of high-pitched beep-beep-beep sounds, impatient. I looked down and saw that the meter had stopped. The handle had clicked off silently while my attention was elsewhere. The tank was full. The machine wanted me to hang up the nozzle and move on. It took me a second to remember how to move my hands. "Get in the truck," my mom said. I could hear now that she was not in her kitchen anymore. Her voice echoed slightly like she was in the hallway, maybe near the door. "Do not talk to anyone. Do not go inside. Just leave." I pulled the nozzle out of the filler neck. A few drops of gasoline dripped onto the concrete, the smell sharp. I holstered it back into the pump, the metal handle clanking into place. The display reset itself with a clatter of digits rolling back to zeros, as if nothing had happened. The parking lot looked exactly the same as it had 20 minutes earlier when I pulled in. Same cracked concrete, same flickering light, same humming machines. But the geometry of it had changed forever for me. My hands shook as I opened the driver's door fully and climbed in. The seat creaked familiar. The inside of the Tacoma smelled like stale coffee and dust and the faint scent of my own sweat. I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine coughed once, then turned over, the old hum rising thankfully under my feet. The dash lit up. The fuel gauge needle sprung up to respectfully full, oblivious to the price that had just been negotiated for those gallons. "Are they gone?" my mom demanded. "Tell me." "Yes," I said, putting the truck in gear. Yeah, they're gone." I did not mention the clerk, the empty stool behind the barred window, the way the air inside the station had looked too still, like a set after the actors had left. I pulled out of the lot, tires crunching over gravel. The exit road rose gently back toward the on-ramp. In my side mirror, the gas station shrank, its little pool of light receding into the ocean of dark neon signs still promising "Open 24 HRS" to anyone dumb enough to believe it. As I merged back onto I-10, the interstate unfolding ahead like nothing had ever interrupted it, the low fuel light was gone. The warning icon was off. On paper, in the computer's mind, everything was normal. Nothing was normal. I drove with both hands locked white around the wheel, my mom's breathing loud in my ear. She was saying something, questions, commands, prayers, maybe all three, but my brain only snatched a few words at a time. El Padrino. Otra vez. Nunca más. That name. Again. Never again. The trucks that boxed me in did not disappear because I talked fast. They did not leave because of cameras, or because the clerk hit some panic button, or because I promised I would not call the cops. They left because 3 men with guns heard my mother's voice through a cheap smartphone speaker and realized whose son they had in their sights. They heard a name she had taught me to forget, and for reasons I still do not understand, they decided that whatever debt they owed to that name, it included letting me live. 3.1. Driving back with a stranger's mercy. When I merged back onto I-10, it felt like crossing from one world into another. The ramp spat me out into the right lane, and the interstate swallowed me up smooth and indifferent. The white lane lines slid under my headlights, perfectly spaced, like nothing on this stretch of road had ever gone wrong for anyone. The trucks in the distance were just red dots moving steadily east and west. The fuel gauge sat at a comfortable, smug full. My hands were shaking so badly on the wheel that I could hear my knuckles creak. "Mijo," my mom said in my ear, voice tight. "You need to breathe or you will crash that truck." "I'm fine," I lied. The word came out, thin, tight. I'm fine." The back of my throat tasted like copper and gasoline. My chest felt hollow and too full at the same time, like my lungs were packed with buzzing air. Every nerve in my body was still standing in that little pool of fluorescent light, watching those 2 Chevys idle. I drove for maybe half a mile like that. Muscles locked eyes, tunneling on the patch of road in front of me. And then something in my peripheral vision wobbled, just a shimmer of headlights from an oncoming truck on the other side of the median, and my brain translated it as 2 trucks turning back. My foot snapped off the gas. I hit the shoulder harder than I meant to. The Tacoma lurched the tires, thumping over the rumble strip, a machine gun line of brr 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 under the front wheels. Gravel popped up under the chassis with a spray of sharp little hits. I jerked the wheel overcorrected, then wrestled the truck to a stop on the wide gravel margin, the nose pointing slightly toward the dark. For a second, I genuinely thought I might throw up. The hazard lights came on without me remembering hitting the switch. Inside the cab, the click, click, click of the flasher unit sounded too loud, chopping the silence into sharp little pieces. Outside, the amber signals blinked, lighting up the skinny scrub along the shoulder with a pulse that made the shadows jump. On the other side of the median, a semi roared past, headlights blasting across my windshield in a cone of light, then gone. The rush of air shook the Tacoma on its suspension, a shove I felt more in my spine than through the seat. "You stop," my mom demanded. Her voice sounded far away, like she was underwater. "I had to," I said. "My hands." I took them off the wheel and looked at them. They were pale fingers, trembling, a weird numbness crawling up from my wrists. I flexed them, shook them out, tried to inhale slowly, and not just suck more panic into my lungs. "Okay," she said. "Okay, listen to me. You're going to sit there for a few minutes. In the truck. Doors locked. Then you are going to drive home. You are not going to stop again. Do you hear me?" The part of me that could still be petty wanted to say, "You don't get to order me around like I'm 12 if you're on a first-name basis with men who rob gas stations at gunpoint." But the rest of me just felt empty. "Yeah," I said. "I hear you." I killed the headlights but left the engine running. The dash cast a faint glow over the steering wheel, the orange needles steadying slowly. Outside the windshield, the desert was just a black wall. With the radio off, the soundscape shrank down to the essentials. The low, steady idle of the Tacoma's engine. The faint hiss of hot wind sneaking through the seals around the windows. The tick-tick of the hazard relay. The occasional whoosh of a truck on the other side of the barrier, its tires hissing like a giant snake sliding past in the dark. None of those sounds had ever bothered me before. Tonight, each one felt like a threat. I stared at the faint reflection of my own face in the glass, the red pulse of the hazard lights climbing up my cheeks and fading over and over. My heart rate slowly came down from jackhammer to something more like a hard thump. "Talk to me," my mom said, softer now. "Tell me what you see." Nothing, I said truthfully. Just the shoulder, the dark, trucks going by. And no one else, she pressed. "No one else," I said. "They're gone." She was quiet for a second. In the background on her end, the TV murmured again, commentator's voice, crowd noise turned low. Life in her living room had resumed some approximation of normal. "Good," she said. "Stay where there are other cars. If you feel tired, call me. Do not pull off into anywhere quiet. You understand?" I let out a humorless laugh. I don't think quiet is going to be a problem. When I felt like I could trust my hands again, I put the Tacoma back in gear and rolled slowly forward, easing back onto the asphalt. The rumble strip chattered under the tires again as I crossed it, then smoothed out into that familiar, constant hum. I stayed in the right lane, hazard lights off, regular signals back to their usual soft click when I changed lanes around slower vehicles. No music, no talk radio, just the raw sounds of movement. The highway at night between Las Cruces and Tucson is a skeleton of itself. During the day, you have the distraction of scenery, Hazy mountains, weird rock formations, billboards, rest areas. At night, it's like driving through a tunnel where the walls are made of empty space. The trucks in front of me were clusters of red dots rolling along the horizon. When I came up behind one, its taillights would swell in my field of vision, then drift slowly to my left as I passed the roar of its engine swelling and fading like a wave. For a split second, each time as I came level with the cab, I would see the driver's silhouette lit by the green dash glow, hand on the wheel, eyes forward. Then they were behind me, shrinking. Every time I saw a pair of headlights grow larger in my rear view, something in my chest clenched. Two bright white orbs side by side bearing down. My brain replayed the image of the Chevys turning into the lot-high beams, hitting me full in the face, bodies stepping out. The rational part of me said, "Those are strangers with no idea who you are. They're just people driving home from work or hauling freight or running late." The rest of me could not stop tracking every pair of lights until they had passed and put distance between us. The interstate signs came and went. Exit 116, rest area 10 miles, Tucson 86 miles. Their reflective surfaces flashed and vanished, leaving me with nothing but the black and the twin tunnels of my headlights. I don't remember when I hit the point where my breathing slowed enough that I wasn't counting each inhale. Trauma makes time weird. I do remember when my mom's voice shifted. She had been asking the same questions on loop. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Did they touch you? Did they hit you? Are you bleeding? I kept answering no, 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 and thinking about how those questions were all too small for what had just happened. At some point, she said very calmly, "You are not talking about what matters." I swallowed, fingers tightening on the wheel again. My eyes tracked the little green overhead sign that said, Tucson 48 miles before it shot past. "What matters?" I asked. "You are not asking me what I said to them," she replied. That was the thing about my mother. She always knew where the real conversation was hiding. I stared at the thin white line of the shoulder, at the ghostly shapes of scrub sliding by. "What did you say to them?" I asked. She did not answer right away. When she did, her voice had put all its familiar layers back on. It sounded like my mom in the kitchen, my mom folding laundry, my mom telling a story to a neighbor. "I told them I was tracking your phone," she said. "I told them I could see their location too, and that I was already on the line with the police. I told them the patrol was on its way, that if they did not let you go, they would not get off that road." On paper, it was a decent story. Threaten them with law enforcement, make them think twice, bluff using technology they might not understand. If you did not know better, you could believe it. But I could see that gas station in my mind's eye like a photo bars on the Windows camera dome draped in spiderwebs, clerk disappearing when the trucks rolled in. Men who boxed a stranger in without hoods or masks, who stood in the open, who took their time. "They are not afraid of the cops," I said. My voice surprised me. I heard anger in it under the leftover fear. They unplugged the camera, Mom. Or turned it off. Or paid whoever runs that place not to care. "You do not know that," she said. "Yes, I do," I shot back. "You should have seen the way the clerk vanished the second they pulled in." He was not about to be a witness. And those guys, they weren't panicking. They weren't worried about sirens. They acted like they owned that lot. Silence settled between us for a long beat. The only sounds were the engine, the hiss of the road, the faint whistle of wind edging around the side mirror. "I scared them," she said finally. "I made sure they understood that hurting you would make more problems for them than letting you go. That is all you need to know." "No," I said the word out before I could swallow it. "It's not." Another truck slid past in the opposite direction, its headlights washing the cab in stark light. For an instant, I saw my own reflection in the window, jaw-clenched, eyes too wide. "What did you say?" she asked, a dangerous calm creeping into her tone. "You think I didn't hear you?" I said. "You think I didn't hear that name?" On her end of the line, something clinked, a glass against a counter. Or maybe she just shifted her weight. The TV in the background had gone quiet again. Either she muted it, or she left the room. "El Padrino," I said, letting the word hang there between us like a blade. He said it. The guy with the gun. He said it 3 times. He said your friend's name from back home like he was checking he got it right. The silence that followed was a different kind of loud. That name had lived in my memory as a ghost for almost 2 decades, bound to the image of my mom in the dark living room, flip phone, glowing eyes, hard. Hearing it again tonight from the mouth of a stranger with his hand on a pistol had cracked something open. He said a lot of things, my mom said at last. You do not understand most of them. That's the problem, I said. I don't understand any of it. I don't understand why 3 guys who rob people at a gas station in the middle of nowhere suddenly decide to hand me my wallet back and only take the cash. I don't understand why they act like they owe you. I don't understand why you sound more like them than like the cops in this story. My voice was rising. I made myself throttle it down. Yelling felt wrong with the dark pressed that close against the windows. I told you, she said, clinging to the earlier narrative. I told them the police, they're not afraid of the police, Mom? I repeated more quietly. But they were afraid of something. Or someone. And it wasn't me. The next sign said, Tucson, 22 miles. You are alive, she said flatly. That is what matters. Because of you, I said. Because of me, she agreed without pride. The way she said it scared me more than the men with guns had. We did not speak for a while after that. She stayed on the line. I could hear her breathing steady but a little faster than usual. Every so often a sound would leak in from her side, the faint squeak of a cabinet door, the distant woof of a neighbor's dog, the ticking of her kitchen clock. The normal noises of her house, the same ones I had grown up with. Tonight they all sounded like props. On my side, every mundane sound had a new edge. The soft click of the turn signal when I changed lanes made me jump like a gun being cocked. The occasional bump in the pavement, a patch repair, a pothole sent a jolt up through the chassis that made my fingers tighten, my eyes flick to the rear view, expecting headlights to be right there. A set of taillights far ahead of me, 2 red dots moving in parallel, looked too much like the paired glow of the Chevys turning into the lot. Each time I saw a pair like that, my body tensed until I could confirm it was just some guy hauling a trailer, just some family SUV. It's amazing how quickly your brain can rewrite its definitions. By the time the orange halo of Tucson's light pollution started staining the sky ahead of me, my shoulders hurt from being hunched. My jaw ached from clenching. The road signs began to mention exit names I recognized. Valencia Road, Irvington, Keno Parkway. The concrete barriers gave way to guardrails. Billboards popped up out of the dark advertising casinos and injury lawyers and fast food chains. The interstate widened. More cars appeared. Headlights, taillights, light pollution, all the glow and clutter of a city. I had never been more relieved to see the ugly orange sodium lamps lining the ramps. I took my exit and followed the familiar route toward my apartment complex. The streets were mostly empty at that hour, but not deserted. A few cars at stoplights. A cop parked in a median running radar. 2 teenagers on bikes cutting across a strip mall parking lot. Normal night things. My complex sits behind a rust-brown metal fence that groans when the motor slides it open. I punched the code into the keypad, watched the red LED blink green, and listened to the grinding sound, as the gate dragged itself aside. The noise made me flinch. The lot was dotted with the usual collection of sedans, sun-baked SUVs, and one or two shiny trucks that probably cost more than they should. Overhead, sodium lights buzzed, tinting everything that sickly yellow color that makes cars and people look jaundiced. One light near my building flickered, sputtering brighter, then dimmer, then holding. I parked in my usual space near the stairwell. When I cut the engine, the sudden silence felt like another drop on that motel bed, that gas station. Except it wasn't silence at all. The world just shifted channels. I heard the metallic slam of the gate closing behind me. The quiet whir of a neighbor's AC unit mounted in their bedroom wall. Somewhere above, a TV murmured through an open window laugh track leaking out into the night. A dog on the first floor barked once, a sharp sound, then settled back down. I sat there for a minute, hands still on the steering wheel, feeling the engine tick as it cooled. The dashboard lights faded out one by one, leaving me in the dull orange glow from the parking lot. "You home?" my mom asked. "Yeah," I said. My voice sounded distant. "Just pulled in." "Good," she said. "You go inside, check your foot, your hands, eat something, no alcohol. Take a shower, then sleep. Tomorrow we talk." Tomorrow. Like this was something that could be handled on a calendar. "Did you call the police?" I asked. I already knew the answer. There had been no cruisers on the road, no flaring blue-red lights, no radio chatter in the background when she'd been talking to those men. I would have heard the difference in her voice if she had divided her attention like that. "Yes," she said, without missing a beat. I told them what happened. They said they would send someone to check the area. The lie slid out of her so smoothly, I almost admired the craftsmanship. "Right," I said. "Okay." "Go inside," she repeated. "Lock your door, then call me in the morning." We hung up. The line clicked, and for the first time in what felt like forever, my ear was empty. I grabbed my bag and climbed the stairs. The metal steps rattled under my feet, the sound echoing up the concrete shaft. The motion sensor light at the landing clicked on with a soft electric pop, painting the stucco walls a harsh white for a moment. My apartment door looked normal. The cheap deadbolt, the peephole, the little rubber wedge I sometimes left there when I was bringing groceries in. I unlocked it, pushed it open, and was hit with the stale, familiar smell of my own place coffee dust, something from the trash I probably should have taken out before leaving. The fridge hummed in the kitchen. Somewhere in the wall, water moved through pipes, a subtle rushing sound, as someone upstairs flushed or turned on a tap. The AC unit coughed once, then kicked into a higher gear, air hissing through the vent. I had lived with those sounds long enough that I never really heard them before. They were just the invisible machinery of life. Tonight they were deafening. Every compressor hum sounded like the idling engines of the Chevys. Every click of the thermostat relay sounded like that gas pump shutting off. The sudden metallic knock from the ice maker in my freezer dropping a cube made my heart jump into my throat. I set my bag down on the kitchen table with a dull thump and stood there in the middle of the room, listening like someone who had broken into my own life. The microwave clock blinked 12:07 a.m. in little green segments. The soft, repetitive tick from the cheap wall clock over the doorway seemed faster than usual, like it was trying to make up for lost time. I pulled my phone out of my pocket, thumbed it awake more out of reflex than intention. The screen lit my face in cold light. Notification banners cluttered the top work email, some junk app, telling me I'd left something in my cart, a score update from a game I hadn't watched. At the top of the list sat the phone icon with a little one badge. I tapped into the recent calls. There it was. One long, unbroken line. Mom 10327. The call had started just outside Las Cruces when I'd first hit the interstate and decided to keep myself awake with her voice. It had never disconnected. Not when the trucks boxed me in. Not when the man picked up my phone. Not when he switched it to speaker. Not when my mom's voice turned into something I didn't recognize. The entire time, those long minutes under the buzzing canopy, the negotiation in a language I barely understood, the drive back to the highway, the pullover on the shoulder, the entire rattling trip home, she had stayed on the line. She hadn't hung up. Not even once. I stared at the call duration until the numbers blurred. A little part of my brain did the math uninvited. How many minutes between the ramp and the gas station? How many minutes I'd been standing next to the pump? How many minutes it took for 3 armed men to decide whether I walked away or not? She had not called the cops. She had not called my dad. She had not called any emergency number. She had called someone else years ago, and whatever favor she had done or whatever debt had been written, then was what had cashed out tonight. In my quiet apartment in Tucson, with the fridge humming and the AC blowing, and some neighbor's TV murmuring through the wall, everything sounded wrong. The noises of my life hadn't changed at all. I was the one who had. 3.2 trying to make it make sense. The next morning, my alarm went off like nothing had happened. Same obnoxious tone, same blue numbers on the clock, blinking 6:15 a.m., same thin light leaking through the blinds. My body rolled out of bed on autopilot, shower, toothbrush, work pants, company polo shoes. Every movement felt like I was borrowing someone else's routine. The only thing that had changed was that everything inside my skull felt slightly off angle. The fridge kicked on while I was pouring coffee compressor, grumbling awake. The sound made my shoulders jump before my brain caught up and labeled it fridge, not engine. My Keurig sputtered and hissed hot water, forcing itself through plastic. The little pops and crackles sounded too much like the canopy light at the station. By the time I was locking my apartment door, my heart rate had spiked 3 separate times over absolutely nothing. A door slammed somewhere downstairs, a truck on the main road gunning it through a stale green. The Tacoma sat in its spot, looking exactly like it had the night before. Same dust on the hood, same magnetic company logo on the door, same little stone chip in the windshield. The only difference was me standing there, staring at it like it was some artifact that had been to war without me. I drove to the shop like I always do. The route was muscle memory left out of the complex, right at the light merge onto the freeway. The sunrise turned the sky a washed-out orange. Morning commuters filled the lanes, sedans and SUVs and work trucks, jockeying for position for absolutely no reason. Every time my eyes brushed over a pickup without plates in front or back, and there were more than I'd ever bothered to track before my chest tightened. My brain instantly tried to map it onto the shape of those Chevys from the night before. Was the bed the same length, the stance the same? Did the driver hold the wheel the same way? Rationally, I knew the odds I was following the same trucks were basically zero. Emotionally, it felt like every unmarked pickup on the road was part of the same organism connected to the piece that had circled me the night before. At the shop, the parking lot was a mess of white company trucks, a couple of employee cars, and one motorcycle parked way out at the edge like it was too cool to be near the fleet. The roll-up bay doors were open, letting in strips of gray morning. Inside the shop smelled like dust cardboard and that weird plasticky tang of new electronics. My boss had already sent the morning email by the time I clocked in. Subject routes, tickets Friday. It was exactly what it always was, a list of addresses, job numbers, estimated times. There was something almost insulting about seeing my name next to a ticket number, like nothing in my status had changed at all. I stood at the counter and filled out my mileage log for the Las Cruces trip, pen on paper. Date start, odometer, end, odometer. The paper smelled faintly of toner and dust. My handwriting looked a little worse than usual, letters leaning into each other like they were trying to hide. Next up was the gas expense form. I scribbled down the amount from the receipt I'd stuffed in my pocket when I finally dug myself out of that station. The numbers felt surreal, dollars and cents representing gallons I had gotten at the price of a phone call my mother made 15 years before I was born. The old fax machine in the corner coughed to life as someone sent in a signed invoice. It made that familiar grinding series of whines and clicks as it chewed paper through. The sound hadn't changed in the entire time I'd been working here. Today it scraped against my nerves. Anything mechanical making noise suddenly lived in the same category as pump motors and compressor hums. At some point, my boss walked by and slapped a manila folder down near my elbow. "You alive?" he asked, grinning. "Survive New Mexico?" "Yeah," I said. "Just tired. Long week," he said. "You got a short route today. Couple of local stops. Hit the Midtown station first, then the one on Grant. Should be easy." He moved on without waiting for a response, already calling out something to another tech across the shop. Easy. Easy meant not on a pitch-black road 80 miles from anywhere, with people who decide whether you get to keep breathing. I loaded the Tacoma with the day's parts card readers, cables, a little network switch, a box of receipt paper. The boxes slid around in the bed with soft thumps as I drove out of the yard. Every little noise got filed in the new directory my brain had created: overnight safe, or threat engine, or gun pump, or footsteps. The first station on my list was a busy intersection spot with bright signage and too many cars crammed into a lot that was too small. People in business casual filled up their tanks. A guy in a landscaper's truck argued with someone on speakerphone. A kid in a hoodie walked past the pumps with headphones and completely oblivious to cars backing up around him. It was the opposite of that side road station, in every way lights, cameras, people. It should have felt comforting. Instead, my eyes kept darting to the corners of the lot. Any pickup that pulled in made my stomach flip, even if it had a landscaping company logo on the side and ladders strapped to the rack. My hands shook slightly when I opened the pump panel to access the card reader. The smell of gas was immediate and strong, but now it came preloaded with memory, bright light, 2 trucks, men stepping out. "Dude, you okay?" the cashier asked through the little sliding window when I took the terminal inside to test it. "You look like you haven't slept." "Yeah," I said. "Long drive yesterday." He shrugged and went back to scrolling on his phone. For him, the morning was just another morning. It was like that all day. The ordinary world kept behaving like itself while my insides insisted everything was off. At lunch, I sat in the break room of a truck stop on the outskirts of town, where the company kept a locker for us. The room looked like every other break room, a vending machine whirring, a microwave with a door that didn't quite close, a table with a permanent ring from someone's spilled coffee. The TV bolted to the wall was tuned to the local news volume low enough that you had to lean in to catch the anchor's voice. I microwaved a burrito until it was too hot at the edges and still cold in the middle, then sat and watched the news like my life depended on it. They were running the usual rotation car wreck on I-19 water restrictions high school football preview. When the anchor said border, my head snapped up on reflex. A 2-minute segment B-roll of flashing lights and men in uniforms, the Chiron reading drug seizure at checkpoint. The words unnamed organizations operating in the region floated by again. No gas station, no mention of a robbery, no note about 3 pickups stopping a field tech on a side road and then deciding to let him go. It was stupid to expect there would be. Still, some part of me had hoped for a headline: botched carjacking near I-10. 3 men at large. Something. Anything to suggest what I'd seen fit into the police's understanding of the world. Instead, the segment ended, and the anchor pivoted to a feel-good story about a dog adoption fair. The crawl at the bottom kept looping weather stats. I stabbed my burrito with a plastic fork and thought about walking into a precinct. I pictured myself standing at a front desk under fluorescent lights talking to a cop behind thick glass. 3 guys with guns boxed me in at a side road gas station last night, I'd say. They took my wallet and my keys, then gave them back because they heard my mom's voice on the phone and she said some name from Mexico. They left with my cash and told me not to stop on that road again. I could see how it would play out, the raised eyebrow, the slow blink, the careful clarifying questions. What was the station called? I don't know. There were no signs. License plates, none. Make and model, old Chevys, dark color. Facial features, beards, hoodies, baseball caps. Did you get a good look at their tattoos? I was busy not getting shot. It wasn't that they wouldn't believe me. They would. It was that what they'd be able to do with it would be exactly nothing. And then there was my mother. Do you know any of the men the cop would ask at some point, pen hovering over the form? No, I'd say. Did anyone else speak to them while they were there? My mom, I'd say. And then because I'm a bad liar, I'd keep going. She talked to one of them on the phone. He said a name from her past, and after that they left. What name? El Padrino, I'd answer, and watch the temperature in the room change. There are certain names that don't belong in polite conversation, certain titles even that carry weight. Godfather, patron, boss. Whatever you translate it as it sits wrong in your mouth when you line it up next to my mom. If I told the police everything, I'd be putting that name in their reports, putting my mom on their radar in a way she had spent her entire life avoiding. If whatever organization those men belonged to found out I'd gone to the cops about them, I might be putting targets on both of us. I took a bite of my burrito. It tasted like cardboard and sour grease. Maybe my brain was just trying to make a story out of a coincidence. Maybe my mom did call the police. Maybe she used words that would scare those guys more than sirens, told them she had their plates, their descriptions, that there were eyes on that station they didn't know about. Maybe. But that didn't explain the way the man had said that name. Didn't explain the way his entire posture shifted after he heard it. Didn't explain your mom already paid. It also didn't explain the simple fact that my mother had been comfortable enough to speak to them in the tone she had. Not begging, not pleading, negotiating. I stared at the TV while my food cooled in front of me, the anchor's mouth moving silently as they cut to weather. Some graphics of clouds sailed over green screen mountains. The air conditioner in the corner rattled, struggling. A driver across the room snored softly with his head on the table. The world went on. That night, lying in my own bed, the sounds of my apartment pressed in on me. The fridge compressor cycling on with a low rumble. The ice maker's sudden clunk and crackle as cubes dropped. The AC fans starting up and blowing air through the vent with a hollow rush. The building settling with little creaks in the drywall. Every noise had a ghost layered under it. 2 engines idling, a pump ticking away, a neon sign buzzing overhead, boots on cracked concrete. I stared at the ceiling long after my eyes should have closed, tracing the faint shadows from the streetlight outside as they shifted along the bumps in the plaster. I had this weird sensation that if I did fall asleep, I would wake up back under that canopy, headlights in my face, someone saying phone, wallet, keys. Sleep, when it finally came, was thin and crowded with half-formed images, gas stations and highways, and my mother speaking Spanish into a phone I couldn't reach. A couple of days passed like that. Work home too much listening to machines. I didn't bring it up with my mom again. She didn't either. We talked about soccer and the neighbor's dog, and whether I had remembered to pay my car insurance. It was like we had an agreement we would both pretend that night was a closed incident file. I knew it wasn't. The first person I told, sort of, was a coworker I sometimes split routes with. His name's Ben, mid-30s. 2 kids, drives one of the other white Tacomas, chews sunflower seeds and spits the shells into an empty coffee cup in the console. We were carpooling to a site on the other side of town a few days after the incident. He drove because his truck already had the parts loaded, and I sat in the passenger seat watching the neighborhoods pass. He noticed I was quieter than usual. "You look like hell, man," he said, flicking a seed shell into the cup. "Las Cruces beat you that bad?" I almost said no, shrugged it off. Instead, the words came out in a different shape. "I almost got robbed at this creepy gas station on my way back," I said. "Yeah," he said, eyebrows climbing. "We're some side road station off I-10, I said. "Old pumps, no one around." I was dumb enough to pull in for gas when my tank was low. 2 trucks boxed me in. Guys got out with guns. I left my mother out of it. I left out the phone call, the name, the strange way they'd handed me my keys back. I told it like a near robbery that went strangely. "They took my wallet and my keys," I said, "but then they just gave them back, took the cash and left. Didn't hurt me. Didn't even really threaten much. It was weird." "Jesus," Ben said. "You didn't call the cops." I shrugged. What was I going to tell them? 3 guys in hoodies with no plates almost robbed me and then changed their minds. They'd take a report and file it under desert weirdness. He snorted at that, but his face stayed serious. Still, he said, "That stretch is no joke, man. People die out there. And if they don't die, they just disappear." He said it casually, like he'd said it before. "Disappearing seems to be the theme," I muttered. "What exit?" he asked. I frowned, trying to recall the number on the sign. 190-something, I said. Tiny little ramp, nothing on the GPS. Neon sign that looked like it was from the 80s. 2 pumps, nowhere place. Ben made a face like he'd just bitten into something sour. "Yeah," he said. "Next time, don't do that." "You think," I said. "Thought I'd make it a regular stop." He ignored the sarcasm. "I'm serious," he said. "You know that Love's off exit 11. The big one with like 40 truck spots and a Wendy's attached." "Yeah," I said. I'd stopped there more times than I could count. Bright lights, brand logos, every inch of it screaming corporate safety. "Use that," he said. "Or the pilot passed it. The big ones. Locals don't mess with those little side road stations, man." "Why not?" I asked, even though I already suspected the answer. He rolled his shoulders as if the subject made him physically uncomfortable. "They say those belong to organizations," he said, drawing quotation marks in the air with one hand while the other stayed on the wheel. "Off-brand gas, sometimes no signs, sketchy cameras. Everybody knows which ones to avoid if they want to stay breathing. Highway Patrol knows too, but they can't sit on all of them." He glanced over at me, one corner of his mouth lifting. "You got lucky," he added. "Whatever reason they had for letting you go, that's what it was, luck. Do not test it." "Yeah," I said quietly. "I'm starting to get that." We rode in silence for a while after that, the wipers squeaking once across a dusty windshield as he hit the washer fluid. The sound made my skin crawl. From the passenger seat, I watched a small, nameless gas station slide by in the distance off an exit. We didn't take a squat building, a couple of pumps, a single truck parked out front. It could have been the same one. It wasn't. It didn't matter. Organizations, Ben had called them, because that's what you say in polite company when you mean people who can decide your fate with a phone call. I stared out at the highway and tried to imagine my mother in her 20s standing in some sun-blasted office on the Mexican side of the border, saying that name in a room full of men who didn't need to raise their voices to be terrifying. Whatever she'd done back then, whatever deal she'd made, it had reached across decades and miles and pulled those men's hands back from my throat for one night. And the more I tried to make it make sense, the less coincidence sounded like a word that belonged anywhere near it. 3.3 Back to the scene. There is a specific kind of stupidity that only shows up after the adrenaline wears off. It does not feel like stupidity in the moment. It feels like closure, like fact-checking, like you are just making sure you did not dream it. It feels, for lack of a better phrase, like trying to make your own haunting more manageable. That is the only way I can explain why less than a week after 3 men with guns boxed me in on a side road and let me go because of my mother's voice, I drove back to that gas station in daylight. I did not tell my mom I was going. I did not tell anyone, actually. It was one of those days where the route on my screen looked harmless. A couple of jobs on the outskirts of town, a site near the state line, nothing too heavy. The last ticket on the list was at a small independent station off I-10, just close enough to the stretch, where my brain had started refusing to label anything as coincidence. The logical part of me knew I could have taken a different road. You can always take a different road. The human part of me, the same idiot that had taken that exit on low fuel in the first place, rationalized it like this. If I go during the day, it will be fine. They only come out at night. I will be working, not hanging around. I just want to see if the place looks the way I remember it. I just want proof that it actually exists. That last part is what hooked me. Proof. Evidence that I had not stitched this whole thing together out of fear and suggestion. So after I finished my earlier stops and pointed the Tacoma back toward the interstate, I let the little arrow on the GPS creep closer to that unnamed exit, like it was my decision all along. The sun was high when I got there. Arizona sun in late morning does not just shine, it punishes. The sky was a bleached-out, relentless blue. Heat shimmered above the asphalt, making the horizon waver. The desert on either side of the highway looked flatter and more harmless than it ever does at night. I saw the exit sign well before I reached it this time. Small, green, easy to miss in the dark. Exit 193. The number stamped there like an inside joke. No services listed, no logos, just an arrow and a name for a road I had never bothered to memorize. My turn signal clicked on. The sound made my throat tighten. I took the ramp anyway. Daylight peeled some of the menace off the road down to the station. The scrub that had been inky voids under my headlights was now just thin, dusty bushes clinging to the slope. The barbed wire fences on either side of the road were clear, their posts leaning at tired angles. The cracked asphalt that had felt like a narrowing trap in the dark was just that now, cracked asphalt. The same old neon sign hung over the access road, but its glowing letters were dead in the sun. The red tubes that had buzzed open the night I almost died were pale and dusty, their glass reflecting a warped slice of bright sky. The faded company logo panel underneath looked even older in the harsh light colors, washed and flaking. The lot came into view, and my heart did that thing, where it double beats and then seems to forget what rhythm it was using. It was the same place. That is what hit me first. The same squat cinder block building. The same 2 pumps under the low canopy. The same soda machine wheezing near the corner. In the daylight details I had missed before popped into focus a patch of oil stains where someone had parked too long, a spray paint tag on the side of the building. Half scrubbed away, a cracked plastic trash can bungeed to one of the canopy poles. There were 2 vehicles in the lot besides mine. One was an ancient Ford sedan parked crooked near the side of the building, sun-faded paint, chalky with age. The other was a dusty work van with a ladder racket's logo so worn I could not read it from a distance. Both had plates. Neither were Chevys. The pumps looked less like predatory limbs and more like what they were old, tired machines trying to hold on in a world that had moved on without them. Their white paint was gray with grime. The rubber hoses drooped. The little metal panels where you insert cards were scratched and sunburnt. Up under the canopy, 3 of the fluorescent fixtures were still doing their best in the shadow, even though the sun made most of their effort pointless. The 4th sat dark. In this light, you could see that the plastic cover was cracked end to end, a jagged seam like a healed wound. I pulled up to the same pump as before, without consciously choosing it. Muscle memory is a sick sense of humor that way. The truck rolled to a stop, dust puffing around the tires, and I killed the engine. The sudden hush, no music, no engine, just the buzz of the lights, and the distant hiss of highway noise brought last week back so sharply, my palms went clammy. This time I was not here for gas. My tank was already half full from the morning. I had told myself on the way in that I might grab a snack, a drink, something small to justify being there. Mostly I was there to look. Inside the station was a cave of cool compared to the heat outside. The blast of air conditioning hit me first, carrying the mixed smells of cheap coffee, spilled soda, and old mop water. The floor was smudged tile. Aisles of snacks leaned inward slightly, their shelves bowing under the weight of chips and candy. At the back, the coolers hummed steadily. Their glass doors were hazed with fingerprints. Behind them, rows of bottled water soda energy drinks and a shocking amount of off-brand iced tea glowed under fluorescent strips. The electric buzz they made was the same as any other coolers, but my ears picked it apart like it was Morse code. From somewhere near the counter, a radio played Spanish pop, bright bouncing melodies, drum machines, a singer's voice riding high over it all. It sounded wrong in here, like someone dubbed a party track over a slow-motion car crash. The counter was in the same place it had always been, facing the door, backed by a wall of cigarettes, lottery scratchers, and racks of small, overpriced things you buy when you are bored or desperate: phone chargers, air fresheners, lighters with skulls on them. Behind that counter was a man. He might have been the same clerk from the night, or he might not have. Daylight changes faces. He looked a little younger than I remembered, maybe mid-20s, with a thin mustache and a faded baseball cap, with the logo of a soccer team I recognized from my mother's TV. He wore a name tag that simply said, Luis. He was not hunched over his phone like the other guy had been. A cheap Android sat on the counter next to him, screen dark. He was facing the door, leaning on his elbows, nodding slightly to the music. His eyes flicked up as I walked in, giving me a quick automatic scan, clean clothes, no visible weapons company logo on shirt. He did not look twice. To him, I was another guy in from the road. Up in the corner above the door, the dome camera was pointed straight out, now clean and centered, its smoked plastic cover free of cobwebs. A little red LED blinked inside it. It looked like a camera in a horror movie that pretends to be watching your back while actually streaming everything you do to someone who does not care. It also looked exactly like 100 other cheap cameras I've seen in small businesses across the state. Hola, Luis, said, voice easy. Need gas? Not today, I said. Just grabbing something. I wandered the aisles, pretending to compare snack labels, but my eyes kept cutting back to that camera, to the door, to the windows. In the daylight, the bars over the glass were just dark lines casting shadows onto the floor. Outside, the world was painfully bright, everything bleached and overexposed. A pickup rolled past on the road without slowing. It had plates. I checked. I grabbed a bag of chips I did not want, and a bottle of water, I did. When I set them on the counter, Luis rang them up without much enthusiasm. The register's thermal printer spit out a receipt with a harsh little whine, the smell of hot ink curling up. Up close, I could read his eyes better. There was the usual bored, detached look of someone on a long, low-pay shift. Under it, maybe a little wariness. Or maybe I was projecting. "You guys got cameras that actually work in here?" I asked, keeping my tone light like it was just shop talk. I hooked a thumb up toward the dome. "I work on card readers. Half the places I go to have fake cameras." He glanced up at it, then back at me. A tiny, humorless smile tugged at his mouth. "They work," he said. "Sometimes." "Good neighborhood?" I asked, as if any patch of dirt off a side road in the desert counted as a neighborhood. He shrugged, palm up. "Depends on the hour," he said. "Day is trucks, workers, families. Night is..." He made a seesaw motion with his hand. "Sometimes kids, sometimes borrachos, sometimes people stop that shouldn't." He slid my receipt across the counter. "You should stick to the truck stops, amigo," he added, conversational, like he was recommending a better taco place. "Those big lights, many cameras. Safer. Here is..." He flicked his fingers in a little explosion gesture. "Sometimes quiet. Too quiet." Every word had a layer under it. If you did not know better, you would hear generic. "This is a sketchy area advice." After last week, it sounded to me like he was naming categories: day people, drunk people, wrong people. And then there was whatever category 3 Chevys full of men with guns belonged in. "You ever have trouble?" I asked, feigning curiosity more than concern. Like serious trouble, Luis's eyes slid past me for a second, tracking something over my shoulder. I felt my whole body go rigid. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. From outside, tires squealed. It was a sharp sound, rubber protesting against concrete, followed immediately by the muffled whoop of a horn. My heart surged up into my throat. My mind was back under that canopy in an instant, painting in Chevy grills and headlights, doors opening. I turned fast enough that the world blurred, expecting to see 2 dark trucks angled into the lot, men stepping out of them, guns tucked under hoodies. Instead, I saw a silver minivan. It had overshot the entrance a little and was now jerking to a stop halfway into the lot, the rear end still hanging out near the road. The driver, a woman in her 30s with sunglasses perched on her head, looked frazzled, one hand gripping the wheel, the other thrown out toward the back seat, where 2 kids were wrestling over a tablet. A sunshade dangled from the dashboard at a weird angle. She had braked hard to make the turn when she realized she was about to miss it. The minivan's engine idled loudly, fan kicking on to fight the heat. She pulled forward slowly, correcting her angle, then nosed up to the pump on the far side. The kids in the back continued their war, oblivious to the fact that I had just aged 5 years watching their mom almost miss an exit. The sound of squealing tires faded. The lot settled back into its regular noises, engine's cooler hum, the radio chirping out a chorus about heartbreak and beaches. I laughed once, a short, stupid bark at my own reflexes. "Just a family," Luis said, as if reading my mind. He had not moved. His expression had not changed. "People in a hurry do dumb things." "Yeah," I said. "Tell me about it." I turned back to him. His eyes were on me now in a different way. Not just the lazy scan of a clerk ringing up a random guy, but a more focused, searching look. It lasted maybe half a second too long for comfort. "You been through here before?" he said. It did not sound like a question. My skin felt suddenly too tight. "A lot of these little stations look the same," I said, aiming for casual. "I drive this route all the time. Could be." He tapped one finger on the counter, thinking. The radio hit a bridge. The singer dropped her voice, the beat dropping out for a moment. before the chorus hit again. The coolers clicked as one of the compressors cycled off. Luis leaned in slightly, voice dropping. "Your mom has good friends," he said in English this time. "Not everyone gets to leave." The words were soft, almost gentle. They hit like a punch. I had not said a single thing about my mother. I had not mentioned that I had been on the phone. I had not brought up that night at all. To him, I was just a guy in a company shirt buying chips. Except I wasn't. I was the guy who had stood under that canopy while 3 trucks boxed him in. The guy whose life had been weighed and measured and sent back because a woman's voice from across the border had said a name. He knew that, or he knew enough of it. Blood roared in my ears. The edges of my vision went a little soft, like the room had pulled back an inch. He must have seen something flicker across my face because he added almost apologetically, "They talk. You know, people talk. We listen." He tapped the side of his head. "Not my business who your mama is," he said. "But I know this, if she calls and men with trucks move, you should be careful where you park." My mouth had gone dry. I swallowed the movement, feeling too loud in my own ears. "I didn't tell you about my mom," I said before I could stop myself. He shrugged, eyes cutting briefly to the side toward the road. "You didn't have to," he said. "This road is small. The world is smaller." When something like that happens, we hear. Next day, someone comes in, buys cigarettes, says, "Hey, did you hear about the guy in the company truck that almost lost his head until Ella Señora called?" He smiled, but there was no humor in it. "People like stories," he said. "Especially stories that remind them they are not the ones at the bottom." I thought of 3 men with guns deciding to give back my keys. I thought of my mother standing in her kitchen, speaking in a voice she had never used on me, using a name she had never admitted knowing. "Not everyone gets to leave," he had said. There was a version of this story where I told myself that what happened that night was random, a brush with danger, a lucky break, end of file. Standing in that little station, with the sun blazing outside and the coolers humming behind me, listening to a clerk in a soccer hat casually reference my mother's invisible connections, that version died. Whatever network those men belonged to, it extended past the trucks and the guns. It reached into the guy ringing up my chips, into whoever bought cigarettes the next morning, into a web of people who knew when a small debt had been paid and when a favor had been called in. My mother was not someone who had once brushed up against that world and gotten away. She was part of it. I paid. The little card reader beeped approved, the receipt printed curling up warm in my fingers. I shoved it into my pocket without looking. "Thanks," I said, backing away from the counter. "De nada," Luis said. "Be safe, amigo." Outside, the sun hit me like a slap. Heat bounced off the concrete. The minivan lady wrestled with the Pump 1 kid, now crying in the back seat for reasons unknown. A dust devil spun briefly in the far corner of the lot, kicking up paper and grit, then collapsed. As I climbed into the Tacoma, the dome camera above the door watched with its little red LED blinking. I started the engine hands tight on the wheel. The radio stayed off. The only sound was the idle hum and my own breathing. In the rearview mirror, I saw Luis step out from behind the counter to restock something near the coolers. He did not look out at me. He did not wave. He did not need to. He had already told me everything that mattered. When I pulled back onto the road and headed for the interstate, the gas station shrank in my side mirror faster than it had that night, daylight making it smaller, pettier. But what I had learned inside it did not shrink. Once you know that a simple, nameless station off a side road in the desert is plugged into a network of people who can decide if you live or die with a few words, you do not forget it. Once you know your mother speaks that language fluently, you do not hear her voice the same way again. 4.1 Photos in the buffet drawer. I kept telling myself it was just dinner. That is how she framed it anyway. A text the day after I went back to the station dinner Sunday. I made too much enchilada sauce. Like everything between us still lived in the space of leftover food and soccer talk. Her house in West Tucson has always felt stuck in a particular year. Late 90s, maybe. One-story stucco painted a kind of sun-faded peach gravel front yard with 2 stubborn ocotillos and a ceramic frog near the walkway. The swamp cooler on the roof had been replaced by actual AC a long time ago, but the old unit still squats up there like a rusted metal tumor. When I pulled up, the sun was starting to go down. Not the dramatic desert sunset Instagram people come here for, just a soft draining of light, the sky turning from harsh white blue to a tired pale orange. The street was quiet. Mr. Delgado's giant Ford truck was parked across the road, like always, front bumper hanging slightly over the sidewalk. Somewhere, someone's wind chimes clinked faintly. The air smelled like dust and something good cooking. Chili's tomatoes oil getting pushed past its comfort zone. Inside her house was exactly what I grew up in, cool, dim, and full of little noises. The AC unit in the hallway closet rattled a bit as it pushed air through the vents. The TV in the living room was on low-tuned to Liga MX, the green of the field, washing the room in flickering color. A commentator rolled his R's over some midfield play like it mattered more than anything. Out back, I could hear the faint hiss of a hose as a neighbor watered their gravel yard, saturating the dust so it smelled briefly like wet concrete. In the kitchen, the air was thick with cumin and melted cheese. A pan of enchiladas sat on the stovetop under foil, still steaming around the edges. The scent hit a part of me that remembered coming home from school, dropping my backpack, hearing the sizzle of something frying, and my mom's voice arguing with the TV about a ref's bad call. "Hola, mijo," she said, wiping her hands on a dish towel as I came in. She kissed my cheek, same as always. Her hands smelled like garlic and soap. The table was set for 2. Real plates, not the chipped microwavable ones she used when she ate alone. Silverware, paper napkins, a bowl of shredded lettuce and tomato, a little dish of crema, a bottle of tapatio standing at attention, like a soldier. "You look skinny," she said automatically, which was how she told me she was glad I was there. "Sit, before it gets cold." If you had walked in on that scene without context, you would have thought it was the most ordinary mother-son dinner in the world. That was the part that made my skin crawl, because nothing in me felt ordinary anymore. We ate, forks scraping ceramic, the AC cycling on and off, the TV in the other room rising and falling with the announcer's voice. She poured us each a glass of agua fresca from a plastic pitcher, the ice clinking pleasantly. "Work is busy?" she asked. "Yeah," I said. "Same as always. Those idiots still call you for things they could fix by themselves." A little smile. "Every day," I said. "Reset your router, people. It's not that hard." We both chuckled. It felt rehearsed. A script we knew how to deliver. All through the meal, she did not mention the desert. She didn't ask how I was sleeping, or if I'd driven that stretch again, or if I'd done something stupid like go back to the scene. She didn't ask about the gas station at all. She also didn't ask if I had told anyone else. That silence felt very deliberate. Instead, she talked about the new guy who had moved in next door, too many visitors, too loud a stereo, and a coworker at her job who had quit without notice, and how the price of limes was getting ridiculous. She yelled at the ref on TV when he missed a foul. She refilled my plate like she was on a mission to add 5 pounds to me in one evening. Her normal was dialed up just a notch too high. Every joke a little too bright. Every eye roll a little too sharp. It was like watching an actor overplay a role you've seen them do better. Whenever there was a gap in the conversation, my mind dropped straight into the space she was avoiding. I thought about the way her voice had sounded on the phone that night. Not shaky, not hysterical, but cold and controlled. I thought about Luis at the station saying, "Your mom has good friends. Not everyone gets to leave." I thought about the name the man with the gun had said, that little ghost from my childhood, slowly turning back into flesh. She finished her second enchilada and pushed the plate slightly away, satisfied. I was halfway through my third. Fear is apparently not strong enough to kill the appetite I grew up with. "I'm going to the bathroom," she said, standing up. "Leave the dishes. I'll do them later." "Okay," I said. The bathroom door down the hall clicked shut. A second later, I heard the faint rush of water through the pipes as she turned the sink on, then off. My brain immediately mapped that sound to another night, the neighbor's pipes in my apartment, the gas pump at that station, the hiss of the air compressor. I sat there for a moment, staring at the table, my fork hovering over melted cheese. Then I did something I had never done in that house before. I got up and snooped. It wasn't some sudden, bold decision. It was more like a dam giving way after years of pressure. All the half-questions I'd packed away about her father, her mother, the phone calls, the jokes with too much teeth, were suddenly heavier than my loyalty to her privacy. She had not given me answers when I asked straight. She had lied about the cops. She had gotten on the phone with armed men who live on the edges of maps and made choices that reached all the way into my car. If she wasn't going to tell me who she used to be, I was going to go looking for that version myself. Her house is not big. From the dining table, I could see most of it, the front door, the short hall to the bathroom and bedrooms, the arch into the living room. The only real piece of furniture grown-ups own that she's had as long as I can remember is the buffet in the dining area. It's one of those dark wood pieces that might be old or might just be pretending. Low wide with cabinet doors underneath and a row of drawers along the top. She keeps the good plates in there. Holiday napkins. Stuff you use twice a year, if that. When I was a kid, the rule was simple: don't mess with the buffet, which of course made it the obvious place to start. I moved quietly, even though there was no reason to. The carpet under my feet muffled my steps. The bathroom fan whirred to life down the hall, covering any small sounds. On the TV, someone scored. The crowd noise swelled. The top drawer of the buffet slid out with a soft wooden whisper. Inside, tablecloths neatly folded. A stack of cloth napkins she never used because they are too nice. A fan of plastic cutlery still in its package from some long-ago party. Nothing interesting. The second drawer out from the left stuck a little before it gave. It had always done that as far as I can remember. A slight resistance, then a lurch as the wood cleared some invisible snag. This one smelled faintly of old paper when it opened. No table linens, no utensils, just a bundle of photographs and some loose ones around it all, with that yellow cream tone you only get from age. The bundle was held together by a rubber band that had gone brittle, a crack running almost all the way through it. My heart thudded once hard. I glanced down the hall. The bathroom door was still shut. The fan still hummed. No water running yet. I reached in and lifted the bundle out carefully, like it might disintegrate in my hands. The edges of the prints were soft, the way paper gets after being handled a lot, and then left alone for years. There was a smell to them, dust, old photochemicals, a ghost of something floral that might have been perfume once upon a time. The rubber band gave up the second. I tried to stretch it, snapping in two with a brittle, almost inaudible crack. I winced at the sound anyway. A thin line of dried rubber dusting my fingers. I spread the photos out on the closed surface of the buffet hands, shaking more than I wanted them to. Most of them were what you'd expect, family snaps from a life I'd never been shown. My mother as a teenager in a school uniform blurred around the edges, standing next to two other girls with big hair and bigger smiles. A man in a short-sleeved dress shirt I recognized from one framed picture in the hallway. Her father standing in front of a low government building with a Mexican flag in the background. His expression serious, as if the camera itself were an official. Street scenes from a border town I'd never visited, but felt like I almost knew dust, sun-bleached stucco, a taqueria sign, in hand-painted letters, a dog sleeping in the shade of a parked car, a Christmas somewhere that wasn't here with a fake tree and people I couldn't name. And then there was the one that made everything in my chest tighten. It was smaller than the others, more faded. The colors had of that older film look heavy on brown and green skin tones a little off. A corner was dog-eared. Someone had taken the time to write on the bottom border in neat blue ballpoint a year from the late 80s and a name. Not El Padrino, his real name. I'm not going to write that name here. I have written around it my entire life R, the ghost in my mom's midnight phone call, the friend she would never admit to having. Seeing it written out in ink in her handwriting under that man's face made it solid in a way it had never been. In the photo, my mother looked younger than I'd ever seen her. Early 20s, maybe. Dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, eyes brighter, but with the same shape I see in the mirror. She was standing slightly off to the side in what looked like a parking lot outside some kind of office. Her smile was small, almost polite, not quite reaching her eyes. Next to her stood a man. He wasn't especially tall, maybe a couple of inches above her, but something about him took up more space than anybody else in the frame. He wore a short-sleeved button-down, tucked into slacks, the kind of outfit you'd see on a manager, a bureaucrat, somebody who didn't do manual labor but liked to look like they might if pushed. His hair was dark, swept back. His mustache was neatly trimmed, the kind that was supposed to say clean but ended up saying controlled. His eyes were hooded, heavy-lidded looking just past the camera instead of into it. The corners of his mouth were relaxed, not smiling, not frowning, just resting in that neutral place people have when they know their expression is being watched and want it to reveal nothing. His right hand rested lightly on the shoulder of another man, half in the frame some junior official I didn't care about. His left hung by his side, fingers curled, a watch glinting on his wrist. He did not look like a movie villain. He looked like the kind of guy you might see at a city council meeting, or standing outside a small law office, or talking to cops in the shade while they laughed at something he said. The more I stared at his face, the more it shifted. It was like one of those illusion posters where a bunch of dots turn into a shape if you let your eyes go soft. Because overlaid on top of him in my head was another face. Older, a little softer around the jaw. Beard instead of mustache. Baseball cap shadowing the eyes instead of hair swept back. Hoodie instead of pressed shirt. The man at the gas station. The one who took my phone and said bueno to my mother. The one who said that name 3 times like he was reviving it. The one who handed me my life back with my keys and said, "Not everyone out here owes her." It was not a perfect match. Time and genetics don't do perfect. But the bones were there. The same heavy eyelids. The same set of the mouth like it only truly smiled when other people weren't looking. The same way of occupying space, shoulders relaxed but ready, chin tilted just a little like the world tilted around him, not the other way. The realization crawled up my spine in slow motion. Whatever my mom had been in that picture next to him, student, employee, relative, asset, was not some isolated footnote. This wasn't a random, powerful man she'd brushed shoulders with once at a function. This was someone whose presence had rippled forward through decades, through bloodlines, into the shape of a man at a gas station who could be his son or his nephew or some direct protege. Generational. This was not just a loose end from my mother's youth. It was a family business. My thumb traced unconsciously over the ink at the bottom of the photo. The blue had faded, but it was still legible, the letters written in that slanted, careful way she uses when she fills out forms. Year. His name. Underlined once. My heart was pounding so hard, I could hear it in my ears, that dull, swampy thump-thump that makes everything else feel far away. My fingertips tingled. The room felt slightly tilted, like the air pressure had changed. Down the hall, the toilet flushed. The sudden rush of water through the pipes snapped me back into my body like a jump cut. The sound was louder than it should have been, a hollow roar inside the walls. It carried straight through my chest, as if the house was clearing its throat. I fumbled the photos, almost dropping the entire stack. One slipped sideways, showing me a glimpse of another scene, my mother on a porch with two women I didn't recognize, all of them looking off to the left, at something not in the frame. I wanted to see it. I wanted to see all of them. I didn't have time. The bathroom faucet squeaked as she turned it on. Water hit the sink basin with a familiar splash. She always washes her hands twice quick. I had maybe 10 seconds. I shoved the photos back into a rough stack, trying not to bend them. My fingers felt clumsy, too big. I slid the cracked remains of the rubber band off to the side and settled the stack into the drawer where I'd found them, facing the same direction, corners aligned as best I could manage. The smell of old paper puffed up as I closed the drawer. The wooden runners squeaked softly. I winced at the noise. The faucet shut off. Her footsteps patted once on the hallway carpet. I eased the drawer fully closed and stepped back from the buffet, heart lodged somewhere near my throat. By the time she rounded the corner into the dining area, I was back at the table, lowering myself into my chair like nothing at all had happened. She glanced at me, then at my plate. "You want more?" she asked, as if the universe hadn't just shifted a degree. "I'm good," I said. My voice sounded normal to my own ears, which was a small miracle. "I'm stuffed." She sat back down, picking up her glass. The TV in the other room shouted something about a counterattack. The AC kicked on with a clunk and a low, steady whoosh. Outside, a car drove by, its tires whispering on the asphalt, then fading away. As she started telling me a story about a co-worker's teenage son getting suspended for fighting at school, I nodded in the right places, made the right noises. On the surface, I was her grown kid, humoring her, eating her food, half watching the game. Underneath, all I could see was that photograph. My mother, younger, standing, very straight eyes, a little too careful for someone her age. The man beside her, his hand resting as lightly on someone's shoulder as a man can when he knows he doesn't need to grip hard to make his presence felt. The blue ink name tying them together. And overlaid on that, the gas station at night. 2 engines idling. A man with the same eyes and the same half smile holding my phone, saying that name like a keyword. In that moment, sitting at her table with cumin in the air and sports on TV and the AC rattling the vent, I understood something I'd been avoiding. I was not just the son of a woman who had run away from a dangerous place and started over. I was the son of someone who had been trusted by men, whose power stretched from photographs in dusty drawers to empty gas stations in the desert. What she had left behind was not gone. It had simply shifted shape. It was still out there, carrying her name in men's mouths, moving trucks on lonely roads. And it was in here too, pressed in ink at the bottom of a fading photo, waiting in a drawer I was never supposed to open. 4. 2. The border town she never talks about. I grew up knowing my mother was from a border town, the way some people know their grandparents are from Europe. It was a vague location, more than a place, a direction on the compass. Back home, she would say, and it meant dusty streets, Spanish on every sign, the heat somehow thicker. Once in a while, she would mention food from there or complain that the tortillas here were wrong, or point at a soccer team on TV and say, "They're from near where I grew up." Then she would change the subject. After the gas station and the photos in the buffet drawer border town stopped being a charming blur in my head and turned into a problem I could actually type into a search bar. I did not know the exact name, but she had dropped enough clues over the years to narrow it down. "We were across from El Paso," she had said once when we were watching a game. Another time, the river was small but big enough. She had cursed the local mayor during a corruption scandal 15 years ago, using a name that stuck with me just enough to recognize its shape. One night alone in my apartment, with nothing but the fridge and my own thoughts for company, I opened my laptop and typed a name into Google Maps. The blue dot of my current location sat there in Tucson like a little blinking lie. I zoomed out, dragging the map east and south, the desert tan rolling under my cursor. The line of the border appeared a hard slash across an organic landscape annotated with city names and ports of entry. And there it was. A cluster of streets pressed against the river. A tangle of colonias stretching back into the scrub. The name I'd heard my whole life without really letting it attach to anything. I clicked it. The map zoomed in, shifting from abstraction to detail. Street names I half recognized from the way she'd listed them once in a story about a soccer match. Avenida, this calle that. A highway cutting through. A bridge crossing the border. Little gray squares marking hospitals, schools, churches. Green patches labeled parquet that looked too small to hold any real trees. I dropped into Street View before I could talk myself out of it. Suddenly, I was standing virtually on a sun-blasted street in a town I had never physically visited, but which had shaped my entire existence. The camera was mounted on some Google car's roof, but the perspective still felt like my own. Narrow sidewalks with cracked concrete, one-story houses with barred windows, paint peeling in spots, but stubborn flowers blooming in buckets out front. A dog lying in the thin strip of shade against a wall, barely lifting its head. Hand-painted signs for a tortilleria, a pharmacy, a taller mecanico. Everywhere the evidence of heat awnings, tarps, sheets hung up to make more shade out of nothing. The sky was a hard, flat blue. The light cast short, brutal shadows. It looked normal. Poor, sure, overcrowded. But also like a place where kids walked to school and people gossiped in front of corner stores and old men played dominoes at card tables in the shade. The horror was not on the surface. It rarely is. I clicked my way down the street, awkwardly leaping from photobubble to photobubble. A man on a bicycle blurred his face as he passed the camera. A group of teenage girls in school uniforms laughed as they crossed the street, their navy skirts and white shirts standing out against the dust. A bus stop with a faded bench carried a sticker for a political campaign from years ago. At one intersection, I paused and spun the camera around in a full circle. A church, a tire shop, a bar with blacked-out windows. Any one of those doors could have opened onto a different version of my mother's life. In my Tucson apartment, the fridge compressor kicked on with a low growl. The sound made me jump, my heart thudding once against my ribs. It took me a second to relocate myself in my own kitchen, instead of on that street. I clicked out of Street View and opened a new tab. The name of the town went into the search bar again, this time with different words after it. Violence. Cartel. Disappeared women. Unsolved murders. I hit enter. The results loaded in a neat, indifferent list. There were more of them than I wanted there to be. News site after news site, some local, some international, all with variations on the same headlines: border town gripped by wave of violence. Unidentified bodies found in desert outside city limits. Authorities blame narco disputes for murder spike. The dates clustered around the late 80s and 90s, then spiked again in the mid-2000s. The same time frame my mother would have been growing up, going to school, getting out. I clicked on one article from the early 90s. The page was a relic, grainy photos, clunky fonts. The lead image was a strip of yellow crime scene tape stretched across a dusty street. The words, Policia Municipal, printed over and over. Behind it, blurred, were the outlines of a car, a cluster of onlookers, the white sheet over something. The text talked about feuding organizations rising in security, business owners closing early. It mentioned a string of disappearances, mostly women tied loosely to a powerful family-linked figure whose name was withheld for legal reasons. It did not take a genius to fill in that blank with the name I had seen in blue ink under a photo in my mother's house. I scrolled slowly, the laptop fan whirring a little louder as the machine warmed. Upstairs, my neighbor's TV chuckled faintly, laugh track leaking through the ceiling at odd intervals. In the freezer, the ice maker dropped a load of cubes into the bin with a hollow clack, startlingly loud in the small apartment. On my screen, a siren flashed in a photo frozen mid-wail. In my apartment, everything was hushed. It was a weird, disorienting split reading about chaos while being surrounded by the quiet, domesticated sounds of American rental life. The fans whine, the neighbor's TV, the occasional car passing outside with that familiar hiss of tires on asphalt, all of it felt too small for the weight of what I was absorbing. I clicked another article, this one from a more recent year, looking back at the worst days with the smug distance of time. There were quotes from people who had lived through it. We learned not to ask questions. You went to work and went straight home. Everyone knew who was behind it, but no one said his name. One line punched through the screen and lodged itself in my chest. The smart ones left, while they still could. My mind supplied an image of my mother, barely older than I am now, standing in front of some U.S. consulate window with a stack of papers and a degree application, trying to look like just another bright student instead of someone running. The more I read, the more a weird kind of vertigo set in. This was the place she had never wanted to talk about. This was the air she had breathed as a teenager. This was the background radiation of her formative years, sirens and gunshots and hushed gossip about who had disappeared and whose body had been found. She had never told me any of it. I pulled my eyes away from the screen and stared at the dark window over my sink. It was technically night outside, but the complex's parking lot lights turned the glass into a faint mirror. My own reflection looked back at me, tired eyes shadowed jawline, the same eye shape as hers. Somewhere in that town, younger versions of those eyes had watched things they would never describe. She had packaged all of that, sealed it up, and carried it across the border, then across decades. And then, on one stupid night at a gas station, she had cracked the seal open just enough to save me. I closed the laptop, the hinge making a small clack that sounded louder than it should have. The fan wound down slowly, its whir fading into the background hum of the apartment. The next step apparently was calling family I barely knew. My mother doesn't have many relatives here. Most are still back over there, a phrase she uses like it's a country, not a specific place. Over the years, there had been a few video calls on birthdays and Christmases, tablet propped up on her kitchen counter, faces crowding the frame from some living room in the town I had just zoomed in on. I remembered one in particular, a middle-aged woman with my mother's cheekbones and a louder laugh introduced to me as Tutia Letty. She had asked me in accented English if I was eating enough. I'd answered yes. We had run out of things to say after 3 sentences. She had switched back to Spanish, the conversation pulling away from me like a tide. Now sitting alone on my couch with my phone in my hand and the apartment too quiet, I scrolled back through old WhatsApp contacts until I found her name. The profile picture was a blurry shot of her with 2 kids in front of a Christmas tree. My thumb hovered over the message icon for a long time. What was I going to say? Hey, long time no talk. Quick question, was my mom in bed with a cartel boss when you were kids? In the end, I typed something bland. Hey Tia, it's me, name. Sorry to bother you. I've been thinking a lot about family stuff lately. How was my mom when she was young? The 3 gray dots on the bottom appeared faster than I expected. She was online. A couple of minutes later, the reply came through in Spanish. I read slowly, dragging my memory over words I hadn't practiced enough. She was always very smart, my aunt wrote. Smarter than all of us. She studied, she worked. She did not waste time. She was smart enough to get out when it was time. Another message followed. Your grandfather was respected. People owed him favors. That helped. Families like ours. Sometimes we pay for what the men do. Your mother found a way not to pay the same price. My heart thumped harder with each line. I typed back. What do you mean, owed him favors? Was he a cop? A long pause. Just the word typing, popping in and out of existence, mocking my curiosity. He worked for the government, she replied finally. You know that. Sometimes that means you help good people. Sometimes it means you stand next to bad ones. Your mother was always careful to stand near the door. That metaphor landed like a stone in my stomach. Always near the door. Ready to leave. I started to type another question about the man in the photo, about the name written underneath, but before I could hit send, a new message popped up. She will not like that you are asking me these things, my aunt wrote. You know how she is. But you are not a child anymore. Just remember, she did everything she did so that you could be far from that life. Do not be stupid and go looking for it. Too late, I thought. Out loud, I typed something non-committal. I understand. Thank you, Tia. I won't bother you with this. You never bother me, she sent back a little heart emoji, softening it. Cuídate. Take care. I set the phone down on the coffee table and leaned back, staring at the ceiling. Above my head, my upstairs neighbor's TV clicked over to some loud commercial. The volume spiked, then dropped as they hit mute. The building's plumbing groaned as someone flushed a toilet. Somewhere outside, a motorcycle revved angrily down the street, then faded. The noises of this boring, safe American apartment building layered over news stories about disappeared women and political assassinations in a town my mother had left but clearly never fully escaped. I thought that was where the night's creeping knowledge would end, but the universe had one more little shove lined up. A few days later, I was at my mother's again, ostensibly to bring her some printer ink from Costco and fix her Wi-Fi. Old person tech support. She was in the kitchen when I came in, talking on the phone in rapid-fire Spanish. I could hear her from the hallway. The tone hit me first, that clipped, precise cadence she had used at the gas station, nothing like her breezy chatter with neighbors or co-workers. Whoever she was talking to, this was business. I slowed my steps without meaning to, hovering just out of sight in the narrow hall between her living room and the kitchen. The words came in fragments. No, that is not necessary. I told you already, I left that a long time ago. Yes, I know who he is. No, he is not part of that world. My skin prickled. He in that sentence could only be me. My heart thumped so hard I felt it in my throat. My feet suddenly felt heavy, like I'd sunk ankle deep into something. I stepped forward, making just enough noise on the tile that it could be explained either way, accidental or the symptom of someone not trying very hard to hide. The moment I crossed the threshold into the kitchen doorway, her voice changed. It was almost comical how fast she flipped the switch. "Yes, see, the doctor said it's good for cholesterol," she was saying, her tone going light. "No, I don't cook it with so much oil anymore. I told you that." She turned her head and saw me standing there. For a split second, her eyes stayed in that harder shape, pupils narrow, face still. Then, like the voice, her expression softened. "Hey," she said, covering the phone's mouthpiece with her palm. "You're here. I'm just talking to your tia Letty. Say hi." I lifted a hand in a half wave toward the device pressed to her ear, even though my aunt couldn't see me. "Hola," I said. My voice sounded wrong. "Luego te llama," my mother added into the phone. "He'll call you later." Then to me, "There's leftover pozole if you're hungry." She hung up a minute later, laughing at something my aunt said that I didn't catch. The phone clicked onto the counter. She went back to stirring a pot, like her words from 30 seconds ago had not just confirmed everything I'd been afraid of. He is not part of that world, implying very clearly that she still was. At least enough that someone on the other end of the line needed reassurance about which world I belonged to. That night, back in my apartment, my phone buzzed with a new WhatsApp message from an unknown Mexican number. The profile picture was nothing, just a gray silhouette. For a second, my stomach dropped. Then I saw the preview line. "Your mom gave me your number. It's Letty. I found a picture you might like." My thumb hovered for a heartbeat, then I opened it. The photo she sent was slightly clearer than the ones in the buffet drawer, but it had the same faded colors, the same early 90s grain. My mother stood at the edge of a dusty lot, younger hair pulled back, wearing jeans and a tucked-in t-shirt. She was squinting against the sun, one hand shading her eyes, the other resting on the open door of a pickup truck. The truck was what snagged me. It was an older model, boxy, the kind of thing you see in old movies about farm workers and small delivery companies. On the door, in faded but still legible paint, was a logo company name, stylized road graphic, some generic slogan about moving what matters. It sounded innocuous, respectable, a transport company. I stared at it for a long time, the fan of my laptop starting up again behind the phone's glow, the fridge humming the neighbor's TV, leaking a sitcom laugh. Curiosity gnawed at me. I opened my laptop, propped the phone up, and typed the company name into the search bar. The first few results were old business registry entries. Then came news articles archived. It didn't take long to find what I was looking for. Transport company linked to major drug trafficking case, one headline read. Another authorities name local logistics company as front for smuggling operation. The dates lined up almost exactly with the years my mother would have been roughly the age she was in that picture. The articles talked about truck routes, about hidden compartments welded into trailers, about nighttime convoys crossing the desert. They talked about the company providing cover for an unnamed organization. Its trucks rarely stopped. Its drivers paid not to see things. One line again stuck with me more than the rest. For years, the company operated in plain sight as a legitimate business, its vehicles a familiar sight on local roads. Plain sight. My mother in that photo stood next to one of those trucks, like it was the most normal thing in the world. My aunt's message buzzed again. "We took that the year before she left," she wrote. She was already making plans, always by the trucks, always listening. She knew more than she said, but she was smart. She did not stay. I typed a thank you back that felt small and stupid. On my screen, the old news article scrolled past a photograph of a convoy of similar pickups and trailers lined up at a checkpoint officer's hands, hovering near weapons. In my hand, the WhatsApp picture showed my mother smiling by the door of one eyes, squinting, unaware that 30 years later, her son would be looking at the same logo and realizing it had never just been a job. In the quiet of my apartment, with the ice maker dropping another clattering load and the laptop fan whining, I understood something new. She had not just grown up in a dangerous town. She had stood next to the machinery of that danger, leaned against it, rode in it, laughed with it, and then at some point she had stepped away, not far enough that the world forgot her, but far enough that men in trucks in the desert would still answer when she called. I thought about her saying, "He's not part of that world," like it was a promise she intended to keep, even if the world itself wasn't done with her yet. 3 stories. She never told me. If you had walked into that dinner, you would have thought it was harmless. It was a Tuesday. I had come over after work with a pack of tortillas and a 6-pack of Topo Chico because my mother refuses to believe she is allowed to let me bring nothing. The sun was down. The house was in its usual twilight mood. Kitchen light on living room light, off TV flickering Liga MX highlights into the dark. The air smelled like onions softening in oil and something simmering low in a pot. The swamp cooler had long since been retired, but the central air still made that familiar hollow whoosh through the vents. Somewhere outside, a neighbor's sprinkler ticked against gravel. I sat at the table while she moved around the kitchen, clattering plates, opening drawers without looking, performing a choreography she could probably do in her sleep. There was music on low from her phone, old ballads, the kind that sound like they're always almost crying. The photos in the buffet drawer had been living rent-free in my head for days. I could see that shot of her next to the truck every time I blinked. The logo on the door, now burned into my retinas, popped up in news articles if I looked for it. The name under the picture with him, the one man whose real name I refused to write, sat in my mind like a stone in a shoe. And her voice saying he's not part of that world floated above all of it like a thin layer of plastic between me and the truth. She set a plate down in front of me, a piece of chicken drowned in red sauce, a heap of rice, a scoop of beans that had known more than one day on the stove. "You still like it this way?" she asked, like the answer could be anything but yes. "Yeah," I said. "Looks great." We started eating, forks against ceramic, the AC cycling, the TV murmuring about a transfer rumor in the background. Normal. Boring even. It took me half the plate to work up the courage to ruin it. "Did you ever work with transportation companies?" I asked. I tried to make it sound casual, like I just thought of it because of something at work. I cut a piece of chicken and pretended to be very interested in not dropping sauce on the table. The pause she took was maybe half a second. But when you've lived your whole life with someone, you learn exactly how long they usually take to answer something easy. The tiny hitch before the words came out told me more than the words themselves ever would. She froze in the middle of scooping rice onto her fork, her hand hovering. The ballad on her phone hit a high note. The AC made a soft clunk as the compressor shut off. Then everything resumed like a tape unpaused. "Transportation," she repeated like she needed clarification. She smiled just a hair too bright. "Ay, mijo. Everybody down there worked with transportation at some point. It was the only way to make money. Trucks, buses, whatever. You know that." I shrugged. "I don't know that. You never talk about it." She waved the fork once, dismissive. "We all did what we had to do," she said. "Your grandfather, your uncles, people from the neighborhood. Sometimes you help load boxes. Sometimes you sit in an office and count what goes in and what goes out. Nothing special. Nothing special." There it was, that tiny flattening of history that people do when they're hiding whole chapters. I decided to push just a little. "What about that company with the red and white logo?" I asked, naming the transport company from the photo, like I just plucked it from a random memory. "The one Aunt Letty sent me a picture of." "You were by the truck. Did you work for them?" She stabbed a piece of chicken, took her time chewing it, eyes dropping to her plate. "I helped with some cuentas," she said finally. "Accounts, just paperwork." You know me, I was always good with numbers. Accounting stuff, I said. See, she said. She looked up and smiled, fork in hand. Boring. Nothing like your exciting life-fixing credit card machines in the middle of nowhere. She chuckled at her own joke, then used the opening to pivot. Speaking of, did you fix the machine at that Circle K by your apartment? The one that always eats my card. Just like that, the subject was on safe American ground. I let it slide, for the moment. We finished dinner talking about small things, my boss, her annoying neighbor, some nonsense about the national team's chances in the next tournament. On the surface, everything looked normal again. Dishes being rinsed in the sink, leftovers going into plastic containers, the fridge door thunking shut with a soft gasket hiss. Underneath, the half-second freeze kept replaying. The way her eyes had gone a little distant before she answered. The way her fork had hovered mid-air. The way she had used the phrase, "we did what we had to do," which is something people say when they know the literal version of events would sound bad out loud. I drove home with the radio off again. The highway at night was starting to feel like an enemy I knew the shape of. In my apartment, the routine took over without my permission. Shoes off just inside the door, keys in the bowl, phone on the charger, lights out in the kitchen, leaving only the glow from the microwave clock and the stingy overhead fixture in the hallway. I brushed my teeth, stared at my own face in the bathroom mirror. Same eyes, same mouth. My hairline retreating in a way I prayed was from my father's side. I tried to imagine her face at my age, still in that town, still standing next to trucks whose cargo wasn't as innocent as the logo claimed. By the time I hit the mattress, my brain felt like it had been scraped raw. Sleep came like it had the last few weeks, reluctant, then sudden like a drop through a trap door. The dream came hard on its heels. I was back at the gas station. Same canopy, same cracked concrete under my feet, same 2 pumps with peeling paint. The desert night sat around the lot like a wall, the darkness beyond the lights, thick as something you could lean on. The neon sign buzzed skyward, its red tubes flickering just enough to make you doubt they would stay on. But everything was slightly wrong. The angle of the canopy. The way the pump hoses hung heavier than they should. The stars overhead too bright, too close. Dreams mess with geometry, and my brain went along with it. The first thing I noticed was that I was not standing by the pump this time. I could feel the weight in my hands before I looked down, a heaviness at the end of my arms that my waking self has never felt, but my dreaming body recognized instantly. A gun. It fit in my grip, like it had been there all along, the barrel pointed toward the concrete. The metal catching the harsh canopy light in dull highlights. My fingers were wrapped around the grip so tight, my knuckles were a pale blur. The smell of gun oil cut through the gasoline and dust. I looked up. My truck was there, pulled up at the pump, in the same position it had been that night. The driver's side door hung open, dome light on casting a weak yellow glow over the seat. The engine was running, the low rumble pressing against my ribs. The fuel pump's digital numbers ticked upward with their faint, soulless beeping. Under the canopy, I was not alone. Men moved around me, shapes in hoodies and baseball caps, their faces shadowed. One stood near the back of the Tacoma, one near the front, another by the other pump. They were doing the same thing they had done that night, boxing the truck in, cutting off exits, closing a net. Except I was inside the net this time with them, not the one being caught. And between us and the pumps, in the harsh fluorescent light, stood my mother. Not the younger version from the photos, not the teenager in front of some concrete office. My mother exactly as she is now. Hair with more gray threaded through the black lines at the corners of her eyes, the same stubborn set to her mouth. She looked smaller than I have ever seen her, even though she wasn't. shrinking in that light among those men who all seemed to lean toward her without moving. She was talking. Her voice echoed weirdly, not just around the concrete and metal, but from above, like it was being played through a PA system. Spanish rolled out of the overhead speakers, the same speakers that in daylight would be blaring ads for cigarettes and cheap energy drinks. In the dream, there were no promotions. Just her. Her words came in loops. The same key phrases I remembered from the night at the station, except now I could hear them clearly amplified, bouncing off the pumps, the hood of the truck, the asphalt. Él no es parte de ese mundo, she was saying. He is not part of that world. Él no tiene nada que ver con ustedes. He has nothing to do with you. Si tocan a mi hijo van a tener problemas que no pueden arreglar. If you touch my son, you'll have problems you can't fix. The gas pump clicked once as it hit some phantom limit, the same mechanical chunk that had yanked me out of my shock in the real world. In the dream, the sound was too loud a hammer blow that rattled my teeth. The digital display froze, numbers half lit. The men around me shifted their weight, restless. Somewhere behind me, tires crunched on gravel. Headlights flared in my peripheral vision. The air filled with that particular sharp smell of hot engines and desert dust. I tried to open my mouth to say something, anything, but my jaw wouldn't work. My tongue felt thick, glued to the roof of my mouth. My lungs moved, but no sound came out. The only noise was hers pouring from the speakers in loops. The gun in my hands weighed more suddenly. I could hear very clearly now the tiny, sickeningly precise mechanical noises a gun makes when you move it. The slight slide of metal on metal as my finger flexed. The quiet scrape of the trigger brushing the inside of its guard. Somewhere in the machinery, that faint, evil click of something settling into place. Every time I breathed, my grip tightened. Every time her voice rose over the speakers, my hands twitched. I realized slowly that the barrel of the gun was no longer pointed at the ground. It had begun to rise as if moved by some invisible string attached to my shoulders. The muzzle tracked upward in a slow, inevitable arc, concrete, then air, then the level of my mother's chest. I did not decide to do it. My dreaming body did not feel like mine. She kept talking, eyes fixed on some point between the men, not looking at me, not hearing the sound of the gun moving, or pretending not to. The pump beeped again, insistent. Beep, beep, beep. It merged with the faint chime of the convenience store door opening. That in turn synced up with another noise, the unmistakable electric sharp sound of a gun being cocked somewhere nearby, a slide being racked back, a round being seated. It took me a second to realize that last sound had come from my own hands. My finger had moved. Click, chick. The noise was so clear it cut through her amplified voice, through the humming lights, through the gas pumps complaining. All the men turned their heads toward me at once, their faces still shadowed, but their attention suddenly heavy, like a physical weight pressing in. My mother's voice stopped mid-sentence. The silence that fell was the worst thing I have ever heard. She turned then. Slowly, her eyes found mine. The overhead speakers crackled with dead air. Her face had the same expression it had worn in that dark living room when I was 12, and flipped the light on the one she had given me over the glow of a flip phone in the middle of the night. That look that said I had seen something I was never meant to see. In the dream, she looked at the gun in my hands, then back at my face. Her mouth moved without sound. I woke up with my heart trying to punch its way out of my chest. The room was pitch black, except for the faint green numerals of the alarm clock, 3:14 a.m., their glow carving the dark into little segments. My t-shirt clung to my skin, damp with sweat. The sheet was twisted around my legs like something that had tried to hold me down. Every small sound in the apartment sounded amplified. The fridge compressor kicked on with a low, throaty hum. The ice maker dropped a cube that hit the bin with a hollow clack, like a casing on concrete. The AC fan started air rushing through the vent above my bed, with a noise that for a split second I read as tires on gravel. It took a long time for my breathing to sync up with reality again. I lay there staring at the ceiling I couldn't see, replaying the dream in nauseating detail. The weight of the gun, the sound of the pump, the echo of my mother's words over a sound system designed to sell overcooked hot dogs. Your brain does this when it doesn't know what to do with information. It takes fear and guilt and unanswered questions and stages them on familiar sets in familiar props. It swaps roles. It pushes you into other people's shoes. That night, under that fluorescent canopy that might as well be tattooed on the inside of my skull, my subconscious had decided to run an experiment. What happens if we put you where the men were, and her where you were? The answer was simple and ugly. I did not recognize her any better from that angle. She was still someone speaking a language I didn't understand to people who listened. Someone whose words could move men with guns. Someone whose life before me had written its own script, and I'd only ever read the last act. At some point, your parent stops being just mom and becomes a stranger who lived an entire life before you. Most people do not have to wonder if that life involved balancing books for a logistics front that moved more than furniture. Most people do not have to lie awake listening to their fridge hum and think, there is a non-zero chance the person who raised me helped men put other people in shallow graves. When I finally fell back asleep, it was the thin, exhausted kind that doesn't rest. You just moves the clock forward. In the morning, the sun came through the blinds like it always does. My coffee maker gurgled. My phone buzzed with a work email. My mother sent a text with a link to a clip of a ridiculous goal from the weekend's game. On the surface, everything in my life looked exactly the same as it had before I took that exit off I-10. Underneath, the twist had already settled into place. My mother was not someone who knew someone once and called in a dusty favor. She had been in the machinery accounts routes, trucks' names for long enough and deep enough that a single word from her dropped into the right ear could still buy me mercy 30 years later in a different country, hundreds of miles from the border. She had spent my whole life telling me stories about homework and neighbors and soccer. The stories that mattered, the ones that explained why 3 men with guns listened when she spoke, she never told me. 5-1, the trucks that followed too long. If this were just a story about one bad night at a gas station, it probably would have ended at chapter 4. You get scared, you get lucky, you find out your mom used to work for people who do not have LinkedIn accounts, and then you do what any sane person does, you shut up and stop poking at it. I did not do that. I kept driving highways alone for a living. I kept thinking about names written in blue ink and logos on old trucks, and men with the same eyes appearing 30 years apart. I kept asking tiny questions in the wrong places. The first sign that I should have backed off didn't come at night or in the middle of nowhere. It came on a bright, stupidly normal weekday between Tucson and Phoenix. It was a Tuesday or a Wednesday, one of those middle-of-the-week days that feels like placeholder time. Dispatch had me on a simple route, hit 2 stations on the west side of Phoenix, check a POS server in a small grocery, then turn around and come home. All I-10, all daylight. The safest kind of workday I have. The sky that morning was big and blank, a washed-out blue with a haze hanging low over the city. As I merged onto the interstate out of Tucson, the traffic was what you'd expect commuters, semis, people in compact cars cutting across 3 lanes because they had seen their exit too late. I drove with the radio off again. That had become the default. The hum of the Tacoma's engine, the rush of wind around the cab, and the rhythmic thump-thump as the tires rolled over the seams in the concrete were a better soundtrack than anything on Spotify. The GPS sat wedged into the dash mount, little arrow pointed straight ahead, blue route line like a vein across the desert. I told myself like a mantra that this was not that drive. Different direction, different stretch of highway, full sun, too many witnesses. It did not matter. My body didn't care about logic. Every time a dark-colored pickup slid into my peripheral vision, I felt my shoulders tighten, my stomach go cold. My eyes insisted on checking for plates automatically, front and back. It had become a reflex, like checking mirrors. Most of the trucks had plates. Contractor logos on the doors, ladders on racks, toolboxes in the beds. Normal men going to normal jobs. Then, a couple hours into the drive after the outskirts of Tucson had flattened out into straight desert and billboards, I saw one that made something in me sit up straighter. It appeared in my rear view, first a dark shape sliding out from behind a semi and into the fast lane. Old Chevy by the look of it. The paint was some shade of dark, maybe blue once, maybe black, maybe just primer at this point. The front grille had that square, older model look. The headlights were a little clouded. No front plate. Okay, I told myself. So what? Half the state drives around like that. I flicked my eyes down to the speedometer. 75. Reasonable. The Chevy eased up until it was maybe 4 car lengths behind me, then settled there, its shape a familiar block in the mirror. Not tailgating, not passing, just staying. I changed lanes to get around an RV doing 10 under the limit. The turn signal clicked loudly in the quiet cab. Tick, 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 the sound suddenly much louder than I remembered it ever being. I slid over 1 lane right. The Chevy slid over 1 lane right too, keeping the same distance. The GPS chimed cheerfully a second later. Continue on I-10 west for 56 miles, the synthetic voice said. It sounded way too bright, too loud, dropping into the cab like an unwanted passenger. I turned the volume down, but the echo of it stuck. I told myself I was being paranoid. You notice one truck, you start tracking it, because your brain is wired for patterns. That's all. 10 minutes later, we were still in the same formation. Me then 4 car lengths of hot air and heat shimmer, then the Chevy. Whenever I passed somebody, they passed them too a beat later. Whenever I dropped a couple miles an hour, they did too. There are logical reasons for that. Traffic rhythm speed traps the invisible flow everybody falls into on long stretches of highway. My heart wasn't interested in logic. I tried to shake it anyway. I moved into the far left lane to give myself more space around a cluster of cars. Tick, tick, tick went the blinker, each tick scraping the inside of my skull. The Chevy's blinker came on 2 seconds later. It slid in behind me like we were choreographed. I felt the heat of panic rising, that slow, suffocating climb up from my chest into my throat. My hands tightened on the wheel. My foot got heavier on the accelerator without me deciding to do it. For a couple of seconds, the speedometer crept toward 82. The GPS chimed again like a nagging parent. Speed alert, it intoned in that same artificially polite voice. Speed limit is 75 miles per hour. I swore under my breath and eased off the gas. The ticking of the turn signal when I moved back to the middle lane felt like it was happening inside my head. This is nothing, I muttered. You're fine. They're not looking at you. They're just driving. The highway unspooled ahead, signs for random small-town exits, billboards, for injury lawyers and adult superstores, and last stop for gas stations that I would never ever consider using now. The sun reflected off windshields in sudden sharp flashes. Semis rumbled along in the right lanes like patient metal whales, and the Chevy stayed behind me. 5 miles, 10, 15. At some point, the distance between us started to feel less like coincidence and more like intent. I tested it. I backed off the gas, subtly letting my speed drop to 70. The flow of traffic around me adjusted. A couple of cars zipped past in the left lane, annoyed. In the mirror, I watched the Chevy approach, closing the gap from 4 car lengths to 3, then 2. It could have gone around me easily. Plenty of space on the left. Instead, it eased off to re-establishing that same pocket of air between us. My mouth went dry. The GPS oblivious announced an upcoming rest area. Rest area in 2 miles, it said. Take the next right if you'd like to stop. The bland, helpful phrasing made me want to throw it out the window. Normally, I barely pay attention to rest area signs. They're just there, little oases of vending machines and questionable bathrooms. Today, the idea of getting off the road and putting some distance between me and the Chevy felt less like a suggestion and more like an emergency exit. My brain ran every possible outcome in a flash. If I stayed on the highway, we'd both keep driving. Maybe they'd eventually pass. Maybe they wouldn't. Maybe this was exactly how the last time had started, with 2 trucks behind me and nowhere to go. If I took the rest area exit, 2 things could happen. They'd keep going and I'd feel like an idiot, or they'd follow and I'd find out very quickly that my life had shrunk to this same script, written on different stretches of asphalt. My heart was already beating like I'd chosen the second option. I turned on my blinker. The tick, tick, tick was deafening. I watched the Chevy in the rear view as I moved into the right lane. For a heartbeat, it stayed where it was, hanging in the middle like it was attached to an invisible track. Then its blinker came on too. The little orange light on its front fender flashed in sync with mine like a mocking mirror. Heat rushed into my face. I could feel my pulse in my ears, now dull and insistent. "That's it," I whispered. Not coincidence. The rest area exit came up fast. Standard setup, a blue sign, a gently curving off-ramp, another sign listing restrooms, picnic vending. I took it. The Tacoma rolled down the ramp, gravel pinging against the underside as the pavement changed texture. I checked the mirror again. The Chevy followed, keeping that same distance, that same steady presence. The world under the tires shifted from the smooth thrum of interstate to the slightly rougher hum of the access road. Ahead, the rest area opened up 2 parking lots, one signed for cars, one for trucks. A low concrete building sat in the middle, all right angles, and beige paint, the universal state architecture for bathrooms and vending machines. There were a few trees planted around it, doing their best. Picnic tables sat under small metal shelters, some occupied by families stretching their legs. The GPS chirped, "You have arrived," like I'd just reached a brunch spot. I slowed as I approached the split between the car and truck lots, my hands clammy on the wheel. The sign with arrows felt heavy with potential. Cars left, trucks right. I flicked my blinker toward the cars section, the sound loud in the cab. My heart was hammering so hard, it made my vision feel a little tunneled. In the rear view, the Chevy's blinker came on. It pointed right. A moment later, the truck peeled off toward the truck's side indicator, blinking lazily. It rolled past in my peripheral vision, and for half a second, I caught a clear view of the driver. White guy, late 40s, ball cap, mirrored sunglasses. A kid in the passenger seat with a baseball cap turned backward, elbow on the window. A small fishing boat rattled along on a trailer behind them, coolers strapped down with bungee cords. Their backplate was there, clean as day state tags registration current. He didn't even glance at me as he passed, just focused on finding a spot near the shade. He was not following me. He had never been following me. He was just a guy towing his boat to a lake stuck in the same traffic rhythm I was occupying the piece of road behind me. Because that's how the math worked out. It was like someone had flipped a switch inside me. All that pressure, all that fear wound so tight it squeaked, and then nothing. Not relief. Not really. Just this weird, hollow sensation like I'd braced for a punch that never came and now my muscles didn't know what to do. I pulled into the car lot anyway, picking a spot near the middle where I could see the bathroom building and most of the parked vehicles at the same time. Old habits, new paranoia. The rest area was doing its usual middle-of-the-day business. A minivan full of kids spilling out their parents, herding them toward the bathrooms. A guy in a suit walking lap's phone pressed to his ear talking about quarterly reports. 2 truckers smoking in the shade of the building, one leaning against the wall, one sitting on a concrete bollard, both staring at nothing in particular. I killed the engine. The sudden stillness inside the cab made my heartbeat stand out even more. My ears rang with the absence of highway noise. I sat there for a second, hands still on the wheel, feeling stupid and wired at the same time. "You're jumpy," I told myself. "Of course you're jumpy." Then my bladder chimed in, reminding me that I'd had 2 coffees and a large gas station water, and hadn't stopped yet. Biological needs trump existential dread 9 times out of 10. I got out of the truck, locked it, and started toward the bathroom building. The air outside was hot and dry, the kind that makes your nostrils feel like they're shrinking. Gravel crunched under my boots. A vending machine by the entrance hummed loudly, its faded front panel advertising sodas it probably didn't even stock. The smell hit me as I got closer, bleach urine and that sour, humid scent of water sitting too long in a mop bucket. Inside, the fluorescent lights made everything look flat and a little too bright. The men's room was exactly what you'd expect at a highway rest area: beige tile, metal stalls, cracked mirror, the constant rush of one urinal that never quite turned off all the way. There were 2 other guys in there. One shoulders-wide trucker at the urinal staring straight ahead at the wall, like it had personally offended him. Another man washing his hands at the sink, eyes on his own reflection, tapping the automatic faucet sensor repeatedly to get more water. I took the empty stall at the end, closed the metal door, and latched it. The latch made a hollow clink that echoed more than it should have. Sitting there, the world narrowed down to sounds. The faint squeak of the door opening and closing as people came and went. The low rumble of trucks idling outside, muted by the concrete walls. The drip-drip from somewhere near the back, where a pipe had a slow leak. The high-pitched whine of the fluorescent lights overhead like angry insects. I stared at the graffiti on the inside of the stall door without really seeing it at first. Every rest area in America has the same collection: phone numbers, crude drawings, declarations of love, band names, weird rants about the government. I was about to look away when my brain caught up with my eyes. A phone number written in black marker, neat and deliberate, not the sloppy scrawl of a bored teenager. Below it, in smaller letters, "Para cuentas claras," for clean accounts. My heart stopped for a full beat, then restarted too fast. The number was an Arizona cell number. My mother's Arizona cell number. There are some things you never forget, no matter how often you change phones. I could see the digits in my sleep. I had dialed them 1,000 times, thumb moving over my screen without me having to think. Seeing them there in a rest area stall between Tucson and Phoenix, written at eye level, made my stomach feel like it had turned to ice. I blinked, hoping I was wrong. Hoping some weird coincidence would reveal itself if I looked twice. The numbers stayed the same. Area code, first 3, last 4, all correct. For a second, the edges of my vision went a little dark, like the fluorescent lights had flickered. Somebody at some point had stood where I was standing, taken a marker out, and carefully written my mother's phone number on a bathroom stall wall an hour and a half from our house. Then added a phrase that doesn't mean much unless you understand the world she comes from. For clean accounts. Not call for a good time, not for a good lawyer, not for tires or for work, for balances, for debts, for settling the kind of scores people don't write down officially. My first hysterical thought was that she'd done it herself, that my 60-year-old mother had come to this rest stop like some cartel Yelp advertiser and scribbled her own number as a hotline. The second thought, the one that stuck, was worse someone else had. Someone who knew who she was, what she could do, and what her number was good for. I reached out and touched the ink with my fingertip, as if that might somehow prove it was real. The marker had cut into the cheap paint slightly. I could feel the faint indentation under the pad of my finger. The surface was dry, the writing not fresh. It could have been there for weeks, months. Above it and below it, the usual graffiti crowded in. Names, dates, an obscene sketch. It all blurred around the number, my brain filtering the world down to those digits and those words. A toilet flushed somewhere to my left. The trucker grunted and left the door opening and closing with a squeal and a thud. The sink's motion sensor triggered with a little beep, water hitting ceramic. The fluorescent lights buzzed on. I stood there, pants still around my knees, finger resting on my mother's phone number on a public bathroom wall, feeling like someone had opened a hatch under my life and shown me the machinery underneath. If I had been smart, that would have been the moment I backed off. I should have walked out, gotten in my truck, gone back to Tucson, and pretended I'd never seen it. I should have deleted my search history, stopped asking my aunt questions, stopped going back to old gas stations to stare at cameras. Instead, I washed my hands in a sink with water that never got fully cold, watching myself in the cracked mirror as the faucet sputtered. My face looked wrong, two pale eyes, too wide. In the reflection, the stall door with my mother's number on it was just barely visible behind me, blurred, but there. Outside, engines hummed. A kid shrieked and then laughed near the picnic tables. A dog barked once and was shushed. On the wall of a rest area, the number stayed where it was, waiting for whoever needed cuentas claras in this part of the desert. 5.2, the phone numbers that do not exist. I did not leave the rest area right away. When you see your mother's phone number written on a bathroom stall between Tucson and Phoenix with the words "Para cuentas claras" underneath your brain, does this thing where it keeps trying to downgrade the event. You misread it. It was a similar number. It was a prank. All the little rationalizations line up like dominoes begging to be pushed. So after I saw it, after I finished staring and touching the ink like a crazy person, I left the stall, washed my hands, and stood at the sink with water running over my fingers for longer than necessary, staring at myself in the cracked mirror. The noise of the faucet and the hum of the overhead lights gave my thoughts something to cling to, but they did not calm. I dried my hands on the kind of paper towels that dissolve if you look at them wrong. 2 more people came in, a college-age guy in earbuds, a tired dad with a toddler. I stepped away, gave them space, walked to the door. My hand was on the metal push bar when the part of my brain that still believes in receipts grabbed the steering wheel. If you walk out now in 3 hours, you'll be wondering if you imagined it. In 3 days, you'll be telling yourself it was a stress hallucination. Take the proof. I let go of the door and turned around. The stall was still empty. The same chipped paint, the same metal latch, the same faint dampness in the air. I stepped inside, locked it, and pulled my phone out. There it was. Same handwriting, same digits, same little phrase underneath the marker lines, clean and deliberate, para cuentas claras. I held the phone up, framed the writing dead center in the screen. My thumb hit the shutter icon. The camera made that fake old-school click sound. The image froze for a split second, then dropped into the photos icon at the corner. I checked it. The still image matched what I saw on the wall: white painted stall door, scratches and doodles, and in the middle my mother's number with that short Spanish sentence right under it, like a caption. I zoomed in until the pixelation started. The digits stayed legible. The texture of the paint came into sharp focus, little bumps and imperfections. The ink lines sat on top, dark and very real. It was not in my head. I took a second shot from farther back, just in case door toilet that writing. A wide shot, like some part of me wanted to document context for whoever I might someday have to convince. Only then did I leave. Back in the sunlight, the world looked almost offensively normal. Kids ran to the vending machines, their flip-flops slapping the concrete. The guy towing the fishing boat was filling his tank 1 foot up on the bumper, staring into the distance. A woman in yoga pants stretched her calves against the curb keys, jangling on a lanyard. My Tacoma sat where I'd left it, blue paint gathering dust. I climbed in, closed the door, and for a moment just listened. Engine off, no hum, no radio. Just the muffled sounds of the rest area outside and my own breathing too loud in the cab. I checked the photo again before I started the truck. Still there. Still real. It was a long, quiet drive back to Tucson. I stayed wired the entire way, scanning mirrors, watching plates, listening to every small sound, like it might carry a message. The GPS told me to continue straight, to keep left, to take this exit or that. The turn signal's tick, tick, tick sounded manic in the silence every time I needed it. Nobody boxed me in. No dark trucks manifested out of nowhere. The sky stayed mercilessly bright all the way home. If you've ever held on to something bizarre all day, just so you can get home and look at it in private, you know the weird buoyancy that comes with unlocking your front door. It's like stepping into a little bubble where the rules outside don't fully apply. That feeling evaporated the second I remembered the stall door. I kicked my shoes off by the mat, dropped my keys in the bowl, and walked straight to the kitchen table without turning on the TV. The apartment's familiar noises greeted me, the fridge rumbling a neighbor's footsteps overhead, the occasional faint rush of water through the pipes when someone used a sink or flushed. I sat down, opened my laptop, and set my phone next to it. For a second, I just looked at both of them. Perfect little boxes of glass and metal portals to every answer in the world, and a bunch of questions nobody can solve. Then, I opened the VoIP app I use when I have to test phone lines at work. It gives you a fresh number to call from one that isn't tied to your personal cell. For regular customers, it's a privacy feature. Tonight, it felt like armor. I pulled up the photo of the stall, zoomed in, and read the digits out loud under my breath. It was still my mother's number. No doubt. Same area code, same sequence. Exactly the one I had saved under Mom since my first flip phone. I could have just called her the normal way. Asked if she knew why her number was on a bathroom wall with a phrase only certain people would understand. Heard her voice, listened to her lie. Instead, I entered the digits into the VoIP keypad. My thumb hovered over the green call button for a long beat. The laptop fan whirred up a notch, as if in anticipation. The AC unit in the hallway clicked on. Cool air hissed through the vent above. I pressed call. The app made that sterile little beep-boop noise as it connected. Then there was silence, the kind that only exists on phone lines. No room tone, no hum, just a blank channel. Then it started to ring. Not the melodic ringtone I'd assigned her. Just the basic network ring, identical chimes spaced out, echoing the tiniest bit in my ear. Once, twice, 3 times. I counted them, heart rate ticking up with each. On the fourth ring, the sound cut off. No voicemail greeting, no "you've reached," no automated lady telling me to leave a message, no click of someone hanging up even. The line just died. A half second of something like static, maybe my imagination, then a cold official tone. Beep, beep, beep. The app flashed a short message, "Call ended." I stared at the screen. I've called my mother's phone and gotten her voicemail hundreds of times. Sometimes she leaves it on default. Sometimes she records a new greeting and then complains she hates the way her voice sounds, but is too lazy to redo it. There is always something on the other end if she does not pick up some program waiting to take your words. This was like dialing into a void someone had set up behind her number. Rings, disconnect, no trace. I ended the call on my side, and after a pause, dialed her directly from my regular cell. She picked up on the second ring. "Hola," she said. Normal voice, TV noise in the background, a commentator shouting about a near miss. "You calling to complain about the tortillas again? Just checking in," I said. "Everything okay, everything is fine," she said. "Why, no reason," I lied. "Just wanted to hear your voice," she laughed. "You hear my voice all the time," she said. "Go do your work. I am watching the game." We hung up after a few minutes of small talk. Her number had gone through normally. Ringtones greeting all the expected pieces were in place when I came in through the front door. The VoIP call had felt like knocking on a different side entrance. I wanted to chalk it up to the app being flaky. Happens all the time when I'm testing lines. IP hiccups and timeouts and numbers that don't like anonymous callers. But the unease stayed. I opened a browser and plugged her digits into a search bar. You'd be surprised how much you can pull up with just a phone number if people have used it to sign up for things: lost pet notices, side hustles, PTA lists, Yelp reviews. For hers, there was almost nothing. One old listing for a cleaning job she'd had a decade ago, long since taken down with a broken image link where a logo used to be. A cached copy of some outdated contact sheet from the clinic where she'd worked for a while now, 404ing. No current business listings. No spam reports on those who called me sites. No social media accounts linked. It's not illegal to be a ghost digitally. Lots of older people basically are. But sitting there in my apartment laptop, fan whining and fridge humming and the AC rattling, it felt intentional, like a house with the curtains permanently closed. I leaned back in my chair, rubbing my eyes. At some point, the rational explanations run out of comfort. Technically, everything that had happened so far could be explained without invoking any big conspiracy. A dumb gas station, 3 ambitious criminals, a VoIP glitch, a woman who is private about her information. Then my phone buzzed on the table. The sound made me jump hard enough that my chair squeaked. The screen lit up with a text notification. Unknown number. The country code at the beginning made my stomach drop before I even read the content. Plus 152, Mexico. For a couple of seconds, I just watched it pulse there, my own reflection faint in the dark glass. I opened it. The message was short. Spanish, no emojis, no punctuation flair. Just 3 sentences all in lowercase. Quédate en tu ruta. No busques más. Stay on your route. Don't ask for more. That was it. No, who is this? No, we know what you did. Just a very clear boundary line drawn in 12 words. I checked the number twice, 3 times. It was not my aunt's. Not any of the cousins. Not any of the random spam senders that sometimes slip through filters. It was not saved in my contacts at all. I had not given my number to anyone on that side except family. My first messed up thought maybe my mom had texted me with some New Mexico number. I backed out of the thread and checked the top bar. Voice of reason, she had texted me 30 minutes earlier from her usual US number, a link to a stupid meme about VAR. I texted back before I could overthink it. ¿Quién eres? Who are you? The reply came fast enough that whoever was on the other end had to be staring at their screen. Alguien que te está haciendo un favor. Someone doing you a favor. Then quédate en tu ruta. Stay on your route. That word again. Route. Like this was all just logistics. Like I was a truck, and my curiosity was a load that had started to drift off the approved lane. My hands shook a little as I typed. No estoy buscando nada. I am not looking for anything. It was a lie so transparent I almost laughed. 3 gray dots appeared. Disappeared. Appeared again. Finally, the last message to mamá entiende. Deja que ella lleve sus cuentas. Tú maneja tus máquinas y ya. Your mom understands. Let her handle her accounts. You just fix your machines, and that's it. Then nothing. I stared at the thread until the phone screen went dark, then woke it back up and stared some more. No new messages. The little online tag under the number was gone. The AC kicked off. The sudden quiet made the apartment feel smaller. I did the thing people always do in situations like this. I tried to pretend it wasn't what it obviously was. Spam. Wrong number. Some creepy ex of my aunt's messing around. My brain cycled through all the options and rejected each one. The next day, under the flimsiest excuse imaginable, I stopped at a weird rest area and saw some nasty graffiti. You'd laugh I told my mother about the writing on the stall. Not the number, just the phrase. We were on the phone. I was in my truck parked outside a Circle K between jobs, AC blasting the dash clock glowing neon white in my peripheral vision. There was this thing written on the wall, I said, trying to sound casual. Somebody had written, para cuentas claras. Like who puts that in a bathroom? Silence. Not long, half a second, maybe less, enough. Her voice when she answered had changed. Not the full drop into business mode, but definitely not the warm soccer mom tone she uses when she's telling me about neighbors' dogs. What rest area? She asked. Between here and Phoenix, I said. You know, one of those little which one she cut in. Before which exit I described the layout. The split truck and car lots. The picnic area on the right. The beige bathroom building with 2 vending machines and the little patch of scrub behind it. She knew it. Of course she knew it. She has driven these roads longer than I have been alive. Don't go back there, she said. She did not make it sound like advice. It was an order. You told me not to go back to a gas station, I said, covering my own fear with a weak joke. Now I'm not allowed at bathrooms either. Where am I supposed to pee, Mom? I am serious, she said. There are other places to stop. The air in the cab felt heavier. Why, I asked. Because of some graffiti. On the other end, I could hear her inhale, one of those slow, controlled breaths you take when you're deciding how much to say. Because you do not need to see things that are not your business, she said. The words were measured. You have a job. You have a life. Stay in that. Let other people keep their arrangements. Arrangements. Accounts. Roots. You sound like you know the person who wrote it, I said, and hated how accusing I sounded. There was a tiny pause. A fork clinked on ceramic in the background like she had set something down. I know the kind of people who write those things, she said. That is enough. We changed the subject, but only in the way you throw a blanket over something alive and moving in the middle of the room. The shape under it is still very present. That night, after another long, radioless drive and a shower, I let run too hot. I sat on my bed with the lights off and my phone in my hand. The message thread from the +52 number sat there, 3 short lines in Spanish like a warning label. My thumb hovered over the contact info, tempted to hit block, like that would somehow erase the fact that they had reached me once. Instead, I backed out and opened my photos. The stall picture was near the top of the recents. Little thumbnail of a beige door, dark writing. I tapped it open. The door filled the screen. Plain beige paint. Scratches. A faded heart carved near the top by someone with a penknife. A crude drawing. Some illegible scribbles near the bottom where people had written and others had written over them. No phone number, no para cuentas claras. Just empty space where the marker writing should have been. I blinked hard, backed out, opened the second stall photo, the wide shot with the toilet and floor and door. Same thing. Same wall. Same lighting. The patch where I knew the digits had been was just a slightly different shade of beige, like someone had painted over graffiti months ago, and the paint had faded differently. I zoomed in, dragging my fingers apart until the pixels blurred. Nothing resolved. No ghost of ink under the surface. No faint outline. Just digital noise. I flipped back and forth between the mental image burned into my brain, the specific slant of the sevens, the way the Cuentas Claras line dipped slightly at the end, and the photos that now showed nothing. Logically, there are explanations. I could have thought I hit the shutter and never actually taken the shot. I could have misremembered which stall I was in. The camera app could have glitched. I could have scrolled past the real image somehow. But I remembered checking the picture in the stall, zooming in, seeing the ink clearly. Pictures do not usually change after you take them, not in ways that matter. I checked the file info. Date and time matched my stop at the rest area. Same resolution, same metadata. No edits, no filters. Just a photograph of a bathroom door with nothing written on it. I sat there in the dark phone screen, lighting my hands, listening to the apartment's noises, the fridge kicking on the upstairs neighbor's TV, laughing at something traffic whispering past outside. Somewhere between a rest area stall and my couch, a piece of reality had slipped. Either my memory was starting to fold in on itself under stress, or someone who knew how to move trucks and accounts and people across borders had taken an interest in my curiosity and decided to remind me how small I was. Stay on your route. Don't ask for more. The first sign that I should have backed off was a truck that wasn't following me. The second was a bathroom wall that refused to admit what it had shown me. 5-3 sounds outside my apartment. If you have listened this far, you already know this is not a story for the police. I keep telling myself that as I write this. I am sitting at the same cheap dining table I bought off Facebook Marketplace 3 years ago in the same one-bedroom apartment in West Tucson I have lived in since the divorce, staring at the same laptop, typing the same sentence over and over, trying to figure out where to start. I am not sending this to a detective. I am sending it to you. The night I realized I should have backed off for good did not happen in a gas station lot or on some empty stretch of I-10. It happened here in the small rectangle of space I pay rent for every month, my safe place, my neutral zone, or what used to feel like one. It was a Tuesday again. I remember because I had half an eye on the idea of Taco Tuesday as an excuse to order out, and then never did. It was late, around 11:30, maybe closer to midnight. The kind of hour where most of the building has already surrendered to work the next day, but a few stubborn lights still burn in windows here and there. My apartment is on the second floor of a 3-story complex, the kind built in the early 2000s, when stucco and beige were legally required for any Arizona multifamily housing. My front door opens onto an exterior walkway, a concrete catwalk that runs the length of the building, bordered by a metal railing that rattles when kids run their hands along it. Inside, it's the standard sad starter adult layout. Front door opens into a small living room, with a sagging couch and a coffee table that has one leg shorter than the others, a galley kitchen off to the right, a hallway leading back to the bathroom and bedroom. The carpet is that mottled brown-gray meant to hide every stain except existential dread. It is not luxurious, but it had always been mine. Until that night, I thought that meant something. The apartment had its usual soundtrack going. The fridge in the kitchen was humming in that low, steady way that makes you stop hearing it until it stops. Every few minutes, the ice maker would clatter, dropping cubes into the plastic bin with a hollow clack that echoed faintly in the cabinets. The AC unit in the closet near the bathroom cycled on and off, rattling a little when it started, then settling into a constant whoosh of air through the vents. In Tucson, that noise is the background of every summer, a mechanical ocean you get used to drowning in. Upstairs, my neighbor, the one I have never seen, only heard dragged a chair across the floor, the scraping vibration coming down through the ceiling like someone shoving a dresser slowly across my skull. Every so often, their TV would spill a burst of dialogue or canned laughter through the drywall, then drop back to a muffled murmur. Out in the parking lot, through the thin walls and the cheaper windows, I could hear the occasional car door slam the beep of a remote locking system, arming the far-off hiss of traffic on the main road beyond the complex. If you live alone, you know how much those tiny noises mean. They are proof that the world is still there, that you are not actually floating in space. They are the low-grade rumble that keeps the bad thoughts from getting too loud. I was at the dining table, laptop, open cursor, blinking in a blank email addressed to a horror channel whose videos I've been listening to for years. I had written the subject line 3 times and deleted it. Story about the cartel that almost killed me. Delete. True story from Arizona truck stops. Delete. My mom got me out of a desert execution, and I think it cost her something. Delete. In the end, I just left it as story submission. In the body, I had managed exactly one sentence I didn't immediately hate. I am not sending this to the police because the people I am about to talk about are not afraid of them. Then I stopped. My fingers hovered over the keys, not moving. The glow from the screen painted my hands a flat, bluish white. The only other light on in the apartment was the oversink fixture in the kitchen, casting a weak yellow rectangle onto the counter and the floor. The microwave clock read 11:42 p.m. in sterile green digits. The little colon in the middle blinked on, off. I could feel the weight of everything I hadn't said yet pressing against me. The gas station, the trucks, the photos in my mother's buffet, the number in the bathroom stall that my camera refused to admit it had ever seen, the text from Mexico telling me very politely to mind my own business. The thing about deciding to tell a story like this is that you never feel ready. You wait for some sign, I guess, some cosmic nudge that says, okay now. What I got instead was silence. It was not gradual. 1 second, the apartment was full of those soft residential noises I just described. Fridge hum, AC breath upstairs, chair scraping distant TV traffic. The usual. The next second, they were gone. The fridge stopped mid-hum, as if someone had hit a switch. The subtle vibration in the floor from its compressor just vanished. The AC, which had been blowing steadily from the vent above the table, cut off in the middle of a cycle. No slow winding down. Just a hard stop, like power had been killed. Upstairs, the chair dragging ended in the middle of a scrape and did not resume. The faint TV noise blinked out, leaving nothing but the echo of the last 3 syllables hanging in my head. Even the ambient wash of distant cars on the boulevard outside seemed to fade like someone had stuffed cotton in my ears. The absence hit my body before my brain caught up. The hairs on my arms lifted. My chest tightened like I had taken a sharp breath and forgotten how to let it out. The laptop's fan, which had been a soft whisper, suddenly sounded like a jet engine in my ears because it was the only thing left. If you've ever been in a building right after the power goes out, you know that strange, weightless feeling when all the unseen machines stop at once. That sudden, almost physical hush that falls over everything. This felt like that. Only the lights were still on. The kitchen bulb hummed quietly. The laptop screen glowed. The microwave clock's little colon kept blinking indifferent. It was the rest of the world that had gone mute. I sat very still, fingers hovering over the keys. My brain skidded through explanations with all the elegance of bald tires on wet asphalt. Power glitch, but the lights were fine. AC shorting, fridge dying. Maybe upstairs finally moved the damn chair and stopped for the night. Maybe I was suddenly aware of the quiet in a way that made it feel unnatural. Somewhere under all of that, another possibility tapped at the back of my skull. Because I had felt something like this once before. In that gas station lot before the trucks boxed me in, there had been a moment, a few seconds, where the usual road noise seemed to pull back, leaving just the idle of their engines and the electric buzz of bad neon. This silence in my apartment had that same compressed quality, like the whole building had inhaled and was waiting to see what would happen. Then I heard the footsteps. They were not dramatic. No heavy boots stampeding down the walkway, no sprint. Just slow, measured steps on the concrete outside my door. The walkway is a poured slab. When someone walks on it, the sound travels through the metal rail and into the walls. You learn your neighbor's rhythms over time. Mrs. Gomez's hurried shuffle, the kids' slap, slap, slap when they run, the heavy double thud of the guy at the far end with the big dog. This was none of those. This was a single pair of shoes, not rushed, not dragging. The soles made a faint scraping sound with each step, as if rubber was sliding lightly over fine grit. The cadence was calm, unhurried. Whoever it was stopped outside my door. I knew exactly where they were by the way the sound stopped and settled. Not in front of the neighbors, not at the stairs. Dead center on the other side of the tan-painted metal 6 inches from my dining table chair. If you had put your hand on the door from my side and someone else had done the same from theirs, your palms would have lined up. I did not get up. I wish I could tell you I'm the kind of person who sprang silently to the peephole, who grabbed the baseball bat from the closet or the kitchen knife from the sink. I wish I could say I moved at all. I didn't. I froze in my chair, hands hovering stupidly over the keyboard, watching the door as if my eyes could see through it. The peephole is a fisheye cheap, the kind that distorts faces into blurry circles. In that moment, it might as well have been a portal to another planet. I could not make myself cross the 3 feet of carpet between the table and the door to look. The silence stretched. My ears strained, filling in phantom noises that weren't there. I thought I heard a breath, but it might have been mine. The laptop fan ticked as it shifted speed. Somewhere in the building, water moved through a pipe with a distant shh, then stopped. Under the door, the narrow gap between the bottom edge of the metal and the threshold was a darker line in the dim. For a second, that line changed. A shadow blocked it, like someone had shifted their stance feet close enough that the low light from the walkway couldn't fully push through. The outline wavered slightly, then stayed. Whoever was out there was standing very close to my door. My pulse was pounding so hard I could feel it in my teeth. There is a sound most people do not know until they hear it in person. The crackle of paper being folded and pinched in fingers, the soft scritch as it is slid along a rough surface. That sound started at about knee height on the other side of the door. soft at first, then more distinct as whatever it was found the gap underneath. There was a slight resistance, my cheap rubber draft stopper doing its best, and then the almost obscene little SSKSO of something squeezed through that space and dragged along the tile just inside. A piece of paper. I watched it happen in miniature, a corner appearing under the door like a tongue, then more the white growing as it was pushed through, folding and crumpling in on itself as it cleared the gap and flopped onto the thin strip of vinyl that separates my carpet from the entryway. The sound might not scare you reading this. In the moment, it was indecent, a violation, a reminder that the seal between inside and outside is only as strong as a cheap rubber strip and whatever illusions of safety you've taped over it. The footsteps stayed where they were for another heartbeat. Then, just as slowly as they had come, they moved away, turned from the sound of it. Shh, shh, shh. The rhythm receding along the walkway past my neighbor's door toward the stairs. No hurry, no extra force, just someone going about their business. As they faded, the world flipped back on. The fridge compressor kicked into life mid-cycle, the low hum roaring back into existence so abruptly it made me flinch. The AC unit in the hallway closet thunked and restarted, air rushing cool and indifferent through the vents. Upstairs, the chair scraped again, one drawn-out skrrk and a muted thump like someone sitting down too hard. Their TV snapped back into audibility halfway through a commercial, shrill voices and music flooding the ceiling. Through the walls, I heard a car door slam in the lot, a horn chirp, as someone armed their alarm, a laugh. The mechanical hush was over. My apartment felt wrong, like the world had hit pause for a few seconds, to let something step between frames, then hit play again, without acknowledging the splice. I stayed in the chair muscles locked for a long time. I don't know how long. Long enough for the microwave clock to tick off at least a couple of minutes, the green numbers flipping over while the colon blinked calmly. The laptop had gone to sleep. The email draft on its screen dimmed and slid away, replaced by the dark reflection of my own face in the glass. The only thing in the room that had changed was the small object on the floor by the door. From where I was sitting, it looked like a crumpled white leaf. Eventually, my body won the argument with my brain and let me stand up. The carpet felt weird under my bare feet, too soft. I skirted the edge of the table like I was trying not to startle something. The closer I got to the door, the louder my heartbeat became until it was all I could hear under the mechanical noises of the apartment. I did not look through the peephole. I know that makes me sound like a coward. I also know that there are entire threads on true crime forums about people who looked when they should not have and saw something they never got out of their heads. I chose ignorance. I stopped just before the door, bent down and picked up the paper. It was a plain white piece of printer stock folded once in half, the crease a little ragged where it had been pushed under the metal. My fingertips tingled when I touched it, like I was picking up something electrically charged. It was not sealed. No envelope, no tape. I unfolded it. There were exactly 3 words written in the center in black ink block letters. The handwriting was clean, all caps. The kind of printing you'd expect from someone who fills out forms for a living. No flourishes, no loopiness, no attempt to disguise it with nonsense hearts or edgy slashes. Just let her keep paying. That was it. Nowhere else. No name, no phone number, no signature, no context. They did not need any. I stood there in my cramped entryway, the AC blowing on my back, the fridge humming upstairs, neighbor's chair scraping, staring at that one sentence. The paper shook a little between my fingers. It was like someone had taken everything unsaid in the phone calls, in the bathroom graffiti, in the text messages, and distilled it into 4 plain Anglo-Saxon words. Let her keep paying. There is an implication nested in that sentence that might not hit you right away if you have not lived with the kind of ledger my mother apparently has. First her, not you, not your family, not your mom in some casual taunting way. Just her, as if everyone involved knows exactly who that pronoun covers. Second keep, not start, not pay, keep, present, continuous. This is not a new arrangement. It is ongoing. Whatever account she opened with these people, it is still active. Third, paying. Not talking, not helping, not cooperating. Money favors information, old debts, whatever currency they use in that world, she is still supplying it. And wrapped around all of that in the negative space is the unspoken threat. If she does not, we know where you live. We know your hallway, your door, the cheap rubber strip at the bottom of it, the 3-foot stretch of vinyl inside where a piece of paper will land. We know that silence in your apartment is more effective than a gunshot for getting your attention. I did not tell my mother about the note. Maybe that was cowardice. Maybe it was mercy. Maybe it was survival. I folded the paper back up along the same crease very carefully, as if it might disintegrate. I slid it into an old electric bill envelope on my desk and stuck that into the back of my drawer under a pile of warranties and tax documents. Somewhere it would not be seen by accident, but where I could grab it if I ever needed to prove to myself that I hadn't imagined it. Then I sat back down at the table, woke the laptop, and looked at the half-finished email draft. The sentence I'd written, "I am not sending this to the police," because the people I am about to talk about are not afraid of them, looked embarrassingly naive now. It was worse than that. They are not afraid of the police. They are not afraid of roads or cameras or rest area walls or digital footprints that vanish when you try to show them to someone else. They are not afraid of stepping quietly into the concrete hallway outside your apartment at midnight, waiting for the world to hold its breath and sliding a reminder under your door. They are very aware of exactly how much I am worth to my mother and exactly how much she is worth to them. I am not the client. I am the collateral. The note made that clear in 11 characters and a period. Let her keep paying. That was the moment more than the gas station, more than the trucks, more than the erased photo when I understood the shape of the deal. Whatever my mother did in that border town, whatever accounts she kept and routes she balanced and favors she accepted, did not end when she crossed the river and got her degree and had me. The interest on those days is still accruing. They let me drive away from a gas station in the middle of nowhere because of a name she said into a phone. They let me keep sleeping in this apartment because she keeps honoring whatever spreadsheet of sins they still have her on. And they wanted to make sure I knew that if I kept asking questions, kept wandering off my route, kept digging through drawers and reading old news articles and sending emails to horror channels, I wasn't just telling my story. I was messing with hers. They didn't kick my door in. They didn't threaten me in person. They didn't need to. They turned my own apartment into part of the message. They stepped into that mechanical hush between sounds when the universe feels like it has its finger over the pause button and dropped a single sheet of paper at my feet. That should have been the point where I backed off completely, shut the laptop, deleted the draft, pretended this was all something that had happened to someone else, some other guy in some other state, and gone back to fixing gas pumps and arguing about soccer with my mother. Instead, I'm finishing this sentence, sending it to you, and hoping that whatever she is still paying is enough to cover what I just told you. 6.1. Forcing the conversation. There is a point where avoiding a conversation starts to feel more dangerous than having it. I think I hit that point the night the note came under my door. I did not go to work the next morning. I called in sick, which was technically true, if you count not being able to keep your hands from shaking as an illness. My boss grumbled something about rescheduling a Phoenix job and told me to feel better. I hung up and stood in my kitchen staring at the envelope in the junk drawer like it might bite. Inside it, folded along the same crease I had not dared to change, was the piece of paper that said, "Let her keep paying." I could have burned it, flushed it, pretended it never existed. Instead, I took a shower, put on clean jeans and a shirt that did not smell like dust or gas station coffee, slipped the note into my back pocket, and grabbed my keys. I did not text my mother to say I was coming. Her house sits on the west side of Tucson, in one of those older subdivisions where all the homes are single-story stucco boxes painted in different shades of desert sand, clay-faded terracotta. Gravel yards with a few stubborn cacti, chain-link fences here and there, trucks parked half on the street, half on the curb. I have been parking in front of that house my entire adult life. Birthdays, Christmases, random Sundays with Tupperware and laundry. The sound my tires make on that particular stretch of cracked asphalt is as familiar to me as my own heartbeat. That morning, it sounded wrong. I pulled up to the curb and killed the engine. The heat wrapped itself around the truck as soon as it went silent, the late morning sun already serious. Cicadas buzzed from someone's mesquite tree down the block. A neighbor's swamp cooler chugged on a roof nearby that old wet wine I grew up with. My mother's front door was open, the security screen closed. Inside, I could hear the TV Spanish-language sports channel volume low, the announcer's voice rising and falling in that earnest rhythm they use even for pre-game analysis. The smell hit me as I walked up the path, onions and garlic sautéing something tomato-based simmering in a pot. Comfort smells. It felt surreal bringing what I had in my pocket into that. I rang the bell anyway. Habit. "Está abierto," she called from inside. "It's open." I pushed the screen, the spring squeaking in that familiar way that meant she still hadn't oiled it. The living room was the same as always. Same brown couch with the crocheted throw over the back. Same cheap wood coffee table stacked with magazines and church bulletins. Same framed photos on the walls, me at various ages, a couple of my parents back when they still needed to stand close for the camera, a formal portrait of my mother in a blazer from some job she had at a clinic years ago. The TV sat in the corner on its stand, a Champions League highlight reel looping silently while the studio commentators talked over it. "Why are you here so early?" she called from the kitchen. "You don't work today?" called in, I said. I stepped into the kitchen doorway. She was at the stove back to me, stirring something in a pot. The light from the small window over the sink made the steam glow. The counter was cluttered with the usual tools, cutting board knife, garlic skins, a half-used onion. The AC vent in the ceiling hummed, pushing cool air down over the whole scene. She glanced over her shoulder, smiled. "Then you can stay for lunch," she said. "I'm making caldo. You look skinny." It was such a normal line it hurt. I didn't answer right away. My hand went to my back pocket like it had its own plan. She turned back to the pot, tasting whatever was in it, with the wooden spoon blowing softly before she brought it to her lips. She frowned, tossed in a pinch of salt from the little ceramic bowl by the stove, stirred again. I stepped fully into the kitchen and set the folded piece of paper on the table between us. Just that. No introduction. No, we need to talk. Just the soft, dry sound of paper against wood. The ceiling fan over the table was on low, its blades slicing the air in lazy circles. Whoop, whoop, whoop. The chain tapped against the light fixture with each pass. My mother didn't turn immediately. She set the spoon down in the spoon rest, wiped her hands on the dish towel at her hip, then finally faced me, wiping her fingers one more time, like she wanted nothing to be on them. Her eyes went from my face to the paper. She did not ask, "What is that?" she asked, when just that one word, flat and serious. My throat went dry. "Last night," I said. "Here. My apartment." She stared at the folded paper for a second longer, then exhaled slowly through her nose like someone letting air out of a tire. "Close the back blinds," she said, "and the front windows. Turn off the TV." What I said stupidly. She shot me a look I recognized from childhood. The one that meant do what I said now, questions later. I moved. I walked back into the living room, hit the power button on the TV. The bright images snapped off mid-replay, the room suddenly dimmer. The announcer's voice died mid-syllable, leaving the AC and the fridge as the loudest things. I pulled the front curtains fully closed, sliding the heavy fabric along the rod until no sliver of street was visible. In the kitchen, I yanked the cheap mini blinds on the back window down and twisted the rod until the slats clacked shut, blocking the view of the little gravel yard and the cinder block wall. She had already moved by the time I turned back. The stove was off. The pot sat covered. She reached up and kicked the ceiling fan over the table into a higher speed, the blades picking up pace, the whoop-whoop becoming a steadier, dull roar of air. "Sit," she said. I sat. The fan's sound filled the space between us, a blanket of white noise. It made the room feel smaller, like we were sitting inside a secret. She took the chair opposite mine, her movements slower than usual, as if everything suddenly weighed more. Up close, I could see the lines at the corners of her mouth more clearly. The little silver hairs at her temples. The tiny grease splatter on her forearm from the cooking she'd been doing before I walked in. She unfolded the paper, carefully smoothing it flat with both hands on the table like a map. Her eyes moved once over the words. "Let her keep paying." She did not flinch. Her face didn't crumple or twist. It did something worse, it settled. Like she had been bracing for this, and now the thing she'd expected had arrived. "Who brought this?" she asked. "I didn't open the door," I said. "They slid it under. I only heard the footsteps." "Did you look?" she asked sharply. "At them, no." She nodded once, satisfied with that much at least. "Good." She folded the paper again exactly along the crease I had made, then one more time smaller. She didn't rip it, didn't throw it away. She tucked it into the pocket of her housepants like someone putting away a receipt. The fan whirred overhead, rattling a little on its mount. Outside, a car drove past, muted by the closed windows. "What are you paying?" I asked. I tried to keep my voice level and failed. It came out rough, frayed at the edges from not sleeping. She looked at me, really looked for the first time since I'd walked in. Whatever she saw there made her shoulders sag a fraction. "This is not yours," she started. "Bullshit," I said. "If they're leaving notes at my apartment door, it's my business now. If they're putting your number in a bathroom stall on I-10, it's my business. If they know where I live, if they know my routes, if they have my phone." She raised a hand. I shut up. That gesture, 2 fingers up, palm toward me, is one she used to use when I was a kid and getting worked up. It still works. The fans spun. The AC kicked off the slight change in pressure, making my ears notice the fan even more. She sat back, put both hands flat on the table, and took a breath. "Old favors," she said finally. "Old men." The way she said it made it sound like she was talking about arthritis, not organized crime. "That's not an answer," I said. "What favors, what men? What are you paying, Mom?" "It's just money now," she said. "It used to be different things, but now it's mostly money." "Who are they?" I pressed. "Cartel, some government guys." "That man from the photos, the one you wrote, do not say his name," she snapped louder than I'd heard her speak in a long time. The word cracked across the table. The fan hummed over it, the blades making a slight wobble that matched the jump in my chest. I had not even said it yet. Eli started, and she reached across the table and grabbed my wrist hard. Her fingers dug into the tendons stronger than they had any right to be on a woman her age. "Don't," she said, voice low now, but intense in a way that pinned me to the chair. "Not in my house. Not in your car. Not on the phone. You understand me?" I swallowed. "Fine," I said. "The guy from the picture. The one you used to work for. The one they clearly still answer to, even if he's dead." Her grip loosened. She let go and sat back, exhaling through her nose again. The silence stretched. Just the fan, the tick of the stove cooling the distant muffled slam of a car door somewhere on the street. "I was a bookkeeper," she said. She said it like that should clear everything up. For who I said. She gave me a look that said I already knew the answer. "In that town, there was only one person who needed a bookkeeper like me," she said. "The companies, they had their own. The politicians, they had cousins. The ones who move things. They need someone they can trust who is not family." "The one with the trucks," I said. She nodded. "You did accounting for them," I said. "Like you told me, just numbers." "Yes," she said, "just numbers." She leaned back in her chair and stared at a spot over my shoulder like she was watching a different kitchen in a different country. "Money comes in," she said quietly. "From the border, from the cities, from the people who pay to move things north. Money goes out. To the police. To the politicians. To the drivers, the men with the guns, the families of the men who don't come home. It all has to be counted." Her tone was flat, almost bored. She could have been describing a payroll job at a logistics firm in Phoenix. "No one is supposed to steal from the boss," she said. "But everyone tries. Even family. Especially family." My father told him I could keep the numbers clean. I was good at math. So I sat in a room with the big ledgers and the little calculators, and I made sure everything matched. She made a little balancing gesture with her hands like scales. If something didn't match, I asked. She met my eyes again. Then I would show him, she said, and he would decide what to do. The fan clicked once, a small, nervous sound. "How often did that happen?" I asked. "Enough," she said. "Enough for what? Enough that he trusted me more than he trusted his cousins," she said. "Enough that when I told him I wanted to leave, he listened." I laughed because the idea of a man like that just listening to a request like that sounded insane. "You don't just walk away from that," I said. "Every movie ever, they are not movies," she cut in. "But you are right. You do not just walk away. You have to trade." "Trade what?" She looked down at her hands on the table, laced her fingers together, then unlaced them. "For a long time I thought I would die there," she said. "My father thought so too. He used to tell me, at least you will always have work. The boss will never let you starve." She snorted softly, like that was a good thing. Outside, something banged a trash can lid maybe. Neither of us moved. When the violence got bad, she continued when the bodies started showing up in places everyone could see. Not just out in the desert, I knew I had to get out. I did not want to sit in that office and write down blood money until I was old. I applied for a scholarship. I got my acceptance. I thought maybe I could just go. She shook her head at her own naivety. But there were things I knew, she said. Names. Routes. Which trucks carried what? Which drivers were loyal and which were dangerous. That is not knowledge you take to another country for free, so you paid, I said. So I paid, she agreed, with what I asked again. She was quiet for a long moment. You think they just let me walk because I was smart, she asked. Because I was a good girl who wanted an education, I don't know what I think I said. That's why I'm here. She sighed, the sound whistling slightly through her teeth. I told him I would work for him from here, she said, that I would keep the books for the companies on this side that belonged to him. There were always companies, mijo. Trucking, storage, little import-export offices. You think that gas station where they stopped you was just some random place? I figured not, I said, heat creeping up my neck. He had men everywhere, she said. Still does, even if he is not the one giving the orders now. They call me, I check numbers, I tell them if something smells wrong. That was part of it. Part, I repeated. What was the other part? She looked at me in a way that made my skin crawl. It is hard to explain this without making you angry, she said. But you asked. I did. She nodded as if reminding herself. When I told him I wanted to leave to study to go north, she said slowly, he said, fine, you go. But you don't just leave. You go, on paper. I frowned. On paper, I said. In the books, she said. In the accounts. In the lists of who owes what, who belongs to who. No one in that town exists without being in a book. You understand, I thought of the ledgers she'd just described. Names, numbers, debts. Okay, I said. He told me, you want to go, you go. But your name stays in the book. And when you have a family, they go in the book too. On the right page, under the right column. She flexed her jaw. He said, you will owe me for the protection of your father, for the years you worked for me, for the things you know. You will owe me for leaving. You will owe me for the life you get over there. You don't pay me back with your blood. You pay me back with obedience, with information, with a guarantee. A guarantee, I repeated. My voice felt distant. She nodded. I told him I was not going to marry a man from there, she said. He laughed. He said, so I don't care who you marry, American, Canadian, Martian. Your first child will have my blessing on paper. That means no one touches him as long as you keep your side of the balance. The room seemed to tilt for a second. You're saying, I started. She held my gaze and finished for me. You were born here, she said. In Tucson, in a clean hospital with nice nurses and forms in English. But your name was written in a different book in a different country before you ever took your first breath. The fan clacked once the chain rattling against the glass globe. You put me in his ledger, I said slowly, like an account. I put you in the column that meant do not touch, she said. The one that meant off limits by order of the boss. There are not many names in that column, mostly wives, mothers, little kids. And in exchange, I asked. In exchange, I don't disappear, she said. Your grandfather dies in his bed instead of in a ditch. Your uncles can work without worrying every day if their families will be punished for their mistakes. And you grow up going to school with your little American backpack, and you drive your little company truck between Tucson and Las Cruces. And when 3 men with guns stop you at a gas station in the middle of nowhere, they give you your keys back and tell you to leave. There it was. The word I'd been orbiting since the gas station. The one I'd felt but not articulated. Untouchable, I said. She nodded once. On paper, she said. In that world. In that ledger. I thought of the note under my door. Let her keep paying. I'm not untouchable enough that they won't slide things under my door, I said. Her face tightened. That's for me, she said. They know I will understand that language. They are reminding me that the balance is still there, that I still owe. What are you paying now? I asked quietly. You said mostly money. Money, she said. Sometimes information, sometimes a favor, a phone call, a name, him, I said. He's still in charge." She shook her head. "No," she said. "There are others now. Younger, hungrier. But his name still opens doors, protects certain pages. When I called that night at the gas station, I used his name because I knew the men who stopped you grew up hearing stories about him from their fathers. It is a password, a key." She swallowed. "It cost me to use it," she said, "but not as much as it would have cost to lose you." The fan roared above us, pushing the hot air down in a constant stream. Outside the closed blinds, someone's lawnmower sputtered to life, then died, then started again. "How long does this go on?" I asked. "How long do you keep paying?" She smiled, then a small, exhausted thing. "Until the numbers balance," she said. "Or until the book burns. Whichever comes first." "And me?" I asked. "Where does that leave me?" She reached across the table and gently this time put her hand over mine. "It leaves you alive," she said. "For now. As long as you don't try to rewrite the book yourself." The note in her pocket seemed to rustle, even though I knew that was just my imagination. Let her keep paying. They had written it to her. But the part they didn't bother to print, the part implied between every letter, was for me. Let her keep paying, or we move your name to a different column. 6.2 debts that do not expire. She said it so simply that my brain tried to reject it at first. You were in the book before you were born. The fan above us kept chopping the air into pieces. Somewhere outside, a dog barked twice and then stopped. The pot on the stove ticked as it cooled. All of it felt very far away. I think she saw from my face that "you're in the ledger" needed more than a single sentence. So she started talking. She did not change her tone. She did not switch into some dramatic monologue. She just kept her hands flat on the table and told me how debts work where she comes from. I'm going to tell it to you the way I heard it that day, through my own filters in my own language, but the bones of it are hers. She said the town she grew up in the 90s was not on any tourist brochure. You have probably heard of it, but not from postcards. You'd recognize it from news Chiron's shots of dusty streets, soldiers riding in the back of trucks, yellow tape fluttering around some anonymous house, the anchor, talking about border violence and failed states. Back then, she said the government existed on paper, the way safety rules exist on paper in some factories. You hang the rules on the wall because someone says you have to, but everyone knows the real procedures live in people's heads, passed on in low voices in the break room. In her town, the real rules belonged to men like him. She never said his name that afternoon. She just called him El, or the boss, or that man, and sometimes when she forgot herself, El Padrino, before correcting. He did not look like the movies, she said. No gold chains, no crazy cars. He wore shirts with the sleeves pressed. He had his hair cut every week. He spoke softly. That is why people were afraid of him. The loud ones, they die first. The way she described it, the whole town ran on trucks. Day and night, engines grumbled past her family's little house. Old cab-overs, long-nose rigs, battered pickups. The street dust was always a little oily from diesel. Even the birds sounded hoarse. On paper, there was a transport company with an official name, something generic like Border Logistics or Transport del Norte. The kind of name you see on the side of trailers every time you drive a freeway past an industrial park. They had a logo painted on the doors of their trucks, a stylized mountain, a road curling over it, maybe a rising sun. Some of those trucks carried furniture, produce, building supplies, decoys, paperwork, tax IDs. Plenty of people in town believed the company was legitimate because they had to. But behind the logo, behind the invoices and manifests and carbon copy bills of lading, there was another set of books. Those were the ones my mother kept. It started because I was good at math, she said, almost apologetic. She was that kid in school, the one who finished the worksheets first, who helped other kids with their fractions, who could add a column of numbers in her head faster than the teacher could punch them into the calculator. Her father noticed. So did a cousin who worked close to the boss. When she turned 18, while other girls were practicing hair and dresses for quinceañeras or looking for husbands, her father took her to the transport office. She remembers the way the place smelled more than anything: hot paper and dry ink, cigarettes and cheap cologne, diesel and dust drifting in from the yard every time someone opened the door. The aircon rattled like it was being strangled, losing the battle against the heat. The office itself was basic: concrete floor, a heavy metal desk, a couple of mismatched chairs, and on a long, scarred wooden table against the wall, the heart of the operation. Ledgers, big hard-backed books with green and red lines on the pages, columns ruled down the center. Date, name, amount in, amount out. A cheap desk lamp with a shade yellowed by heat leaned over them, casting a circle of light. Beside the ledgers sat a beige computer the size of a suitcase. One of those old tower PCs with a fan that sounded like a box fan on low. A CRT monitor perched on top the glass, thick enough to stop a bullet. Off to one side, a dot matrix printer rested on a stand with a box of continuous feed paper under it, the kind with perforated edges and those little sprocket holes down the sides. The first time I heard that printer run, she said, I thought, this is the sound of money. She mimicked it for me, even then sitting at her kitchen table years later, the sharp tack, 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 as the pins hit the ribbon, the paper grinding slowly from the box, the faint whine of the stepper motor. That was her world. She sat at that table under that ugly lamp day after day and watched the numbers roll in. Trucks went north. Trucks came back. People paid to have certain cargo go one direction and not the other. Sometimes the payments came in obvious forms: stacks of bills wrapped with rubber bands, sealed envelopes, deposits in faraway accounts that showed up as lines on faxed statements. Sometimes the payments were stranger: a car, a house deed, a favor. Everything has a number, she said. Even favors. We put them in the notes. She tapped an invisible page with her fingertip as she said it, like muscle memory. And debts, I asked. She smiled without humor. Especially debts, she said. There were pages just for that. People who owed because we saved them from something. People who owed because they lost something of his. People who owed because they wanted protection from someone else. The idea made my skin crawl, even sitting in her Tucson kitchen. Here you borrow money, you pay interest, you sign a contract, you default, the bank takes your car. It's ugly but finite. There, the way she told it, a debt could be anything: a favor done, a secret kept, a life spared. It might not even be your debt. It might be your brother's, your father's. It might still land on your page. Some of those debts had numbers next to them. Some didn't. Those were the ones that never expired. I asked her when she first understood that working those numbers meant holding more than just money. There was a man, she said, a driver, not important to you now. He started to skim. He was one of the many drivers who ran loads north in old Kenworths and Freightliners with patched seats and glued together dashboards. He had a wife, a couple of kids, a dog. My mother would see him through the office window between runs, talking to the guards, smoking, laughing too loud. In the ledgers, he was just a last name and a truck number and a share. One day, the shares stopped matching. The gas receipts were wrong, she said. The numbers on the bills from the border weighed less than what we knew he had loaded. It wasn't much. Small bites. But small bites add up. She took her pages to her boss. She described that office too. Different room, same building, bigger desk, nicer chair. Air conditioner that worked better. No ledgers on his table, those stayed where she was, but a pistol in a drawer and a window that looked out on the trucks. He listened while she explained the discrepancy, flipping through the pages, his finger leaving little smudges of ink on the margins. When she was done, he closed the ledger gently and said, "Bring him in." They brought the driver into the office. My mother expected yelling, threats, the melodrama of the movies. Instead, her boss slid the ledger toward her and said, "Tell him." So she did. She pointed to the numbers. She showed the dates. She explained in simple Spanish exactly how she knew some of the cargo had gone missing between point A and point B more than once. The driver cursed. He swore. He tried to blame a helper, a cousin, bad scales. Her boss let him talk. Then he held up one hand, silencing him, and turned to her. "You used my name in the yard earlier," he said. She blinked, surprised. She had. A few days back, when the driver had come in complaining about a late payment, she'd told him, "You think El Padrino doesn't notice? You think his money grows on trees?" She'd said it half joking, half to shut him up. Everyone used the name sometimes. It was part of the atmosphere. But he had heard. "Names are bullets," he told her now in that office. "You don't waste them." He tapped the ledger with a finger. This, he said, meaning the pages is a gun. Numbers are bullets too. When you put my name with those numbers, it means someone will die. You understand? She nodded, stomach cold. "You're good with numbers," he said. "Don't be stupid with names." He dismissed her, then sending her back to her table and her ledgers, leaving the driver in the office. She never saw the man again. That was the day I understood that writing things down could kill someone. She said to me, stirring the air with her hand like she was still flipping pages only she could see. Not right away, not always, but eventually. The way she told it, the 90s got worse after that. The money got bigger. The trucks multiplied. New routes opened. The ledger pages grew thicker. Sometimes she'd flip back through old volumes and see names crossed out in red, not with a zero balance, but with a simple line and a date. Those were the ones who had stopped paying another way. The town itself erupted in cycles. Some weeks were quiet, just engines, paperwork, people pretending to live normal lives around all the noise. Other weeks there were gunshots at night, convoys of police and soldiers roaring past helicopters low over the roofs. It was like storms, she said. You could feel them coming. The air would change. The radios would go quiet. People would stay inside. She remembers one raid in particular. She didn't give me dates, just impressions. A hot morning. 2 Federales trucks rolling in, men in helmets and bulletproof vests jumping down, rifles up. Someone must have tipped them off about one of the warehouses. She was in the office when the first shots rang out, distant, but too close. The dot matrix printer had been chattering away, spewing another sheet of numbers. It cut off mid-line when someone hit the power. "You go home now," her boss told her, handing her the bag that held her lunch and her calculator. "If anyone asks, you are a secretary for a trucking company. Nothing more. If they take me, you keep your head down. You are smart. You'll know what to do." He didn't get taken that day. He had people in the right places. But the raid left bullet holes in walls she walked past every day. It left blood on pavement she had to step around on her way to the bus stop. Bodies appeared in the news in ways nobody could ignore anymore. After that, I knew there was not going to be a quiet retirement, she said. No pension. No cake with candles in the office. Just more storms. She applied for a scholarship with a university across the border. To this day, she maintains that the application was the bravest thing she ever did. It meant I believed there was another kind of life, she said. One with different kinds of numbers. Her grades got her attention she did not necessarily want. A school in Texas said yes. Her father was proud, but realistic. Her mother lit candles in the church and whispered things my mother never repeated. And then there was him, the boss, watching everything from that office over the yard. He didn't like surprises, she said. So I went to him before someone else told him. She went to his office with her acceptance letter in her hand like a confession. She told him she wanted to leave, to study, to live somewhere that didn't smell like diesel and fear all the time. She did not ask him to bless it. She knew better. She just put it out there like an entry in a ledger and waited. He listened, eyes on the paper. Then he looked at her like he was working out a math problem. "I need someone I can trust in that chair," he said, nodding toward the office where she kept his numbers straight. "You want to leave, you think you're too good for this town, fine. But you know too much to just walk away. You know who owes me. You know who I owe. You know which boxes are full and which are empty." She told him she wouldn't talk. She would never talk. He laughed at that. Of course she wouldn't talk. People like her didn't. "That's not the point," he said. "The point is that you are valuable. Here you are, worth something because of what you know. If you leave, you will still be worth something because you know it. You don't erase that by crossing a river." He sat with it for a while, drumming his fingers on the desk. Then he did what he always did. He made it into numbers. "You owe me," he said, "for your father's job. For the years you've sat in that chair instead of someone dumber who would have stolen from me. For the times you saved your uncles from trouble by telling me they were drinking too much from the barrel." She flushed, remembering. "You owe me for all the things you have because of me," he said. "A house, food, education, this letter. You think this comes for free?" She didn't answer. There wasn't a good one. So he said, "We make a deal." He told her she could go. He'd even help grease the papers if needed. Because people like him always plan 2 moves ahead. Having someone loyal in another country with a good head for numbers wasn't a loss. It was an asset. But there were conditions. "You don't disappear," he said. "You don't run off and pretend you're American and forget where you come from. When my people call, you answer. When there is a company on that side that needs watching, you keep the books. When there is a question, you find the answer. When someone tries to steal from me over there, you make sure I know." She agreed. It was either that or never leave. Then he added the part that I still can't think about too long without feeling like I need air. "And your children," he said, "if you have any." She hadn't even thought that far yet. College, maybe a job, maybe a small apartment where she could buy furniture that didn't come with bullet scars. Kids were hypothetical. He made them concrete on paper before they existed. "Your first child," he said, "goes in the book. Not the ledger with the drivers. The small one. The one in the safe." She had seen that book only once. A black notebook, thick with names written in a handwriting she recognized as his. No numbers. Just names and a symbol next to each plus-minus circle. She had never asked what the symbols meant. She understood enough. "You write his name," he said already. Speaking of me as male, though she hadn't even met my father yet. "Under mine. Under your father's. Under some other people you don't need to know about. That means no one touches him. No one uses him to send you a message. No one harms him. He is untouchable as long as you keep your balance with me." "And if I don't?" she asked. He didn't answer with words, she said. He just turned one of the ledger books around and showed her a page where someone's name had been neatly crossed out and replaced with a different one under a debt column. "You're smart," he told her. "You can imagine. You were my best leverage and my biggest vulnerability at the same time," she told me across the table decades later. "I sold both at once. There's a kind of horror that doesn't involve ghosts or monsters. It's the horror of realizing the story of your life started before you were even an idea, written by people you have never met in rooms you'll never see." I sat there in her kitchen, staring at the grain of her table, imagining my name inked on some page in a safe in a town I've only seen on news clips, written as a promise and a threat. I thought the gas station was the first time that promise had ever been cashed in. The night she spoke a name into a phone and 3 men decided not to kill me on a patch of cracked asphalt under flickering lights. It wasn't. That night wasn't the first time, was it? I said. The first time my account was used. Her eyes dropped to her hands. "No," she said. "It was not." My stomach flipped. When I asked, "What happened?" she hesitated for a long time, chewing the inside of her cheek. The fan over us buzzed. The blades had a slight wobble now that I'd noticed, like a limp in the ceiling. "Do you remember the day at school when I was late to pick you up?" she said slowly. "And you had to stay with the secretary until almost dark." I frowned. There were a lot of days she was late. She worked 2 jobs when I was a kid. Day shift at a dental office, evening cleaning offices. Being the last kid waiting by the front desk was a recurring theme. "I remember a few," I said. "Which one?" "The one where they didn't let you wait outside," she said. "The one where they locked the front door and kept you in the office. You were 7, 8. A shard of memory slid forward. The front office of my elementary school. Fluorescent lights humming. Posters about reading and say no to drugs on the walls. The smell of copier toner and coffee. The secretary, Mrs. Phelps, with her big glasses and her hair sprayed into a helmet. I'd been sitting in one of those orange plastic chairs, my backpack at my feet, swinging my legs. Outside the glass doors, the sky was the color of dirty dishwater. The sun already behind the buildings, the parking lot mostly empty. I remember wanting to go wait on the curb like usual to watch the cars pull in. Mrs. Phelps told me no very firmly and locked the outer doors herself. "School policy," she said. "You can hang with me until Mom gets here." "Want a juice box?" She seemed nervous. She kept glancing at the phone, at the clock, at the parking lot. I thought she was just in a hurry to go home. "We got the call from the office," my mother said now. "Not your school office. The other one. The one in my head that never turns off." She'd been at the clinic job she had back then, in the middle of cleaning an exam room, when one of the cheap prepaid phones she kept in her purse buzzed. She called it the Red Line, even though the phone itself was some ugly gray Nokia. A voice she knew very well told her there were men near your school. Men who were angry about a decision she had made on a set of numbers the week before. Men who thought maybe the untouchable column was more flexible than the old man in the border town had implied. They wanted to remind me that paper burns, she said. That protection is a favor, not a law. Her boss on this side had already intervened. He had called someone who made another call. The men were told to stand down. That if they touched you, it would not just be my debt they were messing with. But they were there, she said, in a car in the parking lot, watching the gate, talking about maybe just scaring me, maybe just showing me they could. My mother shut down her cleaning cart right there in the hallway, grabbed her bag, and left without clocking out. She drove like a maniac across town in an old Civic that shook over 50 miles an hour, calling the school office from every red light. When she walked in, she did not tell Mrs. Phelps anything except thank you and lo siento for being late. On the way out, she scanned the parking lot. There was a car, she said. a blue sedan with 2 men inside sitting where they could see the door. When they saw you come out with me, they left. They didn't even look at me. They didn't have to. They knew I knew. I have a flash of that now, pushed forward from the dark. Holding her hand, my backpack sliding off my shoulder, squinting at the bright evening as we stepped outside. A blue car idling at the edge of the lot near the street. At the time, it was just another car. 2 silhouettes in the front seat. The engine revved. The car rolled forward, turned, merged into traffic, gone. You didn't think to maybe mention that I asked, my voice thin. She closed her eyes for a second. What would I say she asked? There are men who might kidnap you because of mistakes grown men made before you were born. But it's okay, mijo, you're in a magic book. When did you call? Him, I asked. I couldn't say the name even if she'd let me. Before I left the clinic, she said. On the red phone. His people called their people. They said if anyone touched you, they'd be touching him. That calmed things down. For a while. She looked older then than she ever had. So no, she said. The gas station was not the first time I cashed in your protection. It was just the first time you noticed. The past and present layered over each other in my head. A blue sedan in a school parking lot. 2 pickups framing my Tacoma at a desert gas station. A piece of paper under my apartment door. Different scenes. Same underlying script. Different years. Same ledger. Debts that didn't expire. They just evolved. From ledgers in hot offices with dot matrix printers to quiet notes and vanished photos and text messages from Mexico. You said the deal was that I'd never be harmed, I said. As long as you don't betray them. She nodded. And if you do, I asked. She looked at me for a long time. Then the column changes, she said, and debts start getting paid in different ways. The fan overhead kept whirring. The caldo on the stove had gone from simmering to cooling, the smell of it, thick in the air. Through the closed blinds faintly, I could hear a siren somewhere far off on the Tucson streets. Not for us. Not yet. That is the thing about debt in her world. It doesn't disappear when you move. It doesn't vanish with time. It just waits sometimes for decades written in ink that does not fade in a book that has outlived governments and police chiefs and young men with guns. It waits for the right moment. A gas station that belongs to the wrong people. A bathroom wall on a highway you think belongs to everyone. A thin gap under an apartment door. Debts that do not expire. Only people do. 6.3. The rule I am not supposed to break. If you have ever asked a question you thought would set you free, and instead felt the door close behind you, you already know the feeling I had at my mother's kitchen table. I thought forcing that conversation would be the key. Ask her what she did. Ask her who he is. Ask her what let her keep paying really means. Open the box, kill the mystery. What I got was not a key. It was a list of rules. She did not bring them out like commandments. No dramatic speech, no from now on announcement. They came out in pieces like she was tidying up after a spill, wiping edges, making sure nothing leaked where it shouldn't. After she finished telling me about the ledger, the book in the safe, the blue sedan at my elementary school, and the gas station, and the way my name exists in a place I have never been, we just sat there for a while. The ceiling fan hummed above us, steady now, a white noise disc spinning overhead. The blinds were closed, letting in thin slashes of heat-filtered light at the edges. The AC cycled back on with a thunk, the vent sighing cool air down over our heads. The caldo on the stove smelled rich and familiar, but neither of us moved to serve it. She was the one who broke the silence. "You have to stop now," she said. No preface, no softening, just that. I laughed once the sound brittle. Stop what I said. Talking, thinking, existing. She didn't smile. Digging, she said. Asking, looking, sending your stories to strangers, whatever you are doing. Her eyes flicked toward the pocket where she had put the note. I could feel its presence as if it had mass. You think they do not know? She asked. You think the men who left this don't see you taking pictures in bathrooms, going back to gas stations in the day, driving the same routes with your eyes in the mirror? I started to protest, then shut my mouth. She wasn't wrong. What do they want? Then I said. Besides you paying and me shutting up. She sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose like she was fighting a headache. They want the same thing they have always wanted, she said. Order, predictability, people in their lanes. She looked at me like she was trying to decide how much to say. When I was your age, she said the rules were simple. It was ugly, but it made sense. You knew which neighborhoods belonged to who, which bars you could drink in, which roads you did not drive after dark. Everyone had their place. If you stayed in yours and did not try to be a hero, you lived. She shook her head. Now the lines are messier, she said. Too many kids with guns, no respect. Too many phones, too many cameras. So they make new rules. She sat up straighter like a teacher at a desk. For you, they are very simple, she said. She held up one finger. First, she said, you do not investigate. No more looking up old articles. No more calling people and asking about me. No more trying to find that town on Google Earth and zooming in on the streets like a tourist. No more little detective games. My skin prickled. She had just casually listed out things I had done in the past few months in the privacy of my apartment late at night, lit only by my laptop. How do I started? She cut me off with a look. You use your company laptop, she said. You think the networks you use don't talk to each other. You think the phones are quiet. I let that sink in. She held up a second finger. Second, she said, you do not say his name. Not in my house, not in your apartment, not in your truck with the little GPS that tells everyone where you are. Not on any phone, not even if it is encrypted. Not in a story for your horror friends on the internet. Her eyes bored into mine. You call him whatever you want in your head, she said, but you do not put the name in the air. That name belongs to a time and a place and a man who is not officially alive anymore. Using it is like firing a gun into a crowded room. I swallowed. The word I had almost said earlier sat heavy on my tongue unsaid. She lifted a third finger. Third, she said, you do not talk about the gas station. I stared at her. At all, I said. She nodded. Not to your co-workers, she said. Not to your friends. Not to girlfriends you want to impress with your scary stories. Not to the internet. You can tell them you got robbed once if your mouth needs exercise. You do not tell them what really happened. You do not tell them about the trucks or the way they left or what they said to you. I thought of the email draft sitting open on my laptop at home. I haven't sent it, I said. Don't, she said. I didn't use your name, I said. Her jaw clenched. It is not my name that matters, she said. It is theirs, their business. You think they like it when people who listen to the police scanner start recognizing patterns, when some white boy in Ohio hears your story and goes on Reddit and starts mapping where the scary gas stations are. This world is already on fire. Don't throw gasoline. The ceiling fan ticked as it turned a small, repetitive sound that suddenly felt much louder. And last she said, raising a fourth finger, you do not stop at places that are not on this list. She pushed back from the table, went to the kitchen junk drawer, and came back with a folded piece of paper and a pen. Her movements had the stiffness of someone going through a routine they have rehearsed in their head. She smoothed the paper on the table and started writing in neat, small letters. Names of gas stations, cross streets, exit numbers, chains everyone recognizes. Love's Pilot Flying J big truck, stops with 20 pumps and bright lights and cameras that actually work. A couple of independent places she had vetted somehow through channels I didn't want to think about. Beside each, she wrote "okay" like she was marking quizzes. "This is your route," she said, sliding the list toward me. "You're not a long-haul driver. You're not a cop. You have maybe 10 different roads you use for work. These are where you stop. If you pass your exit and have to go another 20 miles, so what, you're late. You file overtime. Big deal. What about emergencies?" I asked. "What if I'm out of gas, or I have to pee? Or..." "Then you hold it," she said, sharper than I'd ever heard her over something that wasn't actually about bathroom breaks. "Or you call me. Or you call roadside. You don't wander off the highway at midnight because a sign says, 'Open 24 hours.' You are not curious. You are not brave. You are not special out there. You are a man driving a company truck with a name on a list. You act like it." She tapped the paper with one finger. "So these are my rules," she said. "No more digging, no more names, no more stories, no more stray gas stations. In exchange..." She trailed off. "In exchange, what I asked, even though I could finish it myself. In exchange," she said, "they will leave you alone, as long as I keep my end." The phrase sat between us, stupidly small for the weight it carried. "As long as I keep my end." She said it like she was talking about splitting a check at dinner, not maintaining an invisible line between my continued existence and a violent world. I looked at her across that cheap table in that small kitchen in that one-story house and felt something crack that didn't make a sound. I had come here thinking the truth would set me free. Here is what actually happened. Instead, I learned that my entire life, my roots, my almost robbery, my near miss at an elementary school, my safe apartment with its humming fridge and crappy peephole was not random. It was a line item in an agreement between my mother and men I have never met. "You're asking me to live like this forever," I said. She shook her head. "I am asking you to live," she said. "The forever part is not up to me." We sat there for a long time, the fan whirring, the AC cycling off the house, making the little ticks and groans houses make when they settle into the heat of the day. I thought about all the things mothers are supposed to hide. Affairs, bad credit, secret cigarettes, maybe an old DUI, things that come out in messy Thanksgiving fights and therapy not on notes slid under doors. I felt a sharp, stupid envy for people whose big family secret is a second set of car keys, not a second set of books. "I wish you had just cheated on Dad," I said. It slipped out before I could stop it. She looked at me startled, then let out a short, humorless laugh. "So do I," she said. She reached across the table with the same hand that had grabbed my wrist earlier, but this time her touch was light. "I know you think I did this to you," she said. "And you're right. I did. I chose this. I wrote your name. I made the deal. I thought I was giving you the best chance to live a normal life." She shook her head, looking tired. "I forgot there is no such thing as normal," she said. "There is just what people don't see." I didn't say anything. The rules sat in my mind, like a cage someone had painted bright colors and tried to pass off as a gift. No digging, no names, no stories, no stray exits. Stay on your route. Let her keep paying. We ate lunch eventually. She reheated the caldo, ladled it into bowls, put tortillas on a plate. The soup burned my tongue. The tortillas were perfect. We talked about nothing: soccer, the neighbor's new dog, the rising cost of laundry machines. We did not mention gas stations, ledgers, El Padrino names, or notes. When I left, the sun was high and brutal, the street wavering in the heat. A kid on a bike rode past with a plastic bag hanging from his handlebar. A man down the block worked on the hood of an old Chevy, a radio playing rancheras from a speaker on the porch. My mother stood in the doorway and watched me walk to my truck. She did not hug me. She does not do that. She just said, "Text me when you get home like always." I drove back across town with the windows up and the AC blasting. At every intersection, I caught myself looking twice. At the cars that had no front plates. At the ones with tinted windows just a little too dark. At the pickup behind me that took the same turns I did for 8 blocks before finally peeling off into a strip mall. My hands were tight on the wheel. The list she'd given me sat on the passenger seat, folded the edge of the paper, fluttering slightly with every gust from the vents. When I hit the interstate, I stayed in the middle lane exactly at the speed limit, like some driving school dummy. I passed 2 gas stations that were on the list just to see if I could. I stopped at the third more out of superstition than need. It was bright and loud and full of people, truckers, tourists, families with screaming kids. TVs blaring news and country music. Grill sizzling, espresso machine hissing, an entire chorus of mundane American sounds. I filled up the Tacoma and went inside and bought a bottle of water I didn't want, and stood in line behind a guy in a reflective vest buying lottery tickets. Nobody looked at me twice. Back in my apartment that night, I turned all the lights off and sat on the couch, letting my eyes adjust. The fridge hummed. The AC cycled. Somewhere outside, someone slammed a car door and yelled at someone else. Upstairs, the chair scraped right on time. I listened to every sound like it was a language I was just starting to learn. I thought about the rule my mother had given me, the one under all the others. The one that is less a sentence and more a shape. Do not move from the path they have laid for you. It has different versions. Stay on your route. Stay in your lane. Take only the exits you are told are safe. Use the names you are allowed to use and keep the others locked inside your head like guns in a safe. On paper, it keeps me alive. In practice, it makes my whole life feel like a footnote in a contract I never signed. That is the part that is hardest to explain if you have not been there. I know there are people listening to this who want a clean line. I know what I would do, you're thinking. I'd cut her off. I'd call the FBI. I'd pack a bag and move 3 states away and change my name and get a new number and live off-grid in Montana. I'd blow the whole thing open. I used to think that too about other people's stories. That night, sitting in the dark, listening to the fridge and the upstairs chair and the distant traffic, feeling the folded list of safe gas stations in my pocket, the note under my mother's roof, the weight of my own name in a book I'd never seen. I understood the trap in a different way. You blow it up, you don't just burn your own bridge. You light the ledger, and the people holding it do not burn alone. So here is the truth. You probably do not want to hear I did not cut her off. I did not call the FBI. I did not move states or change my name or buy a cabin in the woods. I drove my same routes in my same company truck. I stopped only where she said I could. I learned the new rules and pretended they made me safer instead of smaller. I kept her secrets because in a way, I hate they are also mine. I know you want me to say something heroic here, that I broke the rule, that I marched into some office with the note and the stories and the names and said, do something. That would make this easier to listen to, easier to live with. That is not what happened. Instead, I did the only thing I felt like I could do without pulling the wrong thread. I started writing it down. Not in a ledger, not for a boss, not in a notebook in a safe, in an email, to you. 7.1. The route I was told to avoid. For a while, it almost worked. By it, I mean the rules. Stay on the list, my mother wrote. No more bathroom photos. No more late-night research spirals about border towns. No more saying his name, not even in my head. No more stories. You would be amazed how small you can make your life if you're scared enough. The months after that kitchen conversation slid into something that looked like normal from the outside. I woke up, drove my routes, fixed card readers and receipt printers, and dead touchscreens in gas stations and truck stops across southern Arizona and New Mexico, filed my reports, watched soccer highlights, went to bed. But it was a normal with one eye always open. I only stopped at the big places on the list. Love's Pilot Flying J, the massive truck plazas that glow like mini-cities in the dark 20 diesel lanes, a fast food court, shower stalls, laundry, a dog park out back. Parking lots full of semis idling like a herd of mechanical animals, their engines rumbling low, headlights blinking like slow eyes. On paper, they feel safer because they're too big to control. Too many cameras, too many witnesses, too many people who don't speak the right language for certain kinds of business. Even there, I'd catch myself freezing in the middle of routine things, filling the Tacoma, watching the numbers spin on the pump, listening to the faint beep, beep, beep of the keypad accepting my company card and feeling my chest tighten the way it had that night on the side road. Anytime a pump clicked off harder than I expected, my muscles locked. Anytime a neon sign buzzed overhead, I'd look up half expecting to see that tired red Open 24 HRS flicker back to life above me. Engines idling in the corner of the lot sounded like the trucks at the wrong station. Footsteps behind me at the coffee machine made my scalp prickle. The hiss of air brakes could still drop my stomach through the floor. On the outside, I looked like any other field tech with a clipboard, a laminated badge, and a tired face. Inside, one slice of asphalt in the middle of the desert owned more of my head than I wanted to admit. Still, nothing happened. No more notes under my door. No more mysterious texts. No pickup trucks without plates boxing me in. The silence from that side of the ledger became its own kind of noise, loud in the way an unreturned call is loud. I told myself that meant the rules were working. Then an email brought the desert back. It came through on a Thursday afternoon while I was in the company office for once, not on the road. The Tucson branch isn't big, just a low concrete building with tinted windows, a handful of cubicles, a tiny kitchen, and a training room that doubles as a storage closet. The sounds there are different than the ones in the field. No engines, no pumps, no ice machines. Just the dry murmur of printers, the occasional shrill ring of the main line, the soft thunk of the time clock keyboards, tapping somebody wheeling a chair across badly laid carpet. I was at my little desk near the back, finishing a work order in the system, when my computer made that cheerful default ding. That means a new email has arrived. In the quiet of the office, it seemed louder than it should have been. The subject line was all caps. Urgent POs down. Service window today only. I clicked it open. The job was a remote truck stop out toward the New Mexico border, just a dot on the map, with a name you'd only recognize if your life revolved around interstates and diesel. The POS system, the card readers, the registers, the whole front counter had been down for almost 2 days. They were running cash, only which, in that world, is not just inconvenient, but dangerous. Too much loose money makes too many people nervous. There was some contractual clause about uptime and penalties, and the chain was threatening to fine the company. Below the address and the angry verbiage was a line from my boss, "You're closest. Needs to be done today." I scrolled down to the directions. From Tucson, take I-10 east, past Benson, past Wilcox, past where the landscape stops pretending to be anything but desert. Then somewhere beyond the halfway point to Las Cruces, exit onto a frontage road, follow it to a smaller highway, then cut back to the station. My eyes snagged on the exit number. It wasn't the exact one, but it was close. In that stretch where the sky feels too big and the road signs get sparse, and the map on your GPS app turns into long straight lines with very few names. I minimized the window, opened another tab, and pulled up the route. The line of blue from my dot in Tucson to the red marker out near the state line looked simple. Deceptively simple. Like someone had drawn it with a ruler. They're not labeled, but screaming at me anyway lay the stretch of I-10 that held the side road exit from that night. My palms went damp on the mouse. My brain started negotiating immediately. Somebody else can go. We can swap routes. Push it to tomorrow, the world won't end. I got up and walked to my boss's doorway. He was at his desk, leaning back in his chair, one hand on the mouse, the other on a half-eaten bag of chips. The TV mounted in the corner was playing some daytime sports show, on mute, the hosts' mouths moving without sound. The little fluorescent light over his desk flickered occasionally, never enough for anyone to do anything about it. "Got your email," I said, leaning against the doorframe. "Yeah," he said. "Pain in the ass one." "They're pissed." "Is there anyone else who can hit it?" I asked. "I've got that install in Marana this afternoon." He frowned, clicked around on his screen. "Marana can wait," he said. "They just want their tap to pay. These guys are dead in the water. I need someone who knows the firmware on those legacy registers, and guess who that is?" He pointed at me with a chip. "I just came back from that direction," I said, hearing how weak it sounded even as I said it. "Couldn't we send Javier or rotate someone Javs out?" he said. "COVID or food poisoning, whatever. Everybody else is tied up. You're a big boy. It's just a drive." He looked at me more closely, then maybe hearing something in my voice. "You okay?" he asked. "Yeah, I lied. Just a long week." He shrugged. "Leave early," he said. "Put the hours on the sheet, but you gotta go today. Contract window's already thin." They wrote "today" in bold. You know how these guys get. Back at my desk, the email sat on my screen like a dare. The ringtone on my phone made me flinch. It was just an internal call from the dispatcher with the job number, but the sound clenched my chest. By the time I walked out to the parking lot, the job was mine. The company Tacoma sat in its usual spot under a crooked mesquite tree, dust already settled back onto the hood from the morning wash. I got in turned, the key listened to the engine catch the air vents, cough warm air before the AC kicked in. I pulled onto the road and drove straight to my mother's house. She opened the door with a dish towel in her hand, surprise flickering across her face. "Another day off?" she asked. "You're going to get fired." "It's a stop," I said. "On the way." In her kitchen, I laid the printed work order on the table. She put on her glasses and read it, lips moving slightly, as she traced the route with her finger. When she got to the part about I-10 and the crossroad, her mouth flattened. "No," she said. "It's my job," I said. "They need it today." "There are other men," she said. "Apparently not," I said. "Not today." She rubbed her forehead with the heel of her hand, leaving a faint smudge of something, probably flour. The TV in the living room was on low, a soccer commentator rolling a replay in Spanish. The AC wheezed through the vents. Her house smelled like coffee and cleaning spray. "Take the big station at mile marker 192, she said finally. "You know the one?" "Yellow sign, too many billboards, always 3 cop cars parked in the lot." I did know it. It was on her list. A legit truck plaza with a tire shop and a subway inside and a constant churn of humanity. "You stop there for fuel bathroom food if you need it," she said. You do not stop anywhere that is not on this list, especially after that marker." She tapped the paper hard enough that her nail clicked. "Especially not that little side exit," she added. "Even in the daytime, especially in the daytime." "Do you understand?" I did. "Yeah," I said. "I'm not going anywhere near that place." She searched my face like she didn't quite believe me. "The desert remembers," she said quietly. "People think it is empty because it looks empty. It is not. It keeps things." Her words lodged in my spine. On the way out, she made me promise twice to text when I cleared the job, and again when I got home. I promised. Again. The sky was different that day. The first time I drove that stretch, it had been a clear desert night, stars, sharp moon, like a cold spotlight, the kind of visibility that tricks you into thinking the world is wide open and you can see everything coming. This time, as I merged onto I-10 East, the horizon wore a different face. Monsoon clouds had started to build over the mountains, heavy and dark, stacked like bruises against the sky. The weather app that morning had mentioned isolated storms, but out here, isolated can be a generous word. One storm can eat the whole horizon. The sun still made it through in patches, hard white light that burned the tops of my hands on the steering wheel. But there were bands of shadow stretched across the desert where the clouds had already muscled in. The wind did that thing it does before a storm, shifting directions, coming in gusts that shoved at the truck's side, making the tires hum louder on the pavement. The CB radios in the semis around me crackled with static and fragments of chatter I couldn't quite make out. A tumbleweed bounced across the median like something trying to get away from the road and failing. It was midday, but the light had that weird, flat quality storms bring. Colors washed out. Distance collapsed. The mountains on the horizon looked closer and farther at the same time. With every mile marker I passed, the knot in my gut pulled tighter. The highway sounds that had become familiar over the years, engine hum, tire hiss, the rhythmic thump-thump as you cross over. Expansion joints felt like an old soundtrack to a movie I didn't want to watch again. I turned the radio off. The silence inside the cab felt thin and stretched over something that had its own pulse. Mile marker 150 slid past. Then 100. 60. 170. Trucks passed me, I passed them. A white SUV with California plates rode my bumper for a few miles before zooming past its driver, gesturing angrily at some unseen conversation through his Bluetooth headset. A family minivan with bikes on the back sat in the slow lane, steady as a ship. Ahead, I started to see the sky darken in a more focused way, an area where the clouds dropped lower, the horizon smudged by falling rain in the distance. The wind hit the Tacoma harder, the steering wheel twitching under my hands. I told myself this was just weather, that not every dark patch of sky is an omen, that the desert doesn't care about individual people and their little dramas, that it's just physics and moisture and temperature gradients. But it felt like the landscape remembered me. As I got closer to the 190s, I felt my body go on alert, independent of my thoughts. Shoulders tense, jaw tight, eyes flicking more often to the rearview mirror, the side mirrors, the space between the lanes. The yellow sign for the big truck stop my mother had named appeared like a ship's mast on the right side of the road. Mile 192. Food, fuel, showers, Wi-Fi. I took the exit, topped off the tank, even though I didn't strictly need to use the bathroom, bought a coffee I barely tasted. The place was crowded, kids, whining truckers in line, a couple arguing quietly by the snack aisle. The lights buzzed. TVs blared a talk show. Fryers hissed in the fast food counter. It was the opposite of that little station in every way. And still, when I got back on the interstate, my heart rate didn't drop. It ticked higher. because I knew what lay ahead on the map. Beyond a certain point, the exits get further apart. The landscape pulls back. The little town names turn into vague promises on green signs, next services 38 miles instead of concrete places. I was supposed to stay on the highway, blow past all of that, then cut off on a different road before the state line. The desert had other plans. It started as a smear of red brake lights far ahead. At first I thought it was just the natural compression of traffic that happens around slow trucks on grades. I eased off the gas a little, keeping a steady distance behind the semi in front of me. Then I saw the hazard lights, flashing amber on trailers, blinking red on bumpers. The wave of slowing moved back through the lanes like someone had dropped a stone in a river. Cars ahead of me started to tap their brakes, then brake harder until we were all crawling. The sky directly in front of us was darker now, the clouds hanging low and dirty over the highway. Somewhere inside that charcoal mass, lightning flickered once silently at this distance. I inched forward with everyone else, foot going from gas to brake to gas again in tiny amounts. A mile marker crept past on the shoulder. 196. The CB chatter picked up on a truck to my left, the driver's voice crackling through an open window. Rolled his rig right across both lanes. State boys are shutting it down. Yeah, they're pushing people off at the old county road. My stomach dropped. Up ahead, I could make out the strobe lights, now blue and red from state trooper cars angled across the lanes, amber from tow trucks, white from some kind of highway maintenance vehicle. The whole flashing mess threw reflections off chrome grills and tanker sides. We crept closer. The wreck itself was up ahead, somewhere hidden behind a bend and a sea of trailers. But the pattern was already obvious. All 3 lanes of eastbound traffic were being funneled into one, then shunted off onto an exit ramp on the right. An exit ramp I recognized. The sign loomed up on the side of the road, green paint dulled by years of sun-white letters clean enough to read in the weird flat light. Exit 199, County Road 6, Frontage Road. My hands tightened on the wheel so hard my fingers hurt. This was not the exact same exit number from that night. That one had been earlier, closer to the station. But this county road ran parallel for miles. A frontage road that kissed every little side road turnoff, including the one that led down to the gas station I was supposed to pretend did not exist. Stay on the highway, my mother had said. Use the big station. Don't take any other exit. Now the highway was gone. A state trooper in a reflective vest stood on the shoulder near the gore point, waving a flashlight directing trucks and cars toward the ramp. His cruiser blocked the left lane lights, rotating radio clipped to his shoulder, squawking with static. There was no straight-ahead option left. Concrete barriers and vehicles and flashing lights closed it off. The truck in front of me flipped on its right blinker. The rhythmic tick-tick-tick of its signal synchronized with mine when I slid my own lever down, more out of reflex than choice. We all rolled toward the exit together like sheep poured down a chute. The sound changed as soon as my tires hit the rougher pavement of the ramp. The hum of highway asphalt turned to a lower, raspier roar. Gravel pinged the undercarriage. The wind hit the truck from a slightly different angle, making it sway. As I climbed the gentle curve of the ramp, the tops of the trailers around me dropped below the embankment, revealing more of the horizon. Off to the right, beyond a strip of ragged scrub and a fence line, I saw it. Not clearly, not in detail, just a shape. A low building, a canopy. The faint skeleton of a sign that might once have said gas or food or open 24 HRS in big friendly letters, now dead in the storm-dark sky. The side road that led to it peeled off from the frontage road like an old scar. The storm clouds overhead thickened, swallowing more of the light. Thunder grumbled somewhere far away. A a deep, slow roll that I felt in my chest more than heard. The Tacoma's engine idled as I inched forward on the ramp, boxed in by 18-wheelers front and back, the right side drop-off sliding past my window. My turn signal kept ticking useless now that I had no choice. The desert, the road, the flashing lights, the forced detour, it all lined up into one clear message I didn't need a note under my door to interpret. You can write all the rules you want. You can carry around lists of safe exits. You can promise to stay on your route. But out here, the desert still owns the roads. And sometimes it decides which ones you're going to take. 7.2. The station in daylight, the trucks at dusk. If you have ever gone back to the scene of something bad, you know daylight does not fix it. It only lets you see more of what was already wrong. By the time the forced detour spat me off the ramp onto the frontage road, my mouth was so dry it hurt to swallow. The line of trucks and cars stretched ahead and behind a slow-moving metal centipede crawling along the spine of the desert. The storm that had been a smear on the horizon in the morning was now a real thing, a wall of dark cloud stacked over the low hills to the south. The sun hadn't disappeared completely, but it was fighting for space, its light filtering through dust and moisture, until everything outside the windshield took on a flat yellow cast, like I was looking at the world through nicotine-stained glass. The frontage road was rougher than the interstate patched, and repatched the seams, slapping the Tacoma's suspension every few seconds. Wind kicked sand and little pebbles across the asphalt in little snakes. The barbed wire fence between us and the open desert sang a high, faint note whenever a gust hit it just right. My gas gauge sat in that uncomfortable zone just above empty. I had filled up at the big truck plaza my mother told me to use. But a 3/4 full tank disappears faster than you think when you're crawling at 10 miles an hour in low-gear air conditioner on full blast wipers flicking occasionally to clear dust and random fat raindrops. Every time I glanced down, the needle seemed fractionally lower. Rationally, I knew I wasn't going to run out of gas in the next 5 miles. Emotionally, my brain had already queued up images of me stranded on the side of some forgotten county road with a dead truck and a storm rolling in, waiting for whoever owns this stretch to decide whether I was worth noticing. The truck in front of me slowed, even more hazard lights blinking. Up ahead, I could see why. The detoured traffic split, most of it trucks. RVs locals who knew the area continued straight along the frontage road, following orange detour signs propped in the dust by the state. A smaller stream of vehicles peeled off onto a short side road that dipped away from us toward a cluster of low buildings in the distance. Even in the weird yellow light, I knew that silhouette. Canopy, 2 pumps, squat little concrete block building. A sign on a rusting pole that once in Boulder times had probably screamed something like gas. Food. Open 24 hours to highway drivers. Now the panel was faded almost white, the ghost of letters barely visible, the whole structure creaking as the wind rocked it. The bad station. The one from the night with the trucks and the guns and the name on a phone call. The one from the afternoon with the clerk who told me your mom has good friends. Not everyone gets to leave. From this angle in this light, it looked smaller than I remembered. That didn't help. My stomach clenched. My hands started sweating on the wheel again. I could have kept going. I should have kept going. There was no rule that said I had to stop, except the needle on the gas gauge, which had now dipped close enough to the red that the low fuel light blinked on with a smug little ding. The frontage road stretched ahead along the base of the storm-dark horizon, disappearing into a dull shimmer of heat and dust. No signs promising fuel for the next however many miles. No guarantees. The air conditioner blew warm for a second, as the engine adjusted to the low idle. I thought about running out here, storm overhead cell service patchy at best, tow trucks busy with the wreck on the interstate. I thought about being stuck on the shoulder watching the sky turn black and whatever lives along this road watch me back. I put my blinker on. The sound of it tick, tick, tick was louder than it should have been in the cab. I eased off with the others onto the side road. The pavement changed again from worn gray to a sunnier, more broken, almost white color. The kind of asphalt that's been cooked and recooked by 1,000 summers. The truck bounced more. Sand scraped the undercarriage. The closer I got, the more wrong it felt. It was technically daytime, but the storm and the dust had turned everything into a perpetual late afternoon. The sky directly above the station was a bruise-colored ceiling with pale light leaking around the edges. Somewhere in the distance, a sheet of rain blurred the line between earth and cloud. As I pulled into the lot, a gust of wind pushed a sheet of grit across the cracked asphalt. It hissed under my tires and slammed into the metal posts of the canopy, making them shudder with a dull metallic thunk I felt through the floorboards. The station was busier than the first time I had come here, which somehow made it worse. There were 3 vehicles already there. A dusty silver SUV with kids' fingerprints ghosted all over the rear windows sat at the far pump, a woman in a ball cap pumping gas. Her attention half on the numbers, half on a toddler fidgeting in the back seat. A long bed pickup with a ladder rack idled near the edge of the lot. A man in work boots leaning against it, scrolling his phone, a cigarette burning between his fingers, the ash curling in the wind. And at the closest pump, an old Ford F-150 with a trailer, bolted on cooler, strapped down the driver, nowhere in sight. It looked normal. Except the air felt heavier over this patch of ground than it had on the road. Except the main sign atop the pole groaned as the wind hit it, swinging a few inches back and forth with a cree-eek that made the hair on my arms stand up. Except the tattered American flag on a short pole near the building snapped and popped like a sheet being whipped on a line, frayed edges flapping in frantic little jerks. I pulled up to the pump closest to the building, the same one as that night, without even meaning to. Muscle memory, maybe. The pump face was the same old cloudy plastic buttons-worn shiny card reader scarred from 1,000 swipes. The screen flickered faintly, the backlight fighting for life. I put the truck in park, left the engine running long enough to glance in the rearview mirror. The side road back to the frontage road was still open. Traffic was moving. The desert beyond was a flat, indifferent sprawl. Nobody was looking at me. I killed the engine, got out. The wind hit me with that weird hot-cold mix you get right before a storm, heat from the ground, cold from the air above. Dust stung my face. I could taste it on my tongue, gritty and metallic. The smell of gas was faint but present. Old spills baked into concrete, faint fumes coming off nozzles left in holsters. Under that, a sour whiff of old fryer grease ghosting out of some vent, and something else I couldn't place, wet dust iron ozone. The pump beeped when I jammed my card into the reader. The little green LED under the keypad blinked slow, too bright in the gloom. Somewhere above me, one of the fluorescent fixtures under the canopy buzzed and flickered, light stuttering. My phone sat in the cup holder inside the cab. I had left it there on purpose, far from the pump, away from any temptation to call anyone. I gripped the handle, started the flow of gas. The numbers clicked upward. The hose vibrated faintly. Behind me, the woman with the kids yelled something over her shoulder, her voice ripped thin by the wind. The toddler slammed a hand against the SUV window and laughed at his own reflection. It all looked like a picture of normal life someone had hung over a different picture. I watched the gauge climb, and tried to make my breathing match its steady pace, the station's front door was propped open with a brick. Inside, the lights were on, but the weird yellow of the sky made them look dimmer, like they were underwater. The ceiling fans inside turned lazily. The glass cooler doors reflected slices of the canopy in the parking lot. Through the open door, I could hear snatches of sound. The thin buzz of a television on a Spanish-language channel. The familiar ding of the door chime as someone went in or out. The low, steady hum of coolers and refrigeration units working harder than they should have to in the heat. Every now and then, the wind would cut through the door and send a loose rack of chips rattling. When the pump clicked off, the sound was so sharp in that tension that I flinched. It was just metal hitting the stop. I holstered the nozzle, forced myself to put the cap back on properly instead of rushing, then closed the fuel door with a soft thunk. The rational part of me knew I could have just gotten back in the truck and left. The transaction would hit the company card later. I didn't need a receipt. I didn't need to set foot inside. The part of me that had survived in this landscape as a field tech knew better. Stations like this hate it when people don't come in. Pump pay leave behavior triggers cameras' suspicious glances. Walking inside looking like you are buying something being part of the flow that makes you statistically less interesting. So I walked in. The sudden change in sound hit me first. Outside, the wind and the sign and the flag had been loud. Inside, everything was muffled, the glass and cinder block catching the noise and turning it into a dull, constant pressure. The coolers lined the far wall, humming. The overhead fluorescent lights buzzed in a slightly different key than the ones outside. A little radio behind the counter played norteño music, tinny and low, the accordion lines threading through the other sounds. The air smelled like old coffee cleaning solution gasoline fumes that had seeped in on people's clothes. The layout was the same as last time. A couple of short aisles of snacks, racks of cheap sunglasses and phone chargers near the counter. Lottery scratchers in a plastic display corners curled. On the back wall, a faded poster for beer whose logo had not been updated in at least a decade. The clerk was not the same man as before. He was younger than the guy who'd told me not everyone gets to leave, maybe late 20s or early 30s. Dark hair shaved close at the sides, left a little longer on top, combed back. A trimmed beard. A faded polo shirt with the station's logo almost invisible from too many washes. He stood behind the counter with a comic book open in front of him, glancing up at the door as I came in, the little bell chiming. His eyes lingered a half-second longer than they should have. You know that feeling when you walk into a room and someone recognizes you and you can't place them. His face did that. A flicker of awe under the surface even as the rest stayed neutral. I grabbed a bottle of water from the cooler. I didn't really need more to justify being in there than anything else. The door seal sucked and released with a low whump when I opened and closed it. When I set the bottle on the counter, he closed the comic, slowly slipping a bookmark in with careful fingers. "That it?" he asked in plain, unaccented English. "Yeah," I said. He rang it up. The scanner beeped. The little POS screen, the same kind of terminal I spend my life fixing, showed the total. I tapped my card without thinking, watching my own reflection in the little black rectangle. As the transaction processed, there was a little lag, the way there always is in places like this where the connection runs through some ancient DSL line or a satellite dish that's tired of being sandblasted. In that lag, he glanced up at me again. There was a moment. He could have looked away. I could have looked away. Instead, he murmured almost under his breath in Spanish, "Entonces es él." I don't speak Spanish. Not really. A handful of words, phrases picked up from my mother's side of conversations, from signage, from soccer commentators. Enough to understand tone, not content. But that sentence was simple. Entonces es él. So he's the one. My stomach turned over, what I said reflexive. He blinked like someone had nudged him awake. Nothing, man, he said, the smile sliding on quick. Machines slow. Storm, you know. The terminal beeped, approving my card with a cheerful little chime that felt wildly out of place. He tore off the receipt without asking if I wanted it, and tucked it under the register. You heading east or west? He asked. The way he asked it sounded casual. A bored clerk making small talk. East, I said before I could decide to lie. Job at a truck stop out that way? He nodded like this matched a note he already had. Careful on the road, he said. Storm's going to sit on it for a while. Outside, a gust of wind hit the front window hard enough to rattle the glass. The flag outside cracked again, loud even through the wall. I took the bottle, resisted the urge to ask him who he thought I was, and walked back out into the yellow light. The air felt heavier. The clouds had sunk lower, their undersides dark and smooth like the belly of something too big to see all at once. I screwed the cap off the water and drank half of it, standing by my truck, the plastic crackling in my grip. The water was lukewarm, but my throat didn't care. On the far end of the lot beyond the pumps, there was an empty stretch of broken asphalt that sloped slightly downward, ending in a strip of dirt where the lot met the open desert. That's where they arrived. I heard the engines before I saw them. A low, familiar rumble deeper than the smaller vehicles grinding over the frontage road. The sound built under the wind, a second layer that made the hairs on my arms lift. 2 trucks. Not the exact same ones as that night, years and miles make sure of that, but cut from the same cloth. Old body styles. Faded paint. Ride height just slightly off, stock suspensions built more for dirt than comfort. Windows tinted darker than the law technically allows out here where that law exists. They rolled in off the side road in tandem like they were on a string. For a second, every nerve in my body braced for the old choreography. One swings wide, blocks the exit. The other tucks in behind your bumper. The lot shrinks. Your choices go to 0. But this wasn't that night. Not exactly. Instead of flanking me, both trucks angled past my pump and my little Tacoma and headed for the unmarked end of the lot. They parked facing out, side by side, engines left running. From where I stood, I could see the faint shimmer of heat from their exhausts, hear the low growl of idling cylinders. Their presence bent the air anyway. The woman with the kids finished up at her pump, wrangled her toddler into a car seat, never glancing their way. The guy with the ladder rack flicked his cigarette away and climbed into his truck, pulling out in a spray of gravel, his eyes on his phone. Normal people with normal problems. I capped my water bottle, my movements stiff. The cab of my truck was a handful of steps away. My keys were in my pocket. I told myself that if I just got in, started the engine, and drove away like any other customer, this would be nothing more than a bad déjà vu. The wind shifted, carrying voices from the far end of the lot. Low, Spanish. A laugh at half volume that didn't match the wind or the storm or anything else about the weather. Doors opened on the 2 trucks with solid thunks I felt more than heard. 2 men got out of the first one from each side. They wore the uniform of this landscape, jeans, work boots, shirts, with the sleeves rolled up, caps pulled low. One had a reflective vest thrown over his, like he'd come straight off a construction site. The details barely mattered. I knew their type the way a bartender knows the regulars they don't want. They started walking toward the building, not in a hurry, not drifting either. Straight line. Purposeful. As they crossed in front of my Tacoma, one of them glanced over. Our eyes met for half a second. His face was unremarkable. 30s, maybe. Dark hair, light stubble, sun lines around his mouth and eyes. The kind of guy you wouldn't look at twice in line at a Circle K, except his gaze had weight. Not hatred, not interest, recognition. Not "I know you" recognition. More like "I've seen your name written." That's how it felt. He kept walking, but as he drew level with my driver's side door, he angled his head just enough so that his voice would come to me, and not anyone else. "You're still on the list," he said in English, his accent mild. It was not a threat. It wasn't friendly either. It was a statement of fact, a status update. He didn't stop. He didn't wait for a reaction. He just kept moving toward the door, his boots scuffing the pavement, his friend saying something in Spanish I didn't catch. The bell over the station door chimed as they went inside. For a moment, all I could hear was my own heartbeat in my ears and the low, steady idle of the trucks at the far end of the lot. "You're still on the list." I wanted to ask which list. The safe one, the untouchable column in some black book. Or the other one, the list that comes out when people stop paying, when numbers don't add up, when names get crossed out. But I already knew the answer. They don't bother talking to people whose names they plan on erasing. Those people don't get reminders. They get surprises. I forced my body to move. One step, then another. I got into the Tacoma, shut the door. The comforting little chunk of it closing felt flimsy against the larger sounds in the lot. I started the engine, the familiar whine and catch grounding me for a second. In the mirror, I saw the clerk at the counter glance up as the two men approached his expression, flattening into professional boredom. One of them slid a pack of cigarettes across the glass. Money changed hands. A joke was made in Spanish. They all laughed, the sound strangely soft through the glass. The trucks at the far edge of the lot waited, exhaust pluming faintly into the storm-thick air. I pulled out slowly, just another customer leaving, after buying gas and a bottle of water and nothing else. No one stepped in front of me. No one boxed me in. No one raised a gun. As I turned onto the side road, the wind hit the Tacoma broadside, shaking it once hard. Dust rattled against the windows like a sudden dry rain. The sky to the east glowed a sickly orange where the sun tried to bleed through the storm. In the rearview mirror, the station shrank. Canopy pumps, building trucks. From a distance, it looked exactly like every other little independent station on every frontage road in every forgotten slice of the interstate system. But I knew better. I knew there were at least two sets of ledgers this place belonged to. The one that kept track of fuel sales and lottery tickets and cartons of cigarettes, and the other one, the list in a book in a safe in another country where my name lives as both protection and leverage. "You're still on the list," he'd said. Good news and bad news, wrapped in the same sentence. I merged back toward where the detour rejoined the main route, the storm ahead of me like a mouth waiting to close. The desert had made its point. You can follow all the rules your mother gives you. You can stay on the big roads and only stop where the lights are bright. But some places are in your route whether you want them or not. Some lists you don't get to erase yourself from. You just keep driving and hope the people who keep those books keep deciding for one more day that your line doesn't need a red mark yet. I did not look back in the mirror again until I was off that side road. Coming out of the little station's lot, I took the turn a little too fast, tires crunching over the lip where broken asphalt met newer pavement. The Tacoma's suspension bounced once, then settled into the rutted rhythm of the county road. The storm was sliding closer, eating the light in big, slow bites. By the time I rejoined the line of detoured traffic on the frontage road, and eventually the interstate, the sky ahead of me was the color of an old bruise. Lightning teased the horizon, thin, silent veins branching sideways inside the clouds, always far enough away that I couldn't hear the thunder, yet close enough that my brain kept waiting for it. This time, nobody boxed me in. No pickup drifted into my lane and matched my speed. No one tapped a gun on my window. I merged into the slow crawl of cars and trucks like any other person trying to get around someone else's bad day. If anyone was watching, they did it from somewhere I couldn't see. I kept telling myself that meant it was over. You fill your tank. You pay for your water. You get back on your route. That's what everyone else does. That's what I was supposed to do. And still, the whole way back, I could feel that one line echoing louder than the thunder. You're still on the list. The storm finally caught me halfway between that nowhere exit and Las Cruces. It came in stages. First, the wind shifted less dust, more weight. Then the air through the vents turned cooler even before the temperature gauge outside dropped a degree. The first big drops didn't fall so much as slap the windshield, leaving wide, greasy streaks the wipers had to fight to clear. The sky closed in. The desert looks even emptier in a storm. The distant mountains vanished into gray. The billboards you never really notice on clear days, lawyers' injury claims, last chance for fireworks, became blurry rectangles with unreadable faces. Headlights smeared into dim smudges on the wet blacktop. Rain hammered the roof of the Tacoma in sheets, drumming hard enough that I had to turn the fan down just to hear the engine. The sound was weirdly soothing. It was loud, but it was honest. Water metal speed. No hidden meaning. No one's decision but the weather's. I drove under it like I was driving through a car wash that had forgotten when to turn off. The wipers squealed back and forth. The tires hissed through standing water. Every now and then, a semi's wheels would hit a deep patch and send a wave across my windshield, white out, for half a second the world gone until the wipers caught up and gave it back. Nobody tried to stop me. There were no more side roads, no more surprise exits, no men stepping out of shadows to ask for my phone and my keys and my life. Just index card flashes of other people's evenings, glimpses of a kid's profile in the back of a sedan, a dog's nose pressed to a rear window, a trucker's hand on a steering wheel, knuckles pale in the glow of his dash. The farther I got from that stretch of frontage road, the easier it was to pretend the station had been just another stop, a necessary detour, bad luck with a wreck, nothing more. But the thing about driving for hours is you can only distract your brain with the mechanics for so long. Eventually, the repetition becomes its own kind of white noise, and all the stuff you push down starts bubbling back up in the gaps. Every time I glanced at the rearview mirror and saw nothing but wet road and headlights, I thought of the two old trucks parked at the far edge of that lot, engines idling like animals resting with their eyes open. Every time the truck hit an expansion joint and the steering wheel twitched, I felt the echo of the night I'd been forced off the main road there the first time. The sound of hazard lights, the scrape of boots on concrete, the short, sharp tap of a gun on tempered glass. I kept hearing the clerk's voice in my head too. Not the words, because I hadn't understood them, but the tone. Entonces es él. So he's the one. By the time I hit the city limits, the rain had thinned to a light drizzle, and the sky over Tucson was the sickly orange you get when storm clouds reflect streetlights back at you. The interstate widened, sprouted more exits, more signs, more choices that didn't feel like life or death decisions. The traffic grew denser, more familiar. Brake lights, merging lanes, the occasional idiot weaving in and out. The desert receded behind me, turning back into the backdrop for other people's lives, instead of the whole stage. I was technically safe. My phone buzzed with a text from my mother as I took the exit toward my place. Home yet, I stared at the screen at a red light, fingers hovering. I thought about what I wanted to say. Yes, everything's fine. Yes, I took the big station. Yes, I obeyed your rules. The light turned green. The cars behind me crept forward. I dropped the phone back into the cup holder, let the Tacoma roll, and answered with the easiest kind of lie silence. My apartment complex was the same as always. Stucco walls, salt-stained asphalt, yellow sodium vapor lights buzzing over the parking lot, somebody's laundry hanging over a balcony railing against the rules, a couple arguing in low voices by a Honda with a dented bumper, their words lost in the hum of their idling engine. The diesel trucks that come and go during the day, the landscaping crews, the delivery drivers, the mobile mechanics were all gone by then. The spaces down near the street were empty, just patches of dark asphalt with oil stains like shadows that refused to move. I pulled into my usual spot, killed the engine, and sat for a second in the after noise. The ticking of the cooling motor, the soft whir of the dash fan slowing to a stop, the faint drip of water from somewhere under the chassis. The storm clouds were breaking up overhead, letting patches of starless sky peek through. The air smelled like wet dust and hot concrete, and someone's cigarette smoke drifting from a balcony. If you had driven past right then, you would have seen nothing special. Just another guy coming home from a long day at a job you don't think about until your card doesn't work at a gas pump. Inside my apartment, it was the same. Laminate floors that fake wood but don't fool anyone. Beige walls. A sagging couch I bought used from a coworker. A little galley kitchen with a fridge that hums too loudly and kicks on at the worst times in the middle of the night. Normal. That's the word I keep coming back to when I try to explain this. Everything about my life looks normal until you tilt it just a couple of degrees. Then you see the other picture underneath. That night, I did what I always do when I've driven too long, and my brain won't shut up on its own. I opened my laptop. The fan whined as it woke up the screen's light, pushing the room back a step into shadow. Notifications popped up in the corner, emails, software, updates, a news alert about some game. I clicked them away without reading them. I opened my email, not the company account, the other one. The one I used to send stupid memes to my friends and links to soccer highlights to my mother, and recently one long unsent draft to a horror channel I listened to on long drives. That's technically what you're hearing now. This is not a statement to the police. This is not going in front of a grand jury. I'm writing to people who read out strangers' nightmares into microphones and turn them into background noise for other strangers trying to fall asleep in cheap apartments and parked cars. I sat there at my little table between the kitchen and the living area, fingers over the keys, the laptop's plastic warm under my wrists, and tried to figure out where to start. Do I begin with the night on the highway, the guns and the trucks, and my mother's voice in a language I don't understand, pulling me out of the barrel? Do I go back to the phone call I overheard when I was 12? The name she said in the dark, like a prayer or a threat? Do I dump the whole thing in your lap in one go and hope saying it out loud makes it less real? I ended up doing what I always do when something is too big. I picked a sound and followed it. The sound that night was the faint whir of the laptop fan. Under it, like layers in a mix, were all the others. The fridge in the kitchen cycling on its compressor, kicking with a low whoomp before it settled into a steady hum. The AC in the wall unit breathing long, slow exhalations of cool air that rattled the thin vents. Upstairs, the neighbor's chair scraping against cheap laminate as he shifted his weight the same way he always does around 9:30 when he sits down in front of his TV with whatever he eats for dinner. Outside, a car rolling slowly into the lot, tires squishing in shallow puddles, a door closing with that hollow apartment complex sound, metal and plastic, and a little echo off concrete. Normal sounds. Every one of them changed color since that station. If you grow up around English and Spanish, you know there are words that mean the same thing on paper, but not in your ears. Door and puerta are technically identical, but they feel different. They land in different places in your chest. That's how sounds feel to me now. A truck engine idling a block away is just a truck engine to most people. To me, it is a question: who does that belong to? Who's keeping the keys? My mother's Spanish does that now too. I don't know who she pays. I don't know how often. Monthly, yearly, only when they call. I don't know if it's money or favors or information or some mix of all three. I don't know which names she still remembers from those ledgers and which she's allowed herself to forget. All I know is that every time I've heard her slip into that fast, precise version of herself, on the phone, in the dark, in the kitchen, in the middle of some normal day, her voice sounds like a key turning in a lock, turning something on, or turning something away from us. You hear a lot of stories about people who find out their parents had secret lives, old affairs, hidden siblings, white-collar crimes, stuff that plays out in lawyers' offices and group therapy. I found out my mother's secret life has a ledger somewhere with my name in it, carved into a system of debts that have nothing to do with credit scores. So I started writing. I wrote about the night on I-10, about the men, the way they moved, the way the clerk disappeared from behind the glass, like he'd been told not to see. I wrote about my phone still connected in the truck, while my mother bargained from my cup holder. I wrote about the way the man said, "Tax us," he did it, when he gave me back my keys and let me go. I wrote about going back in daylight, looking for some rational crack in the story, only to find more of the same web clerks who know more than they should, warnings hidden in small talk. I wrote about the number on the bathroom wall that wouldn't stay in my camera roll, about the note under my door, about the trucks that followed too long, the text from Mexico that said, "Stay on your route. Don't ask for more." I wrote about my mother's house and the buffet drawer and the photograph with the man whose face you're not supposed to say out loud in certain circles. I wrote about sitting at that same kitchen table listening to her tell me how she kept numbers for men who handle death like it's a spreadsheet, how she wrote my name into a little black book before I existed. My fingers moved faster the more I talked about everyone else. Then I hit the part where it stopped being their story and became mine again. The part where I broke the rules. Telling you about any of this is breaking them. It fits every category she laid out. I investigated. I said too much even without names. I turned someone else's business into content. I stepped off the safe route. If you're listening to this on some channel in your car or in your bedroom, it means one of two things is true. Either they don't care that I did it, or they haven't heard it yet. I was thinking that sitting in my dim little apartment when the apartment itself decided to answer. You know that weird mechanical hush I mentioned before? The one that happens when a house or a building's noises all line up by chance. It happened then. The fridge cut out mid-hum. The AC fan spun down to a stop. Upstairs, the neighbor's chair paused mid-scrape. Outside, whatever car had been rolling past was suddenly gone, or maybe just masked by the silence. For a second or two, my entire world went flat. No white noise, no mechanical breath. The laptop fan even seemed to spin slower, or maybe that was just my brain filling in the sound of its own blood in my ears. The cursor on the email blinked. In that thin little slice of quiet, I heard a new sound. A diesel engine turning over. Not on the television, not from a video, not from a memory. Outside, close. You can tell the difference between gas and diesel without seeing it. Gas engines are higher, more casual, more familiar commuter cars, sedans, SUVs. Diesels have that throatier clatter under the idle await, like they're holding something back. This one came to life right under my floor. The parking lot. It started with the sharp, metallic chick-chick-chick of a starter engaging, then the heavy cough as the engine caught. The sound filled up the dead air like something poured into a mold. My brain did what it always does. It tried to explain it away. Some neighbor's work truck, a delivery guy, someone I'd never paid attention to until now because I was too busy pretending to be the main character of my own life. Then it idled. Not start and go, not the usual pull-out stop reverse you hear when someone's just moving a vehicle. It settled into a steady, patient rumble. A rhythm I knew too well from nights parked at truck stops from the edge of that lot, under the bad sign from the stories my mother told me about yards full of rigs waiting for orders. The hairs on my arms stood up so hard it hurt. I didn't move. I didn't get up and go to the window. I didn't peek through the blinds. I sat at my table with my hands on the keyboard, every muscle locked like a rabbit, who's convinced the only thing keeping the hawk from noticing it is staying exactly perfectly still. The engine stayed at that same low idle for what felt like a full minute. Maybe it was less. Time does weird things when you're waiting for it to run out. In my head, I saw a white rectangle of light slide across my blinds. I saw a nose of a truck under the sodium vapor glow paint color impossible to tell. I imagined two men in the cab, one of them with his arm hanging out the open window listening. Maybe nobody was there. Maybe it was just a landscaping crew with an early call time tomorrow, someone checking their tools, letting the engine warm up. Maybe a neighbor's kid had just gotten home late in a borrowed diesel and was too scared of waking their parents to drive all the way to the right spot. Maybe the idle finally changed. A foot pressed down. The rumble climbed a note. Tires rolled over wet asphalt with that soft, sticky sound. The engine noise grew louder for a second as it swung past my building, then began to fade as the truck moved toward the exit. My heart thudded against my ribs in uneven beats. I still didn't move. It wasn't until I heard the distant squeal of brakes at the complex gate and the faint whoosh of someone turning onto the main road that the fridge decided to breathe again. The AC kicked in like someone had hit play. Upstairs, my neighbor dragged his chair across the floor to whatever position he likes for his late-night game. The world resumed. My phone buzzed on the table. The screen lit my hands in cold blue. No number, no contact name, just unknown and a preview of a message under it. "We heard you. Keep it in the dark. No punctuation, no emojis, no country code. Just that." I stared at it so long the screen dimmed and went black again. I didn't answer. I didn't delete it either. It's still there, buried in the middle of other threads. Work updates, spam appointment reminders, like a single nail hidden under a layer of drywall. You don't see it until something rips away the cover. I finished the email that night. I wrote the line you already heard at the top. I am not sending this to the police. I'm sending this to you. I left out the real name my mother told me never to say. I didn't write the actual exit numbers, just descriptions enough that anyone who lives out there will know exactly where I mean, and anyone who doesn't will never find it on purpose. I did not attach the photo of the bathroom wall that doesn't show what it's supposed to show. I hit save, not send. It sat in my drafts for weeks, then months, a little bold subject line I'd scroll past when checking for shipping notifications or password resets. You're hearing it now, because at some point I decided that telling the story was worth breaking the rule. Maybe that's stupid. Maybe by the time someone reads this in a calm voice into a microphone, turning my life into 30 minutes of content, between ad reads for VPNs and meal kits, one of those men in those trucks will be driving past some apartment complex late one night, with their window down, listening for the faint click of a laptop keyboard behind cheap blinds. Maybe you'll recognize something in the way I described the station. The stretch of I-10, the detour, the gas station with the dead sign, and the cameras that only turn when they need to. Maybe you'll recognize the kind of men who own it, the ones who don't bother with uniforms or logos because everyone already knows. Maybe you are one of them. Maybe you're not. Either way, this part is for you. If this gets read on your channel, maybe someone out there will recognize the names. I did not say the exits, I did not number. Maybe they will be angry, or maybe they will just be reminded that I am still on that list. I've stopped pretending I can tell the difference between those two reactions. All I know is this: if my mother ever stops paying whatever she pays, however she pays it, I don't think it will be a phone call that tells me. I think the desert will make sure I hear that truck again. Only next time I do not think it will drive away.